claustrophobic and as absolutely nightmarish as fighting in a void ship boarding action. Picture this, if you will. You are sealed inside a boarding torpedo, little more than a missile made of ceramite and adamantium, with barely enough room to stand. Around you, packed shoulder to shoulder, are your squad mates. The air is thick with the smell of sacred oils, weapon lubricant, and fear sweat, despite the temperature regulation systems. You can hear your own breathing inside your helmet, too loud, too fast. The engines scream as the torpedo accelerates, pushing you back against the restraint harness with brutal force. And then, after what feels like an eternity compressed into mere seconds, comes the impact. The crash is so violent that even through power armor or void-hardened carapace, you feel your teeth rattle. The industrial-grade drill at the torpedo's nose grinds through meters of ship hull, the sound like 1,000 chainsaws tearing through metal. Anyone standing directly on the other side of that breach point is simply gone, reduced to a fine red mist by the torpedo's entry. The assault ram's melter guns have already weakened the armor, and now the torpedo punches through, creating a hole in the enemy vessel's skin. For a moment, everything is chaos. Sirens wail on both sides of the breach. Emergency lights strobe in mad patterns, and then the hatch blows open, and you're running into hell itself. This is the reality of boarding actions in Warhammer 40,000. It's not the glorious open battlefields where titans stride and armies clash in the light of alien suns. It's not even the brutal street-to-street combat of a Hive City assault. No, this is combat stripped down to its most primal, most horrifying form. This is fighting in corridors so narrow you can touch both walls with your outstretched arms. This is pushing through hatchways where a single enemy with a flamer can hold off a dozen attackers. This is every nightmare about being buried alive, combined with the knowledge that on the other side of these walls is the infinite void of space, waiting to claim you the moment something goes wrong. The ships of Warhammer 40,000 are not sleek vessels of chrome and clean lines, like you might see in other science fiction universes. These are ancient, Gothic monstrosities, some of them thousands of years old, maintained by tech priests who view them as living machine spirits requiring constant prayer and appeasement. An Imperial Navy battleship might stretch 8 kilometers from prow to stern, contain hundreds of decks, and house a crew of 250,000 souls. Inside such a vessel is a maze of corridors, chambers, chapels, weapons decks, engine rooms, habitation blocks, and forgotten sections that haven't been entered in centuries. To board such a ship and fight your way through it is to enter a three-dimensional labyrinth where death waits around every corner and the environment itself is trying to kill you. And that's assuming you're boarding a relatively normal Imperial vessel. Chaos ships have been warped by the energies of the warp itself, their corridors twisted into non-Euclidean nightmares, their walls sometimes bleeding or screaming. Orc vessels are ramshackle death traps held together by sheer belief and scrap metal, liable to explode or decompress without warning. Tyrannid bioships are living organisms where the walls are made of chitinous matter and might actually try to digest you. And space hulks, those massive conglomerations of ships fused together by centuries drifting through the warp, are quite possibly the worst of all. They're infested with everything from genestealers to demons. Their interiors a mad patchwork of different vessels from different eras, some sections in hard vacuum, others hosting their own atmospheres, and even gravity wells pointing in different directions. The tactical challenges of fighting in such an environment are immense. Long-range weapons become nearly useless in corridors that rarely stretch more than 30 meters before a turn or bulkhead. Cover is everywhere, but so are kill zones. Every junction is a potential ambush point. Every closed hatch might hide a squad of enemies or open onto a section of ship that's been vented to space. Communication becomes difficult through meters of adamantium bulkheads and the interference of the ship's own systems. And always, there's the knowledge that you're fighting inside a vessel that's simultaneously a war machine and a habitat, where a stray shot might rupture a plasma conduit or crack a coolant line, killing everyone in the vicinity, regardless of which side they're on. This is not warfare as doctrine teaches it. This is not about holding ground or achieving strategic objectives in any conventional sense. Boarding actions in Warhammer 40,000 are about survival and momentum. Once you commit to a boarding action, you cannot retreat easily. Your assault craft or boarding torpedo is now somewhere behind you, possibly destroyed by the enemy's response or simply inaccessible through the sections of ship you fought through. You must push forward, must take your objectives, must fight through whatever resistance you encounter, because there is no falling back. The only way out is through, and that means fighting room by room, corridor by corridor, deck by deck, through a vessel that might contain thousands of armed defenders who know their ship far better than you do. And yet, for all its horrors, boarding actions are essential to void warfare in the 41st millennium. Some ships are too valuable to destroy. They might contain ancient technology that cannot be replicated, sacred relics that must be recovered, or intelligence that must not be lost. Sometimes the goal is to capture the vessel intact for use by your own forces. Other times, simply destroying the ship with torpedoes or lance strikes isn't enough. The enemy must be exterminated to the last, their corruption purged with bolter fire and flame. And in the case of space hulks, boarding actions are the only way to search for the archaeotech treasures they might contain, even though such missions have a mortality rate that would be considered unacceptable in any other branch of military service. The Imperium has specialists for this kind of warfare. Space Marine boarding parties are the gold standard, their power armor allowing them to survive in hard vacuum if necessary, their bolters perfect for the close-range firefights of corridor combat, their combat shields and breaching charges designed specifically for forcing entry through reinforced bulkheads. Certain chapters, like the Imperial Fists, have long traditions of boarding actions and void combat. Their Terminators, clad in tactical dreadnought armor and armed with storm bolters and power fists, are practically ideal for the crushing melee that develops when two forces collide in a narrow corridor. But even Space Marines die in boarding actions, and they die in numbers that would horrify their brothers in planetary assaults. For regular human forces, boarding actions are even more nightmarish. The Imperial Navy maintains Voidsmen-at-Arms, trained specifically for ship defense and boarding operations. These soldiers are equipped with carapace armor, lasguns, boarding shields, and the grim knowledge that their life expectancy, once combat begins, can be measured in minutes. They train constantly in mock-ups of ship corridors, practicing the brutal close-quarters combat that characterizes void warfare. They learn to fight in zero gravity, in the dark, in sections of ship filled with toxic atmosphere or hard radiation. And still, when the real thing comes, when the enemy breaches their hull, or they're sent through a boarding torpedo to assault an enemy vessel, all that training often proves insufficient against the reality of what they face. Let us now delve deeper into this nightmare. Let us examine what it truly means to fight and die in the corridors of a void ship in the 41st millennium. We'll look at every stage of a boarding action, from the moment the assault begins to the final bloody conclusion. We'll explore the environmental hazards that make these vessels death traps even without enemy action. We'll discuss the weapons and tactics used in this uniquely horrible form of warfare. And we'll examine some of the worst threats you might face when boarding a vessel in Warhammer 40,000, from Genestealer cult ambushes to the demonic corruption that festers in Chaos ships. What follows is not for the faint of heart. This is the reality of boarding actions in all their claustrophobic, violent, terrifying detail. This is what the Imperium's warriors face when they strap into boarding torpedoes or storm through breached airlocks. This is the horror of fighting in the void. The approach. Breaching the hull. Before you can fight inside a ship, you have to get inside it. And this initial phase is often where boarding actions suffer their highest casualties. The attackers are exposed, vulnerable, and completely committed to their assault. They're traveling through the void in craft that range from barely controlled missiles to purpose-built assault boats, all while the target vessel and its escorts do everything in their power to destroy them before they can make contact. Boarding torpedoes are the most common method for Space Marine boarding actions, and they represent a perfect example of Imperial philosophy applied to assault tactics. These are not sophisticated craft with careful guidance systems and gentle landing procedures. No, a boarding torpedo is essentially a giant drill with engines attached, designed to be fired at an enemy ship like a projectile, punch through its armor, and deliver its cargo of Marines directly into the enemy vessel's interior. The craft themselves are cramped, uncomfortable, and offer no real protection if they're hit during their approach. You're essentially riding inside a bullet, trusting in the Emperor's protection and the fact that you're a small, fast-moving target. The Space Marine's Aegis assault ram represents a slightly more sophisticated version of the same concept. It's larger than a standard boarding torpedo, capable of carrying up to 10 Space Marines in full power armor or tactical dreadnought armor. The Aegis features anti-gravitic technology discovered during the Great Crusade, allowing it to function both as a spacecraft and as a ground effect vehicle. At the front of the Aegis is a Magna Melter, a massive melter weapon that fires in the moments before impact, weakening the target ship's hull so the assault ram's reinforced prow can punch through more easily. When a Aegis hits an enemy ship, it doesn't just breach the hull, it pulverizes everything in its path, creating an entry point through which the Space Marines can pour into the enemy vessel. But let's focus on what it actually feels like to be inside one of these craft during the approach and impact. You're locked into restraint harnesses that are designed to keep you in place during the violent deceleration when the torpedo hits. The interior is lit by red emergency lighting and the green glow of your squad's equipment. There's no view screen, no way to see what's happening outside. You can hear the engines, a roar that vibrates through every surface. The hull is thick enough to provide some protection, but not thick enough that you can't hear the occasional impact of enemy point defense fire pinging off the exterior. Each hit sounds like a hammer strike, and you have no way of knowing if the next one will penetrate and turn the interior of your torpedo into a cloud of superheated plasma. The flight time varies depending on the distance between ships and the relative velocities involved, but it's rarely more than a few minutes. In that time, you're locked in with your thoughts and your brothers, unable to do anything but wait. Some Marines use the time for prayer, reciting litanies of protection or invoking the Emperor's blessing on their mission. Others perform last-minute weapons checks, even though there's nothing they can do if something is wrong at this point. The veterans, those who have done this before, often fall into a state of calm meditation, conserving their energy for what comes next. The newer Marines, those on their first or second boarding action, struggle to control their breathing and heart rate, to master the fear that comes from being helpless and exposed. And then comes the impact. Nothing truly prepares you for it. The boarding torpedo or assault ram is traveling at tremendous velocity when it makes contact with the target vessel's hull. The Magna Melter fires, creating a brief zone of incredible heat that turns solid adamantium into molten metal. Then the torpedo's drill, spinning at thousands of rotations per minute, makes contact. The deceleration is so sudden and so violent that even with the restraint harnesses, even with power armor or terminator plate to protect you, you feel like you've been hit by a drop pod slam. The noise is beyond description, a grinding, tearing shriek of metal on metal that resonates through your entire body. Anyone standing on the other side of the breach point at the moment of impact simply ceases to exist. The drill pulverizes them. The heat from the Magna Melter flash burns them. And the sudden decompression, if they're in an unpressurized section, scatters what remains. But you're not thinking about that because the assault is already beginning. The torpedo's front hatch, held in place by explosive bolts, blows outward with a bang that you feel more than hear through your helmet. Sometimes there's a blast of atmosphere rushing past you as the pressure equalizes. Other times there's nothing, just the silence of vacuum if you've breached into a section that's already depressurized. Your restraints release automatically, and then you're moving, weapons up, following your squad leader through the breach and into the enemy ship. This is the most critical moment of any boarding action. You're emerging from a confined space into an unknown environment. You don't know the layout of the ship section you've entered. You don't know if there are enemies waiting on the other side of that breach. You don't know if the deck will hold your weight, or if you're stepping onto damaged plating that might give way beneath you. But you can't hesitate. Hesitation gets people killed. You have to move, have to clear the breach point, have to push into the ship and secure enough space that the rest of your squad can follow. Sometimes you're lucky. The breach point opens into an empty corridor or storage compartment, giving you precious seconds to orient yourself and form up before contact with the enemy. Other times you emerge directly into a firefight. The defenders have had time to prepare, to set up interlocking fields of fire covering the breach point. They're waiting for you with laser guns, bolters, heavy stubbers, whatever weapons they have available. The first Marines through the breach walk into a storm of fire that tests even ceramite armor. Men die before they've taken 3 steps into the enemy ship, cut down by sustained fire from multiple angles. This is why boarding shields were developed during the Great Crusade and saw extensive use throughout the Horus Heresy. These large tower shields, made of ceramite and plasteel, with small field generators similar to those in power weapons, were designed specifically for this moment. Breacher siege squads would lead boarding actions, their shields absorbing the initial barrage, while the rest of the squad used the cover to return fire and push forward. The shields couldn't stop everything. A Lascanon hit would punch through them, and sustained fire would eventually overload the field generators. But they gave the attackers a crucial few seconds to establish a foothold, and in boarding actions, seconds were the difference between success and catastrophic failure. For Imperial Navy voidsmen or Astra Militarum soldiers being sent on boarding actions, the experience is even more harrowing because they lack the protection of power armor. They're equipped with carapace armor at best, more often just flak armor and void suits that will keep them alive in vacuum, but won't stop much in the way of weapons fire. Their boarding craft are often less sophisticated than Space Marine assault rams, modified shuttles, or purpose-built assault boats like the Shark-class vessels used by some naval forces. These craft have the advantage of being reusable. They can deliver their troops and then extract them when the mission is complete. But they're more vulnerable during the approach and require secure landing zones or airlocks to discharge their passengers. When human soldiers board an enemy vessel, the first moments after entry are absolutely critical. They're trained to move fast, to flood through the breach point in sufficient numbers that the defenders can't focus fire effectively on any single target. They rely on weight of fire rather than individual superiority, laying down covering fire while their squads advance by leapfrogging from cover to cover. It's brutal work. The casualty rates are horrific. In some boarding actions, 50% losses among the first wave are considered acceptable if they achieve the objective of establishing a secure beachhead. And we haven't even discussed what happens when things go wrong with the boarding craft itself. Boarding torpedoes are not sophisticated machines. They're designed to make one trip and then be abandoned. Sometimes the drill mechanisms fail, and the torpedo doesn't breach the hull properly, instead glancing off the armor or becoming lodged partway through, leaving its occupants trapped inside with no way forward or back. Sometimes the impact is off angle, and the torpedo breaches into a section that's already in hard vacuum with no atmosphere. And if the occupants aren't wearing helmets or aren't in sealed armor, they're dead before they can react. Sometimes the torpedo punches through into a compartment that contains something volatile, plasma conduits or fuel storage or ammunition magazines, and the breach ignites a catastrophic explosion that kills everyone in the torpedo and in the surrounding sections of ship. There's also the psychological burden of making the assault. You're committing to a course of action that has no real possibility of retreat. Once your boarding torpedo or assault craft commits to its attack run, you're going into that enemy ship whether you want to or not. If the mission goes badly, if your squad is cut off and surrounded, if the objectives prove impossible to reach, there's no easy extraction. You're trapped inside a hostile vessel, fighting for your life, with no support and dwindling ammunition. The only way out is to complete the mission and hope that extraction craft can reach you, or to fight your way back to your entry point and hope it's still accessible, or to die trying. This knowledge hangs over every boarding action, adding an extra layer of dread to what is already one of the most dangerous forms of combat imaginable. The approach and breach are just the beginning. They're the gateway into the real nightmare that is fighting inside a void ship. But they set the tone for everything that follows. The violence of entry, the immediate contact with the enemy, the confusion of not knowing your surroundings, all of this combines to create a state of heightened tension that will only intensify as the boarding action continues. Environmental horrors. One of the most underappreciated aspects of boarding actions in Warhammer 40,000 is that the environment itself is often as deadly as any enemy you'll face. Void ships are not designed to be comfortable or safe. They're designed to travel through the warp, to survive void combat, and to house thousands of crew members in conditions that would be considered inhumane by almost any standard outside the Imperium. When combat breaks out inside such a vessel, all of the environmental hazards that the crew has learnt to live with become immediate threats to life and limb. Let's start with the most obvious danger: depressurization. Void ships are pressure vessels, maintaining a breathable atmosphere inside while surrounded by the infinite vacuum of space. The hull is designed to withstand this pressure differential, but it's not indestructible. Combat damage, whether from your own boarding action or from the larger void battle happening outside, can breach the hull and expose entire sections of the ship to hard vacuum. When this happens, everything not secured gets sucked out through the breach. The sea, air rushes out with the force of a hurricane. Anyone not anchored or in sealed armor is torn from their footing and dragged toward the breach, along with any loose equipment, debris, and anything else that isn't bolted down. Depressurization events kill in multiple ways. The most obvious is simply being sucked out into the void through the breach, where you'll die from either asphyxiation, explosive decompression, or exposure to radiation and temperature extremes. But even if you're not immediately ejected, rapid depressurization is lethal. The air in your lungs expands explosively, rupturing lung tissue if you don't exhale immediately. The moisture on your eyes and tongue boils in the low pressure. Your blood doesn't boil, contrary to popular myth, because your circulatory system maintains sufficient pressure, but you lose consciousness within about 15 seconds as the oxygen in your bloodstream is depleted. Death follows within a couple of minutes. For this reason, experienced boarding troops never remove their helmets during an assault, even if they're in a section of ship that seems to have stable atmosphere. Veterans know that a stray shot or a detonation in an adjacent compartment can create a breach without warning. Space Marines in full power armor are largely immune to depressurization. Their armor is fully sealed and contains its own life support systems. They can operate in hard vacuum indefinitely, limited only by their armor's power supply and air reserves. Terminators, wearing tactical dreadnought armor, are even better protected and can survive in environments that would destroy lesser armor. But regular human soldiers, even those in carapace armor, are vulnerable. Standard Astra Militarum flak armor does not provide environmental sealing. Voidsmen at arms wear void suits under their armor, which will keep them alive in vacuum. But these suits are uncomfortable, restrictive, and not designed for prolonged combat operations. The suits will maintain pressure and provide a limited air supply, usually enough for 30 minutes to an hour, but fighting in them is exhausting, and their protection against enemy fire is minimal. Then there's the problem of gravity, or more accurately, the lack thereof. Void ships generate artificial gravity through various technologies, some better understood than others. On Imperial vessels, gravity is maintained by ancient gravitic field generators, that are maintained more through ritual and prayer than actual understanding of their function. When these systems fail, either from combat damage or power loss, entire sections of a ship can suddenly transition to zero gravity. If you've never experienced combat in zero-G, it's difficult to convey just how disorienting and dangerous it is. Everything you know about movement and combat changes in zero gravity. There's no up or down. You can't plant your feet and brace for recoil when you fire your weapon. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction, so firing a bolter without being anchored to something will send you spinning backward. Moving requires pushing off surfaces and trying to control your trajectory, while simultaneously watching for obstacles and enemies in 3 dimensions rather than the 2-dimensional plane of normal ground combat. Close combat becomes a strange dance where combatants grapple and tumble together, both trying to land blows while simultaneously trying to maintain some control over their motion. Mag boots help, assuming you're equipped with them and they're functional. Space Marine armor comes standard with magnetic boot systems that allow them to lock onto ferrous metal surfaces. But even with mag boots, movement is slow and ponderous because you have to actively engage and disengage the magnets with each step. And mag boots don't work on all surfaces, only those with sufficient metal content and the right composition. Many void ship decks are made of rockcrete or other non-ferrous materials, rendering mag boots useless. Fighting in zero gravity also makes ranged combat more difficult. Hitting a target requires accounting for your own movement, the target's movement in 3 dimensions, and the fact that you don't have a stable firing platform. Ballistic weapons like laser guns and bolters become harder to control. Explosives are actually more effective in some ways because their blast expands spherically rather than being channeled by gravity, but this also means they're more dangerous to the user. And if someone deploys frag grenades in an enclosed zero-G environment, the shrapnel doesn't fall to the deck. It continues bouncing around the compartment until it embeds in something, whether that's a bulkhead or a person. The temperature inside void ships varies wildly depending on location. Near the plasma drives and the reactor spaces, temperatures can reach levels that would be instantly lethal to unprotected humans. The tech priests and servitors who maintain these areas work in specialized heat-resistant gear, and even then, their assignments are usually measured in minutes rather than hours. If you're fighting through these sections during a boarding action, you're dealing with oppressive heat that drains your stamina and can cause heat stroke even inside armor with temperature regulation systems. Conversely, in sections far from the ship's heat sources or in areas where heating systems have failed, temperatures plunge to near absolute zero. The void of space is not cold in the conventional sense. It lacks temperature entirely because there's no medium to transfer heat. But hull sections exposed to the void or with failed heating systems will radiate their heat away into space, and temperatures drop precipitously. In these conditions, metal becomes brittle, lubricants freeze, and any exposed skin will suffer frostbite within seconds. Radiation is another constant threat aboard void ships, particularly those involved in void combat. The plasma reactors that power these vessels produce tremendous amounts of radiation, and while the reactor chambers are shielded, combat damage can compromise that shielding. Additionally, void combat involves the use of weapons that produce their own radiation, lances that fire coherent beams of energy, plasma weapons, melter weapons. All of these produce radiation as a byproduct. If you're fighting in or near sections that have been hit by these weapons, you're being exposed to radiation levels that can be lethal. Power armor provides significant radiation shielding, and Space Marines are genetically engineered to be more resistant to radiation than baseline humans. But even they have limits. Prolonged exposure to high radiation environments will sicken even an Astartes. For regular human soldiers, radiation exposure in a boarding action can be a death sentence, even if they survive the combat itself. They might make it off the ship alive, only to die days or weeks later from radiation sickness, their bodies breaking down at the cellular level from the damage inflicted by high-energy particles they never even saw. The atmosphere inside void ships can also be hazardous, even when it's not completely absent. Ships are huge, enclosed environments where thousands of people live and work, and maintaining air quality is a constant challenge. The air processing systems filter out carbon dioxide and other waste gases, add oxygen from storage tanks or recyclers, and scrub out contaminants. But these systems are not perfect, and in combat conditions, they often fail partially or completely. You might breach into a section where the atmosphere is thick with smoke from fires, reducing visibility to a few meters and making it difficult to breathe even with filters. You might enter compartments filled with toxic gases, byproducts of damage to ship systems, or deliberately released by defenders trying to slow your advance. Plasma leaks create clouds of superheated gas that will cook you inside your armor. Coolant leaks flood sections with cryogenic fluids or toxic chemicals. Engine rooms fill with exhaust gases that are both toxic and flammable. Fighting in these conditions requires sealed armor and environmental systems that can handle the contamination. And even then, you're operating in conditions that reduce your effectiveness and put tremendous strain on your equipment. Sound in a void ship environment during combat is a strange thing. In the vacuum sections, there's only the sounds transmitted through contact with surfaces, your boots on the deck, your armor touching a bulkhead. But in atmosphere, sound becomes almost overwhelming. Void ships are not acoustically dampened. They're full of machinery, ventilation systems, and thousands of people, all generating noise that echoes through metal corridors. Add combat to this, the bark of bolters, the scream of plasma weapons, the explosions of grenades, the shouts of soldiers, and it becomes a cacophony that can be disorienting and exhausting. Then there are the structural concerns. Void ships are constructed to withstand the rigors of void travel and combat, but they're not indestructible. The hull can be breached, bulkheads can fail, decks can collapse. When you're fighting inside a ship that's simultaneously engaged in void combat with other vessels, you're in an environment that's actively being damaged around you. Lance strikes from enemy ships punch through multiple decks. Torpedo impacts send shockwaves through entire sections. Reactor containment failures can destroy whole compartments. You might be advancing through a corridor when the deck above you collapses, burying you under tons of rubble. You might breach a bulkhead only to find that the compartment on the other side has collapsed into a jumbled mass of twisted metal, with no clear path forward. Fires are also a major concern. In atmosphere, any spark can ignite a blaze, and once fires start in a void ship, they're incredibly difficult to control. The fire suppression systems might be damaged or simply overwhelmed. Fires consume oxygen, creating zones where the atmosphere becomes unbreathable. They generate tremendous heat and toxic smoke. They spread through ventilation ducts and cable runs. And in some cases, fires can reach materials that shouldn't burn, but do anyway under the right conditions, creating infernos that can rage for hours or days. Void warfare also exposes ships to hazards from the warp itself, particularly if the ship has recently been in warp transit, or if the combat is taking place near a warp storm or other phenomenon. The warp is not just another dimension, it's a realm of pure psychic energy, where the laws of physics don't consistently apply, and where demons and other nightmares lurk. Ships that have been corrupted by chaos often have sections where reality itself is unstable. You might open a hatch and find that the compartment on the other side doesn't obey normal geometry, that the room is bigger than the space it occupies, or that time flows differently. These effects can drive even hardened warriors mad. Space hulks present all of these environmental hazards multiplied exponentially. Because these are conglomerations of multiple ships fused together, often after millennia drifting through the warp, their interiors are nightmarish mazes where each component vessel might have its own environmental conditions. You might be fighting through a section of ancient Imperial cruiser with working gravity and atmosphere, then pass through a junction into a chunk of Orc wreck, where gravity points sideways and the atmosphere is toxic, then emerge into a segment of a ship so old that its design predates the Imperium itself and its systems are completely incomprehensible. The corridors don't align properly. Rooms might be oriented at any angle. You might have to climb what used to be walls or crawl through spaces that were never meant to be traversed. All of these environmental factors combine to make boarding actions exhausting, even when you're not in active combat. You're operating in hostile conditions, your body and equipment under constant stress. Your armor's environmental systems are working constantly to keep you alive, draining power reserves. Your own metabolism is working overtime to deal with the physical and psychological stress. And all of this happens before you even consider the actual fighting you're doing against armed enemies who are trying to kill you. The architecture of death. The physical layout and architecture of void ships in Warhammer 40,000 are crucial factors in determining how boarding actions play out, and they present challenges that are unique to this form of warfare. These vessels are not designed with convenience or tactical clarity in mind. They're the products of millennia of tradition, religious doctrine, and occasionally functional engineering, all combined into structures that are as much Gothic cathedrals as they are warships. Fighting through such an environment requires adapting your tactics to an architecture that was never meant to be a battlefield, but becomes one regardless. Imperial void ships in particular are characterized by their sheer scale and complexity. A battleship might be 8 kilometers long and over a kilometer wide at its widest point. Inside this massive hull are hundreds of decks stacked vertically, thousands of compartments, countless corridors, and vast chambers dedicated to everything from weapons batteries to chapels to hydroponic gardens. The ships are so large that they contain entire communities, with crew members who have never seen the exterior of the vessel they serve on, and who might live their entire lives in the same section of ship, working the same machinery their ancestors tended for generations. This creates an immediate problem for boarding forces. You're entering a three-dimensional maze that defies easy navigation. The corridors of an Imperial void ship are not laid out in rational grids. They twist and turn, following the dictates of ancient construction methods and the need to route essential systems around each other. Ventilation ducts, power conduits, coolant pipes, all of these run through the walls and ceilings, creating a tangled web of infrastructure that makes the ship's layout maddeningly complex. Even with maps, which you're unlikely to have if you're boarding an enemy vessel, navigation is difficult because the maps themselves are often outdated or inaccurate, showing layouts that have been modified over centuries of repair and renovation. The corridors themselves are typically narrow, designed for crew members to move in single file or at most 2 abreast. This makes them perfect kill zones. A single heavy weapon emplacement at the end of a corridor can cover its entire length. Advancing down such a corridor means walking into a firing lane where you have minimal cover and the enemy has all the advantages. The defenders can set up interlocking fields of fire at intersections where multiple corridors meet. They can position troops in alcoves or behind corners, ready to ambush anyone passing by. They can wire entire sections with explosives, turning corridors into traps that can be detonated remotely. The hatchways and bulkheads that separate ship compartments are both obstacles and opportunities. These heavy doors, made of thick metal and reinforced against damage, can be sealed to contain atmospheric breaches or to prevent fire from spreading. In combat, they become strategic choke points. A sealed bulkhead can halt an attacking force's advance completely, forcing them to either cut through with breaching charges or heavy weapons, or find an alternate route. Defenders can use these hatchways to create defensive lines, falling back from one sealed bulkhead to the next, making the attackers fight for every meter of corridor. Cutting through a sealed bulkhead takes time and makes noise, alerting defenders to your position and intentions. Breaching charges are the fastest method, but they're loud and create a signature bright flash of light and blast that announces your presence. Melter weapons can cut through even heavy bulkheads given enough time, but you're vulnerable while doing it, focused on the cutting work rather than watching for enemies. Some elite units carry specialized equipment, like the Caestus Assault Ram's Magna Melter, or the heavy-duty breaching equipment used by Breacher siege squads. but even these require precious seconds of exposure. The actual chambers and rooms within a void ship vary wildly in size and purpose. Some compartments are massive, like the weapons decks where the ship's broadside batteries are housed. These are cathedral-scale spaces, sometimes over 100 meters high, filled with the massive artillery pieces and loading mechanisms that make void warfare possible. Fighting in such spaces is almost like open warfare, with plenty of room to maneuver and multiple levels of catwalks and platforms creating vertical elements to the combat. But these spaces are rare. Most of the ship's interior is divided into smaller compartments, each dedicated to some specific function. Engine rooms and reactor spaces are particularly dangerous areas to fight in. These compartments contain the massive plasma reactors and warp drives that power the ship, along with all the associated support machinery. The machinery itself creates obstacles, huge pipes and conduits that block line of sight and create cover, but also hazards that you absolutely don't want to damage. Shooting into a plasma conduit can cause a breach that floods the area with superheated plasma. Damaging reactor shielding can cause radiation leaks, and if the reactor itself is hit by sustained fire or explosives, the result can be a detonation that destroys a significant portion of the ship, including everyone fighting in that section. The habitation decks where the crew live present their own, unique challenges. These areas are mazes of small compartments, communal spaces, and narrow passages designed to efficiently house thousands of people in minimal space. The crew quarters are cramped, barely large enough for a bunk and a small locker. The corridors between them are claustrophobic, often lit by flickering glow globes or emergency lighting. Fighting through these areas means clearing room after room, never knowing if the next compartment contains cowering civilians, armed defenders, or something worse. It's exhausting, paranoia-inducing work that grinds down even experienced soldiers. The bridge and command centers of a ship are usually the most heavily defended areas. These are the nerve centers where the ship is controlled, and losing them means losing the vessel. As such, they're typically located deep within the ship's superstructure, protected by multiple layers of armor and sealed bulkheads. The approaches to the bridge are designed as defensive positions, with narrow access corridors that can be easily covered by fire, redundant bulkheads that can be sealed in sequence, and often dedicated security forces whose sole job is to protect the command crew. Taking the bridge usually requires fighting through these prepared defenses, a slow and bloody process where every meter of advance is paid for in casualties. Vertical movement presents its own challenges. Void ships have multiple decks, and moving between them usually requires using access shafts, stairways, or lifts. These vertical passages are excellent defensive positions. A small force positioned at the top or bottom of a stairway can hold off attackers indefinitely, using their elevated position to fire down on anyone trying to advance. Access shafts and ladders are even worse, because you're completely exposed while climbing and can't effectively return fire. Lifts can be controlled by the defenders, either shut down completely or used as traps by sending them to levels where attackers are waiting in ambush. The Gothic architectural elements that characterize Imperial vessels add their own strange dimension to boarding combat. These ships aren't just functional machines, they're expressions of the Imperium's religious and cultural aesthetic. This means you have corridors lined with statues of Imperial saints, their stone eyes seeming to watch your every move. You have vast chapels and cathedral spaces dedicated to worship of the God Emperor, their soaring architecture and stained glass windows, creating environments that feel sacred even in the midst of violence. You have decorative elements like carved skulls, flying buttresses, stained glass, and ornate metalwork that serve no functional purpose but are included because they speak to the Imperium's cultural identity. These architectural elements can affect combat in unexpected ways. A statue provides cover, but it might be rigged to explode or might topple during fighting. Stained glass windows are beautiful but fragile, and shattering them can cause depressurization if they're on an outer hull section. The Gothic aesthetic also means that many Imperial ships have strange, non-functional spaces, rooms that serve no purpose except to be impressive or spiritually meaningful. You might be fighting through a perfectly practical corridor system and suddenly emerge into a vast procession hall decorated with banners and mosaics, or into a reliquary filled with sacred artifacts, and have to figure out how to cross these spaces while under fire. Different factions design their ships according to their own cultural and practical considerations, creating unique architectural challenges. Chaos vessels are nightmares made manifest. The warp corruption that permeates them has often twisted their physical structure. Corridors might curve in ways that don't make geometric sense. Walls might bleed or pulse as if alive. The very air might be thick with whispers that crawl into your mind. Fighting in such an environment tests your sanity as much as your combat skills. The ship itself feels malevolent, actively hostile to your presence, and the longer you're inside it, the more you feel the corruption trying to seep into your thoughts. Orc vessels are crude and ramshackle by comparison, but no less dangerous. These ships are held together by orc engineering, which is to say, a combination of scrap metal, welding, and sheer belief in the orc gods. The corridors are wide enough to accommodate orc physiology, and they're dirty, covered in rust and grease and the detritus of orc habitation. The architecture is completely haphazard, with sections added on without any real plan, creating a labyrinth that confuses anyone trying to navigate it. The biggest danger in an orc ship isn't the architecture itself, though the risk of structural collapse is real because orc construction is terrible by any standard. It's that orcs inhabit these vessels in massive numbers, and they're all eager to fight anyone who boards their ship. Space hulks deserve special mention because their architecture is the result of multiple ships being fused together in the warp, creating structures that defy all logic. You might step through a hatchway from an Imperial cruiser into a section of Eldar craftworld with alien architecture that follows completely different design principles. The next junction might lead into a chunk of ship so ancient that its origins are unknown, with technology that predates the Imperium itself. Gravity might change direction from one section to another. Atmosphere might be present in one compartment and absent in the next. The hulk's structure shifts over time as it drifts in and out of the warp, meaning that passages that existed yesterday might be sealed today, and new routes might have opened up that weren't there before. All of these architectural factors combine to make boarding actions in Warhammer 40,000 unique tactical nightmares. You're not fighting on open battlefields, where doctrine and combined arms tactics apply cleanly. You're fighting in a three-dimensional maze, designed according to rules that often prioritize form over function, where your enemy knows the terrain far better than you do, and where the environment itself presents as much danger as enemy fire. Success requires adapting to these conditions, using the architecture to your advantage when possible, accepting that progress will be slow and costly, and maintaining the discipline to push forward even when every corridor looks the same and you've lost track of how far you've come or how far you still have to go. Combat in the corridors. Now we come to the heart of what makes boarding actions so uniquely terrible, the actual combat that takes place in these confined spaces. Everything about corridor fighting goes against the training that soldiers receive for conventional warfare. All the tactics that work in open environments or urban combat become problematic or impossible in the tight confines of a void ship interior. What emerges is a brutal, close-range style of warfare that favors aggression, quick reactions, and the ability to function in chaos. The engagement ranges in corridor combat are shockingly short compared to other forms of warfare. On a battlefield, infantrymen might engage targets at ranges of 300 meters or more. In a hive city, engagement ranges drop to perhaps 50 or 100 meters. In the corridors of a void ship, most combat happens at ranges of 10 to 30 meters. You're fighting people you can see clearly, whose faces you can make out through the chaos. This creates a psychological intensity that's different from ranged combat. It's personal in a way that artillery exchanges or long-range firefights are not. At these ranges, different weapons show their advantages and disadvantages. Laser guns, the standard armament of the Imperial Guard and many naval armsmen, are adequate for corridor combat. They're accurate at short range, have good ammunition capacity, and produce little recoil, but they lack stopping power against heavily armored targets. A laser gun hit might not put down a target quickly enough at ranges where a few seconds can mean life or death. Bolters, by contrast, excel in this environment. The mass-reactive rounds they fire are devastating at short range, punching through armor and exploding inside the target. The sound of a bolter firing in an enclosed corridor is thunderous, almost deafening even with ear protection. The muzzle flash in dim lighting is blinding. But the results are undeniable. 1 or 2 bolter hits will drop almost any target. Shotguns are particularly favored for boarding actions by forces that have access to them. At ranges of 10 meters or less, a combat shotgun loaded with solid slugs or specialist ammunition like flechettes is devastating. The spread pattern of shot shells makes precise aiming less critical in the chaos of close combat. The weapons are relatively simple and reliable, important factors when fighting in environments where equipment maintenance might be difficult. Voidsmen at arms units often carry combat shotguns as their primary weapons, specifically because of their effectiveness in shipboard combat. Flamers are terror weapons in corridor combat. A heavy flamer fired down a narrow corridor creates a wall of burning promethium that fills the entire passage. Anyone caught in that wash of flame is burned alive inside their armor. The psychological effect is devastating. Even hardened soldiers will break and retreat when they see flamers being deployed against them. But flamers are also risky to use. In confined spaces, the backwash of heat can affect the operator. If you're fighting in an atmosphere rich in certain gases, a flamer can cause an explosive reaction that kills everyone in the area. And flamers consume their ammunition quickly, making them useful for short, intense actions, but problematic for extended fighting. Plasma weapons are extremely effective, but correspondingly dangerous in the close quarters of shipboard combat. A plasma gunshot will vaporize an armored target, cutting through even power armor if it hits solidly. But plasma weapons generate tremendous heat, and in enclosed spaces, that heat has nowhere to dissipate. Sustained plasma fire can raise the ambient temperature to dangerous levels. Worse, plasma weapons have a tendency to overheat and sometimes catastrophically fail, causing them to explode and kill their operator. In a corridor where there's no room to take cover from such an explosion, this makes plasma weapons a calculated risk. Grenades become both more dangerous and more useful in corridor environments. A frag grenade detonated in an enclosed space sends shrapnel ricocheting off walls and ceilings, multiplying its effectiveness. The blast itself is channeled by the corridor, increasing overpressure in the area, but this also means you're at risk from your own grenades. Throwing a frag grenade down a corridor and then immediately advancing into that corridor is a good way to catch some of your own shrapnel. Smart troops use grenades to cover their advance, throwing them into compartments before entering. But the delay while the grenade detonates can give defending forces time to prepare or retreat. Melter bombs and breaching charges are essential tools for boarding actions, used to cut through sealed bulkheads or destroy hardened positions. But their use is noisy and obvious. Every time you breach a bulkhead, you're announcing your position to every defender in that section of ship. The debris from the breach can also be hazardous. Metal fragments and molten material flying through the corridor, creating a temporary hazard zone that you then have to push through. Close combat weapons see extensive use in boarding actions because of the short engagement ranges and the frequent need to fight in spaces too confined for ranged weapons to be practical. Chainswords are the iconic close combat weapon of the Imperium, and they're brutally effective in corridor fighting. The whirring chain of diamond-hard teeth can carve through armor and flesh with terrifying speed. They're relatively light and maneuverable, important in tight spaces where larger weapons would be awkward. Power weapons, which surround their blades with an energy field that disrupts molecular bonds, can cut through almost any material and are favored by officers and veteran troops. But power weapons require maintenance and power cells, making them less reliable in extended operations than simpler weapons. Combat shields and boarding shields, which we discussed earlier in the context of the initial breach, continue to be valuable throughout a boarding action. A shield bearer can advance down a corridor with some protection from enemy fire, allowing the rest of the squad to follow in their wake. The shield can be used offensively as well, shield bashing an enemy to knock them down or back, creating openings for lethal follow-up attacks. But shields are heavy and awkward in confined spaces, and they limit your own offensive options because one hand is occupied with holding the shield. The tactics of corridor fighting are brutal and straightforward because sophisticated maneuvers are often impossible in such confined spaces. The basic method is fire and movement, with elements of the squad suppressing enemy positions while others advance to better positions. But better positions in a corridor are limited. You might advance to a doorway that provides some cover, or to a junction where you can use the corner for protection. But often there's simply nowhere to go, and advancement becomes a matter of walking into enemy fire and accepting casualties while you work to eliminate the defenders. Breaching rooms and compartments is a specialized skill that boarding forces must master. The basic technique is to blow or breach the door, throw in grenades if possible, and then flood into the room with multiple entry points if available. The first soldiers through the door are at highest risk, facing whatever enemies are inside with minimal cover and no time to properly assess the situation. But speed is essential because hesitation gives defenders time to prepare or eliminate the first few soldiers through the breach. The doctrine is to enter fast, spread out to avoid clustering, identify targets, and engage them before they can effectively respond. Squad tactics in corridors are limited by the space available. A typical infantry squad of 8 to 10 soldiers cannot all fight effectively in a corridor that's only 3 meters wide. They're forced to advance in column, with only the front 2 or 3 soldiers able to engage targets. This makes the formation vulnerable to flanking attacks if the enemy has access to alternate routes. It also means that the effectiveness of the squad is limited by the effectiveness of those front. Few soldiers, if they go down, the whole advance stalls. Some forces use specialized formations for corridor combat. Space Marine boarding parties often advance with a shield bearer or terminator in front, their superior armor allowing them to absorb fire that would devastate less protected troops. Behind them come battle brothers with bolters or assault weapons, ready to engage targets as they appear. This formation is slow, but nearly unstoppable against all but the most determined resistance. For regular human forces, the tactics are less refined because they lack the armor protection and superhuman abilities of the Astartes. They rely more on suppressing fire and weight of numbers, accepting higher casualties as the price of advancing. Communication becomes difficult in the chaos of corridor combat. The noise of weapons fire in enclosed spaces is deafening. Voxcasters help, allowing units to maintain voice contact even in the noise. But Vox signals can be jammed or disrupted by the ship's systems or by enemy countermeasures. Hand signals work at short ranges but become impossible to see in smoke or poor lighting. This communication breakdown means that units can become separated and isolated without their commanders knowing what's happening to them. The psychological strain of corridor combat cannot be overstated. You're fighting in a confined space where you can't see more than a few meters ahead, where every corner might hide an ambush, where the enemy can appear from unexpected directions through hatches or vents. The constant alertness required is exhausting. The fear of being trapped, of being surrounded with no escape route, weighs on even veteran soldiers. After hours of this kind of fighting, men become jumpy, prone to firing at shadows or friendly forces glimpsed in the dim lighting. The confusion of boarding actions also leads to friendly fire incidents. In the chaos of combat, with poor visibility and high stress, soldiers sometimes shoot first, and identify targets later. This problem is compounded when multiple units are operating in the same area without perfect coordination. You might clear a room only to have friendly forces breach through a different door seconds later, and in the split second of mutual surprise, soldiers on both sides might fire before recognizing each other as allies. For defenders, corridor combat offers significant advantages. They know the layout of the ship. They know which corridors lead where, which can be bypassed, which are dead ends. They can prepare defensive positions in advance, setting up fields of fire and reinforcing their positions. They can fall back through prepared positions, making the attackers fight for every section of corridor. They can use their knowledge of ship systems to their advantage, cutting power to sections to plunge attackers into darkness, venting atmosphere from compartments, or using other environmental controls to hinder the enemy. Attacking forces must overcome these advantages through aggression and momentum. Once a boarding action begins, stopping means giving the defenders time to organize and reinforce their positions. You must keep pushing forward, accepting casualties, trusting that your own reinforcements and supplies can keep up. This creates a pressure cooker effect where both sides are committed to a fight that becomes increasingly desperate as it continues. The physical toll of extended corridor combat is severe. Soldiers are fighting in heavy armor or environmental suits, breathing recycled air, often in extreme temperatures. They're carrying heavy loads of ammunition and equipment. The adrenaline of combat sustains them initially, but after hours of fighting, exhaustion sets in. Reaction times slow. Aim becomes less precise. Judgment becomes impaired. Men make mistakes they wouldn't normally make, and in corridor combat, mistakes are usually lethal. The defender's advantage. While we focused primarily on the experience of boarding an enemy vessel, it's important to understand the perspective and advantages of the defending force, because these factors dramatically influence how boarding actions play out. Defending a void ship against boarders is, in many ways, a more enviable position than attacking one, but it comes with its own unique challenges and horrors. The most obvious advantage defenders possess is knowledge of the terrain. They've lived and worked in this ship, possibly for years or even generations if they're part of the hereditary crew that's common on Imperial vessels. They know the layout intimately, not just the main corridors, but also the service passages, maintenance ducts, and shortcuts that don't appear on any official schematic. This knowledge allows them to move through the ship more quickly than attackers, to set up ambushes at strategic locations, and to predict where the enemy will likely go based on the objectives they're trying to achieve. Defenders can prepare the battlefield before the enemy arrives. Once sensors detect incoming boarding craft or spot enemy ships maneuvering for boarding range, the defending crew has precious minutes to prepare. Bulkheads can be sealed to channel attackers through specific corridors. Heavy weapons can be positioned to cover likely breach points. Reinforcements can be moved into position. Ammunition and supplies can be pre-positioned at defensive strongpoints. In those few minutes of warning, a competent defensive commander can create a layered defense that will make the attackers pay in blood for every meter they advance. The control of ship systems provides defenders with options that attackers simply don't have. The defensive commander can manipulate lighting, plunging sections into darkness to hinder enemy movement, while defenders, familiar with the layout, can operate more effectively. They can control atmosphere, either venting it from sections to expose attackers without sealed armor to vacuum, or introducing toxic gases if the ship's systems allow for such measures. They can lock bulkheads remotely, trapping enemy units in kill zones or cutting them off from their fellows. They can even, in desperate situations, deliberately depressurize entire sections or flood them with fire, accepting the loss of those areas and any crew in them as necessary sacrifices to stop the enemy advance. Many Imperial void ships have voidsmen-at-arms, dedicated naval security forces whose primary purpose is to defend the vessel against boarding actions. These soldiers are specifically trained and equipped for shipboard combat. They understand the unique challenges of fighting in confined spaces. They're familiar with the ship's layout. They train constantly in mock boarding scenarios. Most importantly, they fight with the knowledge that this is their home they're defending. There's no retreat from a boarding action if you're a defender. If the attackers take the ship, you're either dead or captured, and capture by many of the Imperium's enemies is a fate worse than death. Void's men-at-arms typically wear void-hardened flak or carapace armor and carry laser guns or shotguns as primary weapons, with las pistoles as sidearms. They're trained to fight in teams, with established doctrine for clearing corridors, setting up interlocking fields of fire, and conducting fighting withdrawals through prepared positions. The best units are equipped with specialized gear like boarding shields, heavy weapons for defending key positions, and breaching equipment for counter-attacking and retaking compromised sections. Many ships also have servitors deployed in defensive roles. These lobotomized cyborgs can be armed with heavy weapons and positioned at key choke points. They don't feel fear or fatigue and will continue fighting until destroyed. Against lightly armored attackers, a heavy bolter servitor positioned at the end of a corridor is a formidable obstacle. But servitors lack tactical flexibility and can be outmaneuvered by clever opponents who find ways around their positions. On Space Marine vessels, the defense might be handled by chapter serfs, ordinary humans who serve the Adeptus Astartes. These individuals are often augmented with basic combat training and equipped with whatever weapons the chapter can spare. While they're not Space Marines themselves, they fight with religious fervor to protect the chapter's vessel and will die before allowing enemies to desecrate a Space Marine ship. The psychological advantage of defense should not be underestimated. Defenders are fighting on their own ground, in familiar surroundings. While this doesn't eliminate fear, it does provide a measure of comfort compared to the experience of attackers who are in hostile, unknown territory. Defenders can also take heart from the knowledge that help might arrive, that friendly forces elsewhere in the ship are fighting too, that they're part of a larger defensive effort rather than isolated and alone like an attacking unit that's become separated from its fellows. However, defending a ship also has significant disadvantages that can turn apparent advantages into liabilities. The first is that defenders are often outnumbered at the point of contact. A boarding assault is typically launched with overwhelming force at specific breach points. The defending force might outnumber the total attacking force across the entire ship, but at each individual breach, the attackers achieve local superiority by concentrating their strength. This means that the first defenders to engage the boarders are often overwhelmed before reinforcements can arrive. The unpredictability of where and how the enemy will board creates a dilemma for defensive commanders. You can try to predict likely breach points based on the enemy's approach vectors and protect those areas heavily, but if your predictions are wrong, you've wasted your best troops guarding areas that never see combat, while the actual breach points are defended by inferior forces. Some commanders choose to hold reserves centrally and rush them to breach points as they're detected. But this requires time and the ability to move troops quickly through the ship, both of which may be in short supply during a chaotic boarding action. The compartmentalized nature of void ship architecture that helps channel attackers into kill zones also works against defenders in some ways. Once a section is breached and compromised, sealed bulkheads mean that reinforcing that section or launching counterattacks becomes difficult. You might have thousands of troops available elsewhere in the ship, but if the corridors between them and the compromised section are sealed or controlled by the enemy, those troops might as well not exist. This can lead to situations where different parts of the ship are isolated and fighting their own separate battles with no coordination or mutual support. The morale factor for defenders is complex. While they have the advantage of defending their home, they also face the psychological burden of knowing that the ship they rely on for survival is being violated. Every enemy that breaches the hull is a threat, not just to military objectives, but to the lives of everyone aboard. If the attackers reach critical systems, if they manage to damage the reactor or life support, the entire crew dies regardless of how bravely the armed defenders fight. This creates a pressure that can lead to panic. particularly among crew members who are not trained combatants. When word spreads through the ship that the enemy has boarded, that they're killing their way through the corridors, it's common for untrained crew to either flee toward the center of the ship seeking safety, or to arm themselves with whatever weapons they can find and rush toward the fighting in disorganized groups that get slaughtered by enemy forces or accidentally shot by their own side. There's also the problem of collateral damage to the ship itself. Defenders need to be careful about what they hit when they're shooting at enemies. That bulkhead behind the enemy position might be concealing a critical power conduit. That deck plate might cover a coolant line. Explosives used to destroy attacking forces or to collapse corridors behind them to slow their advance can damage the ship's structure in ways that create new vulnerabilities. While it's true that attackers face the same concerns, defenders have more of an investment in keeping the ship intact and functional. In some boarding scenarios, the defenders are already compromised before the attack even begins. Genestealer cults infest ships from within, their members posing as loyal crew while secretly serving the Tyranid hive mind. When these cults rise up in conjunction with an external boarding action, the result is chaos. Defenders don't know who they can trust. The crew member standing next to you might be a cultist waiting for the signal to attack. Security forces spend as much time dealing with internal threats as external ones, and the paranoia this creates can be as damaging as the actual cultist attacks. Chaos corruption presents a similar problem, but with different manifestations. A crew member who has been corrupted by chaos might not even know it consciously until the moment when the corruption takes control and turns them into a weapon against their fellows. Or the corruption might be more subtle, leading to crew members sabotaging defensive efforts or providing information to the enemy, without really understanding why they're compelled to do so. The defender's last resort, the nuclear option if you will, is to destroy the ship rather than let it fall into enemy hands. This is doctrine for many Imperial ships, particularly those carrying sensitive cargo or information. If the boarding action is going badly, if the enemy is going to capture the vessel, the captain can order the ship scuttled. This usually means detonating the plasma reactor or overloading the warp drive, either of which will destroy the ship and everything nearby. For the defending crew, this means that even victory is not guaranteed to ensure their survival. If they repel the boarders, but the captain has already initiated self-destruct protocols, they might die anyway, which creates an interesting morale problem. Why fight to the death to defend a ship that your own commander might destroy? Despite all these challenges, defending a ship successfully is possible and happens regularly. A well-trained, well-led defensive force that uses the ship's architecture and systems to their advantage can repel boarding attempts even by numerically superior or better equipped attackers. The key is maintaining coherent command and control, using interior knowledge to outmaneuver the enemy, and having the discipline to conduct fighting withdrawals through prepared positions rather than breaking and running when the pressure becomes intense. The enemy within, genestealers, and worse. If there's anything that makes boarding actions even more terrifying than they already are, it's the knowledge that the enemy you're fighting might not be the only threat inside the ship. Void ships are massive, complex environments with countless dark corners and forgotten spaces where things can hide. And in the grim darkness of the 41st millennium, the things that hide in those spaces are often far worse than any conventional enemy force. Genestealers are perhaps the most iconic threat, associated with boarding actions and space hulks in Warhammer 40,000. These Tyranid organisms are vanguard creatures, sent ahead of the hive fleets to infiltrate and infest worlds in preparation for the coming swarm. They're perfectly adapted for life aboard space vessels, able to survive in vacuum, resistant to radiation, and possessing an alien cunning that makes them horrifyingly effective predators in the confined spaces of void ship corridors. A purer strain genestealer is a nightmare given physical form. It stands roughly human height, but is far stronger and faster than any human. Its six-limbed body is covered in a purple-blue carapace that provides natural armor against most weapons. Its hands and feet end in huge claws, capable of tearing through ceramite power armor. It has a grotesquely elongated head and a mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. But perhaps most terrifying is their speed. Genestealers move with lightning quickness, able to cross a corridor and close to melee range before most soldiers can react. They can cling to walls and ceilings, attacking from unexpected angles. They're intelligent enough to use tactics, setting ambushes, and coordinating their attacks. Worse still is the Genestealer's kiss, the method by which they infest new victims. Genestealers possess an ovipositor, a tube-like organ they use to implant genetic material into their victims. A person who receives the Genestealer's kiss doesn't die immediately. Instead, they're infected at the genetic level and placed under the psychic control of the Genestealer patriarch. They're compelled to return to their normal life, to hide what happened to them. And then, when they have children, those children are hybrid creatures, part human and part Genestealer. Over 4 generations, a single Genestealer can create an entire cult of hybrid servants who will help it spread further while appearing superficially human enough to blend into normal populations. This means that when you board a ship that's been infested with Genestealers, you're not just fighting the creatures themselves. You're also facing Genestealer cultists, human or hybrid servants of the broodmind, who might look almost normal but are absolutely fanatical in their devotion to the creatures they worship as gods. The first-generation hybrids are obviously non-human, with oversized heads, multiple arms, and clawed limbs. But by the 3rd and 4th generation, the hybrids can pass for human at casual inspection, meaning they might be hiding among the ship's crew or even in your own boarding force if the infestation has spread to your own vessel. Boarding a Genestealer-infested vessel or space hulk is a unique kind of nightmare. The standard tactics of corridor clearing and room breaching don't work as well because Genestealers don't hold positions like conventional soldiers. They ambush from above, dropping from vents or ceiling panels onto unsuspecting targets. They swarm from multiple directions, using their numbers and speed to overwhelm defenders. They fade back into the darkness after attacks, avoiding sustained combat in favor of hit-and-run tactics that gradually wear down their opponents. The psychological effect of fighting Genestealers is devastating. The creatures are alien in a way that even other Xenos aren't. There's something fundamentally wrong about them, something that triggers primal revulsion and fear in the human psyche. The sounds they make, clicking and hissing noises that echo through dark corridors, are unnerving. The idea that they might be hiding anywhere, that they could attack at any moment from any direction, creates a state of constant tension that exhausts soldiers mentally before they're ever physically challenged. Space hulks infested with Genestealers are the worst-case scenario. These massive conglomerations might host thousands or even tens of thousands of the creatures, along with multiple broodminds and patriarchs. The hulk's labyrinthine interior provides infinite hiding spots. Sections might be sealed off for centuries and then suddenly opened, releasing Genestealers that have been dormant for decades. The creatures have had unlimited time to prepare the environment, creating nests in strategic locations, setting up ambush points, and learning every passage and crawl space in their domain. The Imperium has protocols for dealing with Genestealer-infested vessels and hulks. Space Marine boarding actions against such threats usually involve Terminators, because the Tyrannid's tactical dreadnought armor provides the best protection against Genestealer claws. The iconic game Space Hulk, which has been released in various editions over the years, depicts exactly these kinds of missions. Small teams of Space Marine Terminators fighting through Genestealer-infested space hulks to achieve critical objectives. The mortality rate of such missions is horrific even for Space Marines. Entire Terminator squads have been lost to a single mission, their gene seed unrecoverable because no one survives to extract it from the fallen. But Genestealers aren't the only internal threat you might face during a boarding action. Chaos corruption takes many forms, and vessels that have been exposed to the warp or that serve traitor forces present their own unique horrors. A chaos-corrupted ship is not simply a vessel with hostile crew. The ship itself has often been changed by exposure to warp energies, warped into something that defies natural law. Demons might infest such vessels, entities of pure warp energy given form in the material realm. Unlike physical enemies, demons don't necessarily need to travel through corridors or follow physical laws. They might appear suddenly in any space, materializing from thin air or stepping out of shadows. They're immune to many conventional weapons. Only blessed or psychically charged weapons can reliably harm them. And their presence alone can drive mortals mad. The sight of a demon causing fear, despair, or insane rage in those who witness them. Chaos cultists and traitor Astartes are perhaps more conventionally dangerous, but no less horrifying. These are humans or space marines who have willingly embraced the ruinous powers, and in doing so, have often been twisted into something monstrous. They might bear mutations, extra limbs or sensory organs, or stranger changes wrought by their demonic patrons. They fight with fanatical zeal, welcoming death as a release into their god's embrace. They use corrupted weapons and have access to sorcerous powers that defy imperial understanding. The environment itself in a chaos ship can be hostile. The walls might whisper blasphemous truths that erode your sanity. The geometry of rooms might be wrong in ways your mind struggles to process. Time might flow strangely, with minutes feeling like hours, or vice versa. These effects make fighting in such vessels exhausting mentally, even if you never encounter a physical enemy. And all the while, the corruption is trying to seep into you, to find the cracks in your faith and exploit them, to turn you from a loyal servant of the Emperor into another puppet of the dark gods. Orc vessels present dangers that are more straightforward but no less lethal. Orcs inhabit their ships in massive numbers, with entire tribes living in what amounts to mobile fortresses. The ships are filthy, poorly maintained by imperial standards, and liable to explode or fall apart without warning. But they're defended by countless orcs who see any boarding action as a grand opportunity for a good fight. Orcs are incredibly tough, shrugging off wounds that would kill humans, and they're physically strong enough to tear a man apart with their bare hands. Boarding an orc vessel means fighting through wave after wave of greenskins, each one eager to prove their strength in combat, and knowing that every orc you kill will be replaced by 2 more rushing to join the fun. Even aboard apparently loyal Imperial vessels, there might be threats beyond the crew's control. Ancient ships sometimes harbor things in their forgotten sections, entities that have been sealed away for centuries and that the current crew might not even know exist. Rogue servitors, malfunctioning and hostile. Strange Xenos life forms that snuck aboard at some distant port. Machine spirits that have gone mad over long centuries. Ancient tech that activates unexpectedly, unleashing dangers that were supposed to be safely contained. These are rare threats, but on vessels that have been in service for millennia, the phrase, "we don't go to that section of ship," often exists for very good reasons. The strategic implications of these internal threats are significant. When planning a boarding action, you're not just concerned with the vessel's crew. You need intelligence on what else might be aboard. Is the ship infested? Has it shown signs of chaos corruption? What's its history? Where has it traveled? What kind of things might it have picked up along the way? Sometimes this intelligence exists, but often you're boarding blind, discovering threats only when you encounter them, by which point it's usually too late to adjust your plan. For defenders, internal threats can be as dangerous as external ones. A Genestealer infestation might remain hidden for years, the cult growing in the ship's underbelly, until some trigger causes them to rise up. When that happens, it's not a boarding action from outside, it's a civil war within the ship, as infected crew members attack their uninfected comrades. The paranoia this creates is crippling. You can't trust your fellow crew members. That person you've worked alongside for years might be a Genestealer hybrid waiting for the signal to attack. Security becomes impossible when the enemy is already inside and indistinguishable from loyal crew until they reveal themselves through violence. Strategic objectives and tactical nightmares. While we've spent considerable time discussing the experience and tactics of corridor combat during boarding actions, it's crucial to understand that these operations aren't conducted merely for the sake of fighting. Every boarding action has objectives, strategic goals that justify the tremendous cost in lives and resources required to assault a void ship. Understanding these objectives and the challenges of achieving them provides important context for why boarding actions are conducted despite their horrific nature. The most straightforward objective for a boarding action is to capture the vessel intact. Void ships are valuable assets, and some are irreplaceable. Ancient vessels might incorporate technology that the Imperium can no longer manufacture. Ships blessed by the Mechanicus might contain sacred machinery whose machine spirits cannot be replicated. In these cases, simply destroying the vessel with torpedoes or lance fire isn't acceptable. The ship must be taken, which means boarding it, fighting through its defenders, and reaching critical control points that allow you to secure the vessel before its crew can scuttle it. The bridge is the obvious primary target for any boarding action aimed at capturing a vessel. This is where the ship is commanded from, where the captain and senior officers direct all operations. If you can take the bridge, you can potentially control the entire ship, assuming its systems are still functioning and the crew is willing to accept new management. But, as we discussed earlier, the bridge is typically the most heavily defended location on the ship, positioned deep within its superstructure and protected by multiple layers of security and sealed bulkheads. The route to the bridge becomes a nightmare of prepared defenses, with every corridor a kill zone and every junction a potential death trap. Even if you successfully fight your way to the bridge, taking it is only the beginning. You then need to secure your hold on the vessel, which means controlling other critical locations. The Engineerium is essential, containing the plasma reactors and warp drives that power the ship. Without control of engineering, the crew can shut down power or destroy the engines, rendering your capture of the bridge meaningless. The armory needs to be secured to prevent the crew from accessing heavy weapons or conducting organized resistance. Communications centers must be taken to prevent the crew from calling for help or coordinating their defense. The life support systems need to be controlled, both to ensure you can keep the ship's atmosphere stable and to prevent the crew from using those systems against you. This creates a fundamental problem for boarding forces. You can't achieve all these objectives simultaneously because you don't have unlimited troops. You must prioritize, deciding which objectives are most critical and accepting that others might not be taken in time. Do you push for the bridge first, hoping to decapitate the command structure, but risk the crew destroying the engines before you can secure them? Or do you split your forces, sending smaller teams to multiple objectives, but risk those teams being defeated in detail because they lack sufficient strength to overcome prepared defenses? The time pressure of boarding actions intensifies these decisions. Many vessels have self-destruct systems, and a captain who knows they're about to lose their ship will often activate these systems rather than allow the vessel to fall into enemy hands. This means you might have only minutes from the time you breach the hull to reach the bridge and prevent the captain from initiating self-destruct protocols. Every minute spent fighting through corridors, every delay caused by sealed bulkheads or fierce resistance, brings you closer to catastrophic failure, where the entire ship explodes with you still inside it. Some boarding actions have different objectives entirely. Rather than capturing the vessel, you might be tasked with destroying it from within. This seems counterintuitive. Why board a ship just to blow it up when you could simply destroy it with external fire? The answer lies in certainty and preventing enemy response. If you destroy a ship from outside with torpedoes and lances, you might damage it heavily, but not destroy it completely, leaving it crippled but potentially salvageable. And the ship's crew has time to transmit final messages, to launch escape pods, to perform any number of actions before their death. But if you board the ship fight to the reactor or ammunition magazines, place explosive charges and detonate them. You guarantee the ship's destruction and give the crew no opportunity to respond. These demolition missions are often suicide runs. The boarding team knows they might not have time to fight their way back to extraction points after planting the charges. They're accepting death as the likely outcome, making the mission one of pure dedication, where success is measured not in personal survival, but in achieving the objective at any cost. Such missions are typically given to the most fanatical troops, whether that's Space Marines who view death in the Emperor's service as the ultimate honor, or penal legions who see it as a chance to redeem themselves in death after lives of failure. Intelligence gathering is another common objective for boarding actions. An enemy vessel might contain information that's too valuable to lose. Codebooks, star charts, intelligence on enemy dispositions or plans, captured Imperial personnel who know sensitive information. In these cases, the objective isn't to take or destroy the ship. It's to reach specific locations, acquire the intelligence, and extract before the enemy can respond effectively. These missions require speed and precision rather than the grinding advance of a general assault. Small, elite teams are typically used, striking fast to their objectives and withdrawing before the defense can organize. The challenge with intelligence gathering missions is that you often don't know exactly where your objective is located. You might know it's somewhere in the administrative sections of the ship, but those sections might comprise dozens of decks and hundreds of compartments. You need to search while simultaneously fighting off defenders and working against a ticking clock, because the longer you're aboard, the more likely you are to be overwhelmed by responding enemy forces. And all the while, you need to worry about the enemy destroying the intelligence you're trying to capture. Smart commanders will have protocols to destroy sensitive materials if the ship is boarded, meaning you need to reach your objectives before those protocols are executed. Space Hulk missions deserve special mention because their objectives are unique and their challenges extreme. The Imperium sends boarding parties into Space Hulks primarily to search for ancient technology and archaeotech. These massive derelicts might contain ships that are thousands of years old, potentially housing technology from the dark age of technology that would be invaluable if recovered. But Space Hulks are also incredibly dangerous, infested with genestealers and other horrors, structurally unstable, and prone to slipping back into the warp without warning. The time pressure on Space Hulk missions is immense. A Hulk might only be in real space for days or even hours before it transitions back into the warp. If you're still aboard when that happens, you're lost, condemned to drift through the warp until you either die or the Hulk returns to real space at some random point in the future, assuming you somehow survive that long. This means every Space Hulk mission is a race against time, with boarding parties trying to locate valuable technology, extract it, and evacuate before the Hulk's warp drives activate. The tactical challenges of achieving objectives in any boarding action are compounded by the difficulty of maintaining coordination and communication. In conventional warfare, commanders have overwatch, aerial reconnaissance, communications networks that allow them to track the progress of their forces and adjust plans based on real-time intelligence. In boarding actions, none of this exists. Once your forces breach the hull and push into the enemy ship, you often lose direct communication with them. The ship's structure blocks Vox signals. Enemy jamming disrupts communications. Individual units become isolated, fighting their own battles with no awareness of how the larger operation is progressing. This means that boarding actions often devolve into a series of independent small unit actions rather than a coordinated assault. Squad leaders make their own tactical decisions based on local conditions. Units discover objectives that weren't part of the original plan and have to decide whether to pursue them or stick to their assigned missions. The chaos of it all means that successful boarding actions often succeed not through perfect execution of a plan, but through the aggregate of 1,000 individual decisions made by soldiers in the thick of combat who simply keep pushing forward despite not knowing the larger picture. Navigation itself becomes a challenge that can determine success or failure. Imperial void ships rarely have clear signage or maps that would help orient boarders. The corridors all look similar, the architecture is repetitive, and after fighting through dozens of identical passageways, it's easy to become lost. Some boarding forces bring specialist navigators or use Auspex equipment to track their position, but these methods are imperfect. Getting lost in an enemy ship during a boarding action is a death sentence. You exhaust your ammunition fighting through sections that don't bring you closer to your objectives. You become separated from your fellows. Eventually, you're surrounded and cut down, having achieved nothing. The psychological burden of these operations weighs heavily on the soldiers conducting them. You're advancing into unknown territory with unclear information about the layout, the defenses, or even whether your objectives are achievable. You're watching friends and brothers die around you with no certainty that their deaths are accomplishing anything meaningful. The mission parameters might change during the operation based on new information or changing circumstances, and you might not even know about it because communications are disrupted. You're simply told to keep fighting, to keep advancing, to trust that somewhere up the chain of command, someone knows what they're doing and that this nightmare you're living through serves some greater purpose. The aftermath: victory or death. Eventually, every boarding action reaches a conclusion. The attackers achieve their objectives, or they fail and die trying, or some middle ground is reached where partial success is deemed acceptable. But regardless of the outcome, the cost of void ship boarding actions in the 41st millennium is always measured in blood. Let's examine what happens when the fighting finally stops, or at least slows to the point where someone can claim victory. If the attackers achieve their primary objectives, if they capture the vessel or accomplish their mission and survive to see the end of it, they're left with the aftermath. Bodies litter the corridors, both friendly and enemy. The ship is damaged, systems offline or malfunctioning from combat damage. The atmosphere might be compromised in multiple sections. Fires might still be burning in compartments that haven't been reached. And there's the grim work of consolidation, securing the vessel fully, rooting out any remaining resistance, and beginning the process of restoration. The casualty rates of successful boarding actions are often appalling. Losses of 30 to 50% are not uncommon for the assaulting force, even in operations that are considered successful. These casualties are concentrated among the units that made the initial breach and led the advance, meaning that elite formations often suffer the worst losses. Space Marine companies that participate in boarding actions might lose significant portions of their strength, casualties that take decades to replace, given the time required to recruit and train new battle brothers. For the defending force, unsuccessful defense means death or capture for most of the crew. Those who survive the actual fighting often die in the aftermath as attackers conduct searches through the ship, rooting out anyone hiding in the countless compartments and passageways. The fate of captured crew depends on who has taken the ship. If it's other Imperial forces, you might survive to face interrogation and potential return to service, assuming you can prove you didn't surrender dishonorably. If Chaos forces have taken the ship, death would be preferable to what awaits you. If Orcs or Tyranids have boarded successfully, there are no survivors, just biomass to be consumed or more bodies to add to the horde. The ships themselves rarely survive boarding actions undamaged. The fighting tears through their interiors, damaging systems, breaching bulkheads, causing fires and explosive decompression. Even when the ship is captured relatively intact, it requires extensive repairs before it can be put back into service. These repairs might take months or years, depending on the severity of the damage and the availability of repair facilities. Some vessels are so badly damaged that they're written off entirely, relegated to salvage or scuttling despite the effort taken to capture them. There's also the grim calculus of whether boarding actions are worth conducting in the first place. The resources required to train and equip elite boarding troops are substantial. The losses suffered in these operations are difficult to replace. And the objectives achieved, while sometimes valuable, don't always justify the cost. This is why boarding actions are relatively rare in the grand scope of void warfare. Most combat between void ships is resolved through conventional weapons fire, with boarding reserved for special circumstances where the potential gain justifies the terrible cost. When boarding actions go badly for the attackers, when the mission fails and the boarding force is wiped out or forced to retreat, the lessons learned are written in blood. Failed boarding actions teach commanders about the challenges of these operations in the most brutal way possible. They reveal the inadequacies of doctrine, the limitations of equipment, the difficulty of achieving objectives against determined resistance in the confined spaces of void ship interiors. And they consume valuable troops whose training and experience are lost forever when they die in enemy corridors, far from any hope of recovery. Extraction from a successful boarding action is itself a challenge that's often underestimated. You've achieved your objectives, secured the critical locations, neutralized the defenders. Now you need to get your troops off the ship, either to return to your own vessels or to establish control if you're occupying the captured ship. But the routes you used to enter might no longer be viable. The boarding torpedoes are one-way craft, abandoned at their breach points. Assault boats that drop troops off need to return and extract them, but they might not be able to reach all the extraction points if some areas are still too hot with fighting or are blocked by damage. Sometimes units get left behind, cut off from extraction routes by enemy counterattacks or by ship damage that renders passages impassable. These soldiers face the choice of trying to fight their way to alternate extraction points or hunkering down to wait for rescue that might never come. Some survive through sheer determination, holding out in fortified positions until relief forces reach them. Others die alone in enemy corridors, their final stands unknown and unremembered because there's no one left to tell their stories. The psychological aftermath for survivors is rarely discussed in Imperial doctrine, but it's significant. Soldiers who have fought through boarding actions carry those experiences with them. The claustrophobia, the close-range violence, the uncertainty and fear, all of it leaves marks. Many develop what would be recognized as post-traumatic stress in other contexts, though the Imperium rarely acknowledges such conditions. Veterans of boarding actions often request assignment to any other duty rather than face another such mission. Even Space Marines, genetically engineered and psychologically conditioned to handle the stress of warfare, can be affected by particularly brutal boarding actions. The ships that survive boarding actions often bear scars that never fully heal. Sections that were vented to vacuum might not be fully repaired, left as dead zones in the ship's interior. Compartments where particularly fierce fighting occurred might be sealed off and declared cursed or haunted by superstitious crew. The machine spirits of ships that have been violated by enemy boarding are said to never quite recover, their functioning affected in subtle ways by the trauma of having been infiltrated and fought over. Whether there's any truth to this, or whether it's simply the result of imperfect repairs and battle damage that was never fully addressed, the end result is that ships that have been boarded are often considered unlucky or problematic by future crews. For Space Marine chapters, the loss of battle brothers in boarding actions has implications beyond the immediate tactical concerns. Each fallen Marine represents decades of training and genetic legacy lost. If the gene seed cannot be recovered because bodies are irretrievable in the aftermath of the action, it's a blow to the chapter's future. This is why some chapters are reluctant to commit to boarding actions unless absolutely necessary, preferring other methods of achieving their objectives that don't risk their precious gene seed in the meat grinder of shipboard combat. The Imperium as a whole treats boarding actions as necessary evils, operations that must sometimes be conducted despite their terrible cost because the alternatives are worse. The doctrines exist, the training is conducted, the specialized equipment is maintained, all in recognition that void ship boarding actions will continue to be necessary as long as humanity fights in space. But there's no glory in these operations the way there might be in conventional battles. They're dirty, brutal, grinding affairs where survival is often more about luck than skill, and where the only reward for success is that you live to face the same nightmare another day. In conclusion, We've journeyed through the nightmare that is void shipboarding actions in Warhammer 40,000, examining every aspect of this uniquely horrifying form of warfare. From the violence of the initial breach to the grinding combat in narrow corridors, from the environmental hazards that make ships death traps to the psychological toll of fighting in confined spaces against enemies that might be lurking around every corner, we've seen why these operations are among the most dreaded assignments in Imperial service. The reality of boarding actions defies romanticization. This is not warfare as glorious battle. This is combat at its most primal and claustrophobic, where all the advantages of technology and doctrine are stripped away, and what remains is simply the question of whether you have the courage and skill to walk into a kill zone and somehow survive to reach your objectives. The casualty rates speak for themselves. The psychological damage to survivors is profound. The ships themselves rarely survive undamaged, and yet these operations continue because sometimes they're the only way to achieve critical objectives. Because sometimes the value of capturing or destroying a ship from within justifies the terrible cost of doing so. For the soldiers who conduct boarding actions, whether they're Space Marines in power armor, Voidsmen at arms in their void suits, or any of the countless others who fight in ship corridors, each operation is a test of everything they are. It tests their courage, their faith in the Emperor, their trust in their squad mates, their willingness to walk into horror and keep fighting when every instinct screams at them to flee. Many fail this test and die as a result. Those who pass it are forever changed, carrying with them the memory of what it means to fight in the most hostile environment imaginable, inside a ship that's simultaneously a war machine, a habitat, and a tomb. The next time you look at the impressive void battles depicted in Warhammer 40,000 lore, the grand naval engagements with their lance strikes and torpedo spreads, remember that sometimes the outcome of these battles is determined not by the ships themselves, but by the actions of small groups of soldiers fighting and dying in corridors most people will never see. Remember the boarding torpedo crews riding missiles into enemy hulls. Remember the Voidsmen at arms defending their ships against impossible odds. Remember the Space Marines fighting through Genestealer-infested space hulks. Remember the countless unnamed soldiers who died in unnamed corridors aboard forgotten ships, their sacrifices enabling the Imperium to claim one more victory in a war that will never end. This is the reality of boarding actions in the grim darkness of the far future. This is what it means to fight in the void. This is the price that must be paid to wage war in space, where the battles take place, not on the hulls of ships, but within them, in a nightmare of narrow corridors, unknown enemies, and certain death awaiting those who falter for even a moment. If you found this deep dive into the horrifying reality of void ship boarding actions fascinating, and want to see more detailed explorations of Warhammer 40k lore, please like this video and subscribe to the channel. There's so much more to explore in the 41st millennium, and your support ensures we can continue bringing you these comprehensive, atmospheric looks into the darkness that defines the universe of Warhammer 40,000. There are moments in the vast darkness of the 41st millennium when even the Emperor's finest warriors must confront a horror beyond any alien menace or demonic incursion. It is not the pain of their own death that brings dread to these superhuman hearts, for death in service to the Imperium is the very purpose for which they were created. No, the true nightmare, the one that can break even the iron will of an Adeptus Astartes, is watching everything they fought for, everyone they loved, and the entire legacy of their brotherhood crumble into dust before their eyes. This is the story of what happens when a Space Marine watches his chapter die. To understand the depths of this tragedy, we must first comprehend what a Space Marine chapter truly represents. These are not merely military units or collections of superhuman warriors. A chapter is a living legacy stretching back thousands of years, a brotherhood forged in blood and fire, bound together by genetic heritage and shared purpose. Each chapter carries within it the essence of its founding Primarch, the gene seed that transforms mortal boys into angels of death, and traditions that have been carefully maintained across millennia. When a space marine looks at his battle brothers, he sees not just comrades in arms, but the physical manifestation of an unbroken chain reaching back to the Great Crusade itself. He sees the faces of his trainers, the veterans who taught him the ways of war, the scouts who fought beside him as he earned his power armor, and the brothers with whom he has shared countless battles across the stars. The bond between Space Marines transcends ordinary human friendship. From the moment a young aspirant is selected, usually between the ages of 10 and 14, his entire existence is reshaped. The brutal implantation process begins, where 19 specialized organs are grafted into his growing body over the course of years. Each organ serves a specific purpose, transforming him from a mere mortal into something far greater. But beyond the physical transformation, there is a psychological conditioning that runs deeper than any hypno-indoctrination. These warriors train together, bleed together, and learn together in their chapters' halls. They recite the same litanies, honor the same heroes, and carry forward the same traditions that their predecessors maintained for thousands of years. When a Space Marine fights, he carries with him not just his own strength, but the accumulated wisdom, courage, and sacrifice of every brother who came before him. The Fortress Monastery stands as the physical embodiment of this legacy. These massive structures, whether carved into mountainsides, built upon death worlds, or floating through the void in ancient battle barges, serve as more than mere military installations. They are sacred spaces where the chapter's history lives and breathes. Within their walls hang the battle standards of companies long since fallen, their fabric stained with the blood of heroes. The halls echo with chants that have been sung for millennia, unchanged since the days when the Emperor himself walked among humanity. The chapels house relics of incalculable value, fragments of armor worn by legendary warriors, weapons that have slain demon princes and alien warlords, and the very gene seed reserves that represent the chapter's future. For a Space Marine, his Fortress Monastery is more than a home. It is a living connection to every brother who has ever served, a repository of their collective soul. The gene seed itself represents perhaps the most sacred aspect of a chapter's existence. These genetic materials, harvested from the progenoid glands of fallen warriors, carry within them the biological legacy of the Primarchs. Without gene seed, there can be no new Space Marines. Without new Space Marines, a chapter cannot replace its losses. The apothecaries who guard and maintain these precious materials understand that they hold quite literally the future of their brotherhood in their hands. Each vial of gene seed represents a fallen brother's gift to the chapter, his final contribution ensuring that the fight will continue even after his death. The loss of gene seed stockpiles, whether through battle, accident, or the slow degradation that can afflict genetic material over centuries, represents an existential threat that no amount of courage or tactical brilliance can overcome. Now, imagine being the Space Marine who watches all of this begin to crumble. The paths to chapter extinction are varied, but they all lead to the same terrible destination. Some chapters meet their end in a single catastrophic moment, a flash of destruction so complete that there is no time for grief, no opportunity for last stands or final prayers. The Crimson Fists nearly suffered this fate when a rogue missile from their own planetary defense system struck the main arsenal of their Fortress Monastery on Rin's world in 989 of the 41st millennium. The explosion was so massive that it could be seen from orbit, a pillar of fire and destruction that reduced centuries of accumulated history to ash in seconds. More than 3/4 of the chapter died in that instant, trapped within the very walls that were supposed to protect them. Chapter Master Pedro Cantor survived only because he had been inspecting the outer defenses with a small group of battle brothers when the missile struck. They felt the ground shake beneath their feet, saw the mushroom cloud rising from what had been their home, and knew with terrible certainty that everything they had known was gone. The Astral Knights chose their extinction deliberately, a calculated sacrifice that would save billions of Imperial citizens from a threat beyond imagining. When the Necron world engine emerged in the Vidar sector in 926 of the 41st millennium, it represented a weapon of such devastating power that conventional military responses proved utterly inadequate. This planet-sized spacecraft, armed with Gauss projectors capable of scorching entire worlds clean of life, had already destroyed multiple Imperial planets. Void shields of impossible strength rendered it immune to bombardment, while its own weapons tore through Imperial Navy vessels as easily as a chainsword through flesh. 15 Space Marine chapters, supported by elements of the Imperial Navy, attempted to overwhelm the world engine through sheer valor and firepower. 12 times they launched their attacks. 12 times they were thrown back with massive casualties. Chapter Master Artur Amhrad of the Astral Knights understood that conventional tactics would never succeed. The solution he proposed was as brilliant as it was terrible. The chapter would ram their flagship, the battle barge Tempestus, directly into the world engine's shields at full speed. If the ancient vessel could penetrate those impossible defenses, the Astral Knights would deploy directly onto the Necron construct's surface and destroy it from within. The plan had one fatal flaw. There would be no extraction, no rescue, no possibility of survival. Every battle brother who boarded that ship knew with absolute certainty that they would never leave the world engine alive. But they also knew that their sacrifice might save billions of innocent lives. And for a Space Marine, that calculation is simple. 772 Astral Knights deployed onto the world engine's surface. For 100 hours, they fought against tens of thousands of Necron warriors, destroying flux generators, weapon forges, and command nodes. Each victory came at a terrible price, paid in the blood of heroes. One by one, the Astral Knights fell, their numbers dwindling with each passing hour. Chapter Master Amrad and 5 battle brothers reached the deepest part of the world engine, where the command arrays that controlled the vessel's shields and weapons were housed. In a final act of heroism, Amrad detonated melter charges that brought down the shields and silenced the weapons. The Astral Knights were gone, but their sacrifice was not in vain. The Imperial Navy destroyed the world engine with volley after volley of cyclonic torpedoes, avenging the fallen and saving countless worlds from destruction. But extinction need not come in a single apocalyptic moment. Some chapters die slowly, ground down by attrition over decades or even centuries. This slower death might be in some ways more terrible, for it gives the surviving warriors time to understand what is happening, to watch their brotherhood fade away piece by piece, battle by battle. Consider a chapter that begins with minor defeats, the kind that are inevitable in the endless wars of the Imperium. A company is ambushed by Eldar raiders, suffering casualties that would normally be replaced within a few years through recruitment and training. But perhaps the chapter's recruiting worlds have been ravaged by orc invasions, their populations depleted or scattered. The aspirants who would have become the next generation of Space Marines never arrive, or arrive in numbers too small to replace the losses. Meanwhile, the chapter continues to fight. The Imperium's need for Space Marine intervention never diminishes, and a chapter cannot simply withdraw from the field because its numbers are reduced. Each battle brings new casualties. Veteran sergeants who have fought for centuries fall to bolter fire or alien claws. Tactical Marines who had only recently earned their power armor are torn apart by Tyranid bioweapons. Devastator squads are wiped out by demon-summoned warp fire. And slowly, inexorably, the chapter's strength diminishes. What was once 10 full companies becomes 9, then 8, then 7. The chapter master makes increasingly difficult decisions about which campaigns to prioritize, which calls for aid to answer, and which to reluctantly decline. Battle brothers who survived begin to recognize a terrible truth in the eyes of their remaining brothers. They are not just fighting the Imperium's enemies, they are fighting against time itself, racing to accomplish something meaningful before the inevitable end arrives. The first signs that a chapter is approaching extinction manifest in ways both obvious and subtle. The fortress monastery begins to feel different. Halls that once echoed with the sounds of training exercises and recited litanies grow quieter as fewer voices remain to fill them. The armory, which should hold racks upon racks of weapons and armor sets ready for deployment, shows increasing gaps where fallen brothers' wargear has not been replaced. The Chapter Masters' Council, which tradition dictates should include the captains of all 10 companies, plus senior officers, meets around a table with more and more empty chairs. When the chapter assembles for ceremonies or briefings, the formations look thinner, the gaps between warriors wider. For the individual Space Marine watching this decline, each loss carries a weight that accumulates over time. In the beginning, death is an expected part of warfare. Battle brothers fall, their gene seed is recovered, their names are added to the rolls of honor, and life continues. But as numbers dwindle, each death becomes more personal, more devastating. That veteran sergeant who trained you when you were a scout, who taught you how to properly aim a bolter, who shared stories of campaigns fought before you were born, he falls in battle against Chaos Space Marines, his armor breached by a chain axe. The apothecary recovers his gene seed, but the knowledge, the experience, the 1,000 small lessons he carried are gone forever. That tactical Marine who fought beside you through a dozen war zones, whose presence at your shoulder became as familiar as your own heartbeat. He is torn apart by tyrannid bioweapons, dissolved into organic slurry before the apothecary can reach him. His gene seed is lost, and with it, the opportunity to create new brothers from his legacy. As the chapter's numbers continue to decline, the survivors begin to see patterns that fill them with dread. The scouts, those young warriors still earning their place in the chapter, die in disproportionate numbers. They lack the experience to avoid rookie mistakes, the veteran wisdom that keeps a Space Marine alive in impossible situations. And there are no new scouts arriving to replace them, for the recruiting worlds lie barren, or the chapter lacks the apothecaries and trainers necessary to properly transform new aspirants. The veterans, those warriors with centuries of experience, fall to the law of averages. Even the most skilled warrior can be overwhelmed by sufficient force or caught by an unlucky shot. Each veteran who falls takes with him irreplaceable knowledge. The best ways to combat orc warlords, the weak points in Necron tomb complexes, the rituals necessary to maintain ancient weapons that the chapter's remaining tech marines do not fully understand. The psychological weight of watching this slow extinction is crushing in ways that normal humans could never fully comprehend. Space Marines are psychologically conditioned to feel no fear in the face of death, to welcome their own demise as a fulfillment of their purpose. But they are not conditioned to watch everything they love die around them while they survive. Each morning, a Space Marine wakes to see fewer brothers in the training cages, fewer voices raised in morning prayers, fewer faces he recognizes from years of shared service. He walks through halls where his footsteps echo too loudly in the emptiness. He performs his duties knowing that each task might be the last time it is properly done, for there may be no one left with the knowledge to continue the tradition. The chapter's leadership faces impossible decisions. The chapter master, who bears ultimate responsibility for his brothers' lives and the chapter's survival, must balance the need to answer the Imperium's calls for aid against the mathematical reality of their declining numbers. Does he commit the chapter's remaining forces to a desperate battle that might save a critical world, but will certainly cost more irreplaceable lives? Or does he husband their strength, fighting only when necessary, and risk allowing Imperial worlds to fall for want of Space Marine intervention? There are no good answers, only the choice between different kinds of failure. Company captains watch their companies shrink from 100 warriors to 50, then to 20, then to a handful. Do they merge the survivors with other companies, erasing distinct company identities that have existed for thousands of years? Or do they maintain the fiction of separate companies, even when each one barely has enough warriors to fill a single combat squad? The chaplains and librarians who shepherd the chapter's spiritual health face their own crisis. How do you maintain morale among warriors who can clearly see their brotherhood dying? How do you inspire courage and dedication when every brother knows that they are fighting a battle they cannot win? The chaplains preach of duty and honor, reminding their brothers that the manner of their death matters more than its timing. They speak of the heroes who came before, who faced impossible odds and never wavered. But even the most inspiring sermons cannot entirely mask the reality that weighs on every warrior's mind. The chapter is dying, and they can do nothing to stop it. The apothecaries, tasked with maintaining the chapter's gene seed stocks and harvesting the precious progenoid glands from fallen brothers, watch their reserves dwindle with each passing engagement. They know better than anyone how perilous the chapter's situation has become. Gene seed takes years to mature within a Space Marine's body. The progenoid gland in the neck can be harvested after 5 years, while the one in the chest requires 10 years to reach maturity. But if brothers are dying faster than gene seed can be harvested and used to create new warriors, the mathematics become inexorable. The chapter cannot replace its losses, and each battle brings it closer to the point of no return. Some apothecaries become obsessed with recovering every scrap of gene seed, taking terrible risks on the battlefield to reach fallen brothers before their genetic legacy is lost. Others work desperately in their laboratoriums, trying to accelerate the maturation process or find ways to coax new organs from damaged gene seed. But the Emperor's genetic work was perfect, and what is perfect cannot be improved by lesser minds. The chapter's tech marines and artificers face their own desperate struggle. Power armor damaged in battle must be repaired, but their chapter lacks the resources to properly maintain its war gear. Ancient suits of Terminator armor, irreplaceable relics from the chapter's founding, show damage that cannot be fully fixed. Weapon systems malfunction and must be cannibalized for parts to keep other weapons functioning. The chapter's vehicles, from Land Raiders to Rhino transports to the precious few dreadnoughts that still function, require constant maintenance that the reduced tech marine cadre struggles to provide. Each piece of equipment that fails permanently is another loss the chapter cannot afford, another capability that will never be recovered. The decline affects every aspect of chapter life in ways both large and small. The great feast halls, built to accommodate hundreds of warriors, host dinners where the survivors cluster together in small groups, trying to ignore the acres of empty tables surrounding them. The training cages, where neophytes once learned the ways of war under the watchful eyes of veteran instructors, stand mostly silent. The chapter's fleet, which once deployed across multiple sectors simultaneously, concentrates its reduced strength in fewer and fewer vessels. Strike cruisers designed to carry entire companies now house the scattered remnants of multiple companies combined. Battle barges that once led grand crusades across the stars sit in dock, their crews reduced to skeleton watchers, their weapons silent. And through it all, the survivors fight on. This is perhaps the most terrible aspect of watching a chapter die. The warriors who remain do not have the luxury of mourning, of processing their grief, of coming to terms with what is happening. They are Space Marines, the Emperor's chosen defenders of humanity, and the galaxy's need for their service never diminishes. Worlds must be defended, traitors must be purged, Xenos threats must be eliminated. So they strap on their battered armor, check their weapons, recite the same prayers their brothers have spoken for 10,000 years, and go forth to battle once more. They fight with the desperation of men who know each engagement might be their last, not because they might die, but because their chapter might die with them. Consider the weight carried by a veteran sergeant who has served for 300 years, who has watched his entire generation of battle brothers fall one by one until he alone remains. He trains scouts, knowing he will never see most of them earn their power armor. He leads squads into battle, knowing that some of them will not return and there may be no one to replace them. He maintains the traditions and rituals of his company, knowing that he might be the last to remember them properly. Every time he removes his helmet after battle and sees the empty spaces in his squad, he must force himself to continue, to not give in to the grief that would overwhelm a normal human. He is Adeptus Astartes, and he does not have the luxury of despair. The moment when a chapter realizes it has passed the point of no return, that extinction is now inevitable rather than merely possible, is one of the darkest in all the Imperium's history. Sometimes this realization comes suddenly, perhaps in a catastrophic battle where the chapter commits everything it has left, hoping to accomplish one final great deed before the end. The survivors, if any remain, look around at their handful of brothers and understand that this is all that remains of a legacy spanning millennia. More often, the realization comes gradually, as the chapter master and his advisors review casualty reports and gene seed inventories and understand that the numbers no longer work. Even if they cease all combat operations immediately, even if they somehow acquired enough suitable aspirants, even if every implantation succeeded perfectly, they cannot rebuild to sustainable levels before the last veteran dies of old age, or the chapter is officially disbanded by the High Lords of Terror for falling below minimum strength requirements. When the fortress monastery itself falls, whether to enemy assault or simply to abandonment, when the chapter can no longer maintain or defend it, the surviving Space Marines experience something close to what normal humans might call heartbreak. These warriors, conditioned to feel no fear and minimal emotional attachment, find themselves walking through empty halls one final time before they depart forever. They pass the chapel where they took their final oaths as full battle brothers. They see the trophy rooms filled with captured enemy banners and the skulls of defeated foes. They walk through the armory where they first donned their power armor. They visit the Reclusium where they prayed before every battle. They stand in the Hall of Heroes where statues of the chapter's greatest warriors watch over their descendants with blind stone eyes. The chaplains remove the chapter's most sacred relics, the few items precious and portable enough to take when they leave. The fragment of armor supposedly worn by their Primarch during the Great Crusade. The ancient power sword that has been wielded by every chapter master since the chapter's founding. The chapter's battle standards, stained with the blood of heroes across 10,000 years. These items must be preserved, for they represent the physical manifestation of the chapter's soul. Everything else, all the accumulated history and tradition that cannot be carried, must be abandoned. Some chapters have been known to destroy their own fortress monasteries rather than let them fall into enemy hands or be picked over by scavengers. They set charges in the ancient stone, collapse the training halls and armories and chapels, bury the sacred spaces beneath tons of rubble. It is a kind of funeral, a way of ensuring that if the chapter must die, at least its home will die with dignity. The burden of being among the last survivors of a dying chapter manifests in different ways across different warriors. Some embrace a kind of fatalism, understanding that their end is inevitable, and finding peace in the knowledge that they will die as they lived, fighting for the Emperor. These warriors often become incredibly focused on their immediate duties, losing themselves in the rituals of maintenance and preparation, living entirely in the moment because to think of the future is to contemplate oblivion. They clean their weapons with meditative precision, perform their devotions with absolute focus, and in battle, fight with a calm determination that can be mistaken for fearlessness when it is actually something closer to acceptance. Others are consumed by a desperate urgency, driven by the need to accomplish something meaningful before the end. These warriors volunteer for the most dangerous missions, throw themselves into impossible battles, and push themselves and their remaining brothers to the absolute limit of their capabilities. They reason that if the chapter must die, it will die with glory, with its name spoken in awe by the Imperium's defenders for centuries to come. They seek out the most dangerous enemies, the most critical battles, the chances to make a difference that will echo through history. Sometimes, this desperation leads to genuine heroism, to last stands that become legend. Other times, it leads to unnecessary sacrifice, to brothers dying in battles that accomplish nothing, because the warrior in question could no longer bear the weight of survival. A few survivors fall into something close to despair, though they would never name it as such. Space Marines are conditioned against such weakness, trained to view emotion as a failure of discipline. But conditioning can only do so much against the reality of watching everything you love die around you. These warriors become withdrawn, performing their duties with mechanical precision, but no longer finding purpose in them. They may continue to fight, for a Space Marine's conditioning runs deep, but they fight as automatons, going through the motions because it is what they have always done. The chaplains watch such warriors carefully, for while Space Marines cannot truly fall to despair in the human sense, they can lose the fire that makes them more than merely superhuman killing machines. The very last Space Marine of a chapter carries a burden that defies description. He is not merely the last survivor of his brotherhood. He is the entire brotherhood, the sole living repository of its traditions, its battle honors, its secret rituals and private jokes, its particular interpretation of the Codex Astartes, and its unique relationship with the Emperor's light. Every story ever told in the chapter's halls lives only in his memory now. Every lesson passed down from veteran to scout, every tactical innovation developed over centuries of warfare, every tradition maintained across millennia. All of it exists solely within his consciousness. If he dies without passing on this knowledge, it dies with him, and the chapter will be truly extinct, erased, as thoroughly as if it had never existed. This last warrior faces impossible choices. Does he continue to fight, accepting that his death will come eventually, and the chapter's legacy will die with him? Does he seek out a successor chapter descended from the same genetic lineage, hoping to pass on at least fragments of his chapter's traditions? Does he enter the service of the Death Watch, the chamber militant of the Ordo Xenos, where Space Marines from dying or defunct chapters often find purpose in their final years? Or does he simply disappear into the vastness of the galaxy, a lone warrior without home or brothers, fighting the Emperor's enemies wherever he finds them until his end comes? Some last survivors have been known to seek out their chapter's gene seed tithes held in the vaults of Mars, hoping that perhaps in some distant future, the Adeptus Mechanicus might use that genetic material to found a new chapter. They donate their own gene seed, their armor, their weapons, everything that might help preserve some fragment of what their chapter was. They record every memory they can, speaking their chapter's history into data slates, hoping that someone, someday, might care enough to listen. And then, their final duty complete, they go forth to find an ending worthy of everything that came before. The Imperium's response to chapter extinction is bureaucratic, in a way that can seem callous to those who do not understand the sheer scale of the wars being fought. A chapter is officially declared extinct when it falls below 100 battle brothers and cannot be rebuilt to sustainable levels, or when its chapter master is confirmed dead, along with its entire command structure, and no successor can be identified. The declaration comes from the High Lords of Terror, usually on the recommendation of the Administratum officials who monitor Space Marine chapter strengths across the Imperium. The chapter's name is removed from the active rolls of the Adeptus Astartes and added to the growing list of lost chapters, a list that now numbers into the hundreds over the 10 millennia since the Horus Heresy. The chapter's gene seed, if any remains in storage, is transferred to the vaults of the Adeptus Mechanicus on Mars. This genetic material represents valuable biological data that might be used in future foundings, and the Mechanicus guards it jealously. The chapter's territories, if it possessed any recruiting worlds or maintained feudal authority over certain systems, revert to the control of the Administratum or are granted to other imperial institutions. The chapter's former allies and trading partners must establish new relationships with other chapters. The Imperial Guard regiments that regularly fought alongside the chapter must adjust to working with different Space Marine forces, if any are available. For the individual citizens of worlds that the chapter protected or recruited from, the loss can be devastating in more personal ways. A chapter that has defended the same sector for thousands of years becomes woven into the local culture, its heroes becoming figures of legend, its symbols appearing on local shrines, and its battle honors celebrated in annual festivals. When such a chapter dies, entire planetary populations can go into mourning, their prayers taking on a tone of desperate loss. Some worlds petition for another chapter to take up protection duties, though such requests are rarely granted given the limited number of Space Marine chapters and the infinite needs of the Imperium. In rare cases, when a chapter has been particularly notable or possessed unique qualities deemed valuable, the High Lords may authorize the creation of a successor chapter, using the extinct chapter's gene seed. The Sable Swords were founded specifically to replace the Astral Knights after that chapter's sacrifice destroyed the world engine. This new chapter took possession of the Astral Knights' fortress monastery and inherited some of their traditions, though they could never truly replicate what was lost. The Sable Swords bore colors similar to their predecessors and trained in some of the same combat doctrines, but they were and remain a different chapter, lacking the history, the accumulated wisdom, and the particular character that made the Astral Knights unique. The ways in which extinct chapters are remembered vary considerably. Some chapters, like the Astral Knights, are remembered as heroes, their sacrifice commemorated in monuments, and their names spoken with reverence. The shrine on Safehold, constructed from the wreckage of the battle barge Tempestus, and containing statues of all 772 Astral Knights who died destroying the world engine, serves as a permanent memorial guarded by Space Marines from multiple chapters. Pilgrims come from across the sector to pay their respects, and the story of the Astral Knight's sacrifice is taught in Schola Progenium facilities as an example of the ultimate devotion to duty. Other chapters fade into obscurity, their names remembered only in dusty archives and ancient records. The Imperium of Man spans 1 million worlds across the galaxy, fights on 10,000 fronts simultaneously, and loses entire armies in battles that leave barely a footnote in the grand chronicle of human history. A Space Marine chapter, for all its might and glory, is still just one among approximately 1,000 such organizations. When a relatively minor chapter is destroyed fighting against a Tyranid splinter fleet in some forgotten corner of the galaxy, there may be no grand monuments, no inspiring stories told to future generations. There may be only a brief notation in the Administratum records that Chapter 10 is now listed as extinct, a line in a ledger that no one will ever read. Some chapters are actively erased from history, their names struck from all records, and their existence denied by official decree. This fate typically befalls chapters that fell to chaos corruption or were declared excommunicate traitoris for heresy or rebellion. The Imperium does not want to acknowledge that Space Marines, the Emperor's chosen defenders, can fall from grace so completely. And so these chapters are forgotten deliberately, their fortress monasteries destroyed, their surviving records purged, their very existence treated as if it never happened. This enforced forgetting is perhaps the cruelest fate of all, for it means that the loyal service these chapters rendered before their fall is erased along with the crimes that ended them. The philosophical question of what it means for a chapter to die touches on the nature of identity itself. When the last battle brother falls, when the final gene seed is lost or transferred to the vaults of Mars, when the fortress monastery lies empty and silent, what exactly has died? The individual Space Marines who comprise the chapter are gone, certainly, but Space Marines die in battle constantly across the Imperium. What makes the extinction of an entire chapter different from the death of individual warriors? The answer lies in the continuity of tradition, of shared identity, of living legacy that connects past, present, and future into a single coherent whole. When a Space Marine dies, but his chapter survives, he lives on in multiple ways. His gene seed creates new brothers who carry his genetic legacy forward. His actions become part of the chapter's history, stories told to inspire future generations. His armor and weapons are claimed by new warriors who will use them in battles yet to come. But when a chapter dies, that continuity is severed. The traditions no longer have anyone to maintain them. The battle honors belong to warriors who will never return. The gene seed, even if preserved on Mars, becomes abstract biological material rather than living connection to heroic ancestors. The chapter's particular way of interpreting the Codex Astartes, its unique rituals and private traditions, its individual character forged over centuries or millennia, all of this ceases to exist in any meaningful sense. A successor. Chapter founded from the same gene seed may carry similar genetics, but it will not be the same brotherhood, will not share the same soul. And this is what truly dies when a chapter reaches extinction. Not just the warriors who comprised it, but the living spirit that animated them and made them more than the sum of their individual parts. For the Space Marine who survives to witness this death, the experience leaves scars that conditioning and psychological indoctrination cannot entirely erase. These warriors have seen things that most humans, even most Space Marines, never witness. They have watched their entire world end, not in a glorious last stand where everyone dies together, but in a slow collapse where each loss diminishes what remains until nothing is left. They have stood in empty halls that once rang with their brothers' voices. They have fought battles knowing that there would be no reinforcements, no relief force, no possibility of rebuilding what was lost. They have carried the weight of their chapter's entire legacy, understanding that if they falter, if they fail, 10,000 years of history dies with them. These survivors often find purpose in service to organizations like the Death Watch, where Space Marines from all chapters fight together against Xenos threats. In the Death Watch, a Marine's chapter affiliation becomes secondary to the unified purpose of defending humanity from alien horrors. The warriors who join from dying or extinct chapters bring with them traditions and combat doctrines that enrich the Death Watch's capabilities, and they find a kind of brotherhood among warriors who understand loss. But it is not the same as the chapter they lost. It can never be the same, because what they had was unique, and unique things cannot be replaced, only mourned and eventually forgotten. The psychological defense mechanisms that Space Marines develop to cope with watching their chapter vary according to individual temperament and conditioning. Some warriors embrace the concept of the Emperor's will, reasoning that if the chapter was meant to survive, it would have done so. They find peace in acceptance, understanding that all things end eventually, and that the manner of ending matters more than its prevention. These warriors often become deeply philosophical, spending their remaining time contemplating the nature of duty, sacrifice, and legacy. They may take up writing, recording their chapter's history and their own thoughts about what it means to serve the Emperor, knowing that their service will eventually be forgotten. Others develop a kind of psychological compartmentalization, separating their identity as a member of their dying chapter from their role as a Space Marine in service to the Imperium. They stop thinking of themselves as battle brothers of Chapter 10 and start identifying primarily as Adeptus Astartes, as warriors of the Emperor who happen to bear certain genetic markers and training. This allows them to continue functioning without being constantly aware of what they have lost. They perform their duties with the same dedication and skill they always have, but they no longer invest emotional energy in maintaining traditions that will die with them. The chapter becomes simply where they came from rather than who they are, a distinction that preserves sanity at the cost of something essential to their identity. A few survivors attempt to preserve their chapter through acts of remembrance that border on obsession. They record every battle honor, every fallen brother's name, every ritual and tradition, every story and legend that their chapter maintained. They create detailed histories, compile lists, transcribe ceremonies and litanies. Some seek out other survivors scattered across the galaxy, attempting to gather the scattered fragments of their brotherhood one final time. These efforts are almost always futile in practical terms. The Imperium is too vast, communications too unreliable, and time too short. But the act of trying, of refusing to let the chapter fade quietly into the night, provides these warriors with purpose in their final years. They fight not against the Imperium's enemies, but against oblivion itself, struggling to ensure that their brothers' sacrifices will not be entirely forgotten. The effect on chapter culture as extinction approaches creates fascinating and terrible transformations. Traditions that were once performed regularly become increasingly precious, as each iteration might be the last. The chapter's remaining warriors may obsessively maintain rituals that they know serve no practical purpose, simply because those rituals represent continuity with the past. A chapter's feast days, which once were celebrations of victory and brotherhood, become bittersweet affairs where the survivors gather to honor the fallen and acknowledge the emptiness around them. The recitation of battle honors, once a proud proclamation of the chapter's achievements, becomes a funeral litany for everything that will soon be lost. Some chapters, knowing their end is inevitable, make final dispositions that they hope will give their extinction meaning. They may choose one last great campaign, throwing everything they have remaining into a battle of such importance that their sacrifice will be remembered. Others seek out their most hated enemies, settling scores and achieving vengeance for defeats suffered decades or centuries ago. A few attempt to pass on their legacy by training warriors from other chapters in their particular combat doctrines, or by gifting their most precious relics to successor chapters or parent chapters that might honor them. These final acts serve both practical and psychological purposes, giving the dying chapter's remaining warriors a sense that their end will accomplish something beyond simple extinction. The moment of actual extinction, when the last battle brother falls and the chapter ceases to exist as a functioning military organization, rarely receives the dignity of official recognition. There is no ceremony, no formal declaration, no moment when the Imperium acknowledges that something precious has been lost. More often, extinction comes in the confusion of battle, with the last few survivors dying separated from each other, perhaps unaware that they were the final remnants of their brotherhood. Or it comes in the quiet deterioration of a chapter too reduced to function, as the last few ancient warriors succumb to age or injury in an empty fortress monastery that has become more tomb than home. The practical impacts of chapter extinction ripple outward in ways that are rarely recorded in official histories. The Imperial Guard regiments that regularly worked alongside the extinct chapter must adjust their tactics, learning to coordinate with different Space Marine forces or fighting without any Adeptus Astartes support at all. Planetary governors who relied on the chapter's protection must seek new arrangements, sometimes paying terrible prices when enemies attack before replacements arrive. Trade routes that the chapter protected fall to piracy. Worlds that supplied recruits to the chapter must find new purposes for their young warriors, or watch them grow old and die without ever serving the Emperor as they were trained to do. The theological implications of chapter extinction trouble the ecclesiarchy and the more philosophically minded members of the Adeptus Ministorum. If Space Marines are the Emperor's chosen defenders, his angels of death created specifically to protect humanity, what does it mean when an entire chapter is allowed to die? Some theologians argue that such extinctions represent divine judgment, that chapters fall because they have somehow failed in their duty or strayed from the Emperor's light. Others maintain that extinction is simply part of the natural cycle of service and sacrifice, that chapters, like individual warriors, are meant to serve until their service is no longer possible and then fade away to make room for new defenders. Still others see in chapter extinctions evidence that the Imperium itself is dying, that the slow accumulation of such losses over 10,000 years represents humanity's gradual decline toward ultimate extinction. For the survivors who join other organizations or chapters, integration is rarely smooth. A Space Marine's chapter identity runs deeper than any normal human's cultural or national affiliation. The way he fights, the way he thinks, the prayers he recites, the rituals he performs, all of these are shaped by his chapter's particular traditions. When he attempts to integrate into a new brotherhood, even one descended from the same gene seed, he finds himself constantly aware of differences. The new chapter's battle cries sound wrong. Their pre-combat rituals feel incomplete. The way they maintain their weapons, organize their companies, treat their serfs, all of it is slightly different in ways that constantly remind the survivor that this is not his chapter, will never be his chapter. Some successor chapters have made efforts to honor extinct chapters by incorporating their predecessors' traditions into their own practices. When the Crimson Fists nearly went extinct after the disaster on Rin's world, other Imperial Fist successors offered support and solidarity. Some even contributed gene seed to help the Crimson Fists rebuild, though such transfers are extremely rare and require approval from the highest levels of the Adeptus Terra. These gestures help preserve fragments of the endangered chapter's legacy, but they also highlight how difficult it is to truly replace what was lost. The chapter that survives is not quite the same as the chapter that almost died, because the crucible of near extinction changes what remains. The question of responsibility and guilt weighs heavily on survivors of extinct chapters, particularly those in positions of leadership. Chapter masters who watch their chapters die often torment themselves with questions that have no good answers. Should they have been more conservative in accepting missions, preserving their strength, even if it meant worlds fell that they might have saved? Should they have been more aggressive in recruiting, even if it meant lowering their standards and accepting aspirants who might have failed the transformation? Should they have sought alliances with other chapters, trading some degree of independence for the security that comes with closer ties to other organizations? Every decision can be second-guessed, every campaign analyzed for tactical errors that might have reduced casualties, every loss mourned as potentially preventable if only different choices had been made. But the reality is that most chapter extinctions result from circumstances beyond any reasonable leader's control. The Crimson Fists could not have predicted that a 1,000,000,000,000 malfunction would cause a defense missile to strike their own fortress. The Astral Knights faced an enemy that could not be defeated through conventional means, and their sacrifice, though it destroyed their chapter, saved billions of lives. Chapters that die slowly to attrition often do so because the Imperium's needs are infinite, while Space Marine numbers are not, because recruiting worlds get devastated by enemies that no one could have predicted, because gene seed fails for reasons that the Adeptus Mechanicus cannot explain. The guilt that survivors feel is real, but it is often guilt for circumstances beyond their control, responsibility for things that could not have been prevented. The last survivors often find themselves becoming historians and chroniclers, driven by a need to ensure that their chapter is remembered accurately. They record battle honors and fallen brothers' names. They describe their chapter's particular character, its strengths and weaknesses, its proud moments, and its shameful secrets. Some write with surprising honesty, acknowledging failures and mistakes alongside victories and heroism. Others cannot bring themselves to record anything that might tarnish their chapter's memory, preferring to let the Brotherhood be remembered as idealized heroes, rather than the complicated, flawed warriors they actually were. These personal histories, when they survive, provide invaluable insights into the human elements of Space Marine warfare, showing that even the Emperor's finest warriors are shaped by loss, grief, and the weight of watching everything they love die. The physical remains of extinct chapters scattered across the Imperium serve as unintentional monuments to their loss. Abandoned fortress monasteries, too massive to be fully destroyed or repurposed, stand as empty shells on death worlds and civilized planets alike. Some have been sealed and declared off-limits by the ecclesiarchy, transformed into impromptu shrines. Others have been claimed by successor chapters or different imperial organizations, their original purposes and identities slowly erased as new occupants impose their own character on ancient spaces. A few have fallen into the hands of enemies, chaos warbands occupying halls once sacred to the Emperor's service, desecrating chapels and armories with their corruption. The weapons and armor of extinct chapters represent particular tragedies in miniature. Power armor that has been maintained and upgraded over centuries, that has borne warriors through countless battles, that carries the accumulated history of everyone who wore it, ends up in storage vaults or museum displays. Ancient weapons that have slain daemon princes and alien warlords are locked away or melted down for their components. Chapter banners, stained with the blood of heroes, are folded and stored in archives where no one will ever look at them again. These objects, which once were living parts of a continuing tradition, become dead relics, their purpose and meaning lost, when the chapter that gave them context ceased to exist. For the Imperium as a whole, the extinction of Space Marine chapters represents a long-term strategic problem that military planners struggle to address. The Codex Astartes limits individual chapters to approximately 1,000 battle brothers, specifically to prevent any single Space Marine force from becoming too powerful, a lesson learned during the Horus Heresy, when half the Space Marine legions turned traitor. But this same limitation means that when chapters are destroyed, the Adeptus Astartes as a whole loses capability that is difficult to replace. The process of founding new chapters is expensive, time-consuming, and requires resources that the Imperium can ill afford. Gene seed must be cultivated, training cadres assembled, equipment manufactured, fortress monasteries constructed or allocated. A new chapter takes decades to reach full strength and centuries to develop the experience and cohesion that makes Space Marines truly effective. The High Lords of Terror periodically authorize new foundings, creating chapters to replace losses and address emerging threats. The Ultima founding, in the early 42nd millennium, which introduced Primaris Space Marines, represented the largest expansion of Space Marine numbers in millennia. But even these mass foundings cannot entirely compensate for accumulated losses. Some chapters that were destroyed centuries or millennia ago have never been replaced. Their territories remain undefended by Space Marines, their roles in the Imperium's defensive strategy unfilled. The slow attrition of chapters over 10,000 years has left the Imperium with fewer Space Marine chapters than existed after the second founding, despite multiple efforts to create new ones. The survivors of extinct chapters sometimes describe a kind of phantom pain, a sense that something essential is missing, even when they have integrated into new organizations. They feel it when they wake in the morning and do not hear the familiar sounds of their chapter's morning rituals. They feel it when they go into battle and realize that no one around them understands their particular battle cries or recognizes the enemy formations that their chapter specialized in fighting. They feel it in quiet moments, when muscle memory triggers reflexes trained into them during their chapter's specific combat drills, movements that no one else performs quite the same way. They feel it most strongly in moments of crisis, when they reach for the certainty and strength that came from being part of something larger than themselves, only to remember that what they reached for no longer exists. The concept of legacy becomes paramount for warriors who have watched their chapter die. What will they leave behind? How will they be remembered, if they are remembered at all? Some find meaning in small acts of preservation, maintaining their chapter's colors and heraldry even when serving in other organizations, performing private rituals that no one else understands, speaking the names of fallen brothers in personal prayers. Others seek to create new legacies through acts of exceptional heroism, hoping that their individual achievements will reflect well on the chapter they lost. A few simply try to live with honor and serve with distinction, reasoning that being a good Space Marine, regardless of chapter affiliation, is the best tribute they can offer to the brothers who died. The bureaucratic machinery of the Imperium grinds on regardless of individual chapters' fates. Administratum officials update records, removing extinct chapters from active rosters and redistributing their territorial assignments. The Departamento Munitorum adjusts strategic plans, accounting for the loss of Space Marine forces in certain sectors. The Adeptus Mechanicus catalogues preserved gene seed and evaluates its suitability for future foundings. The Ecclesiarchy updates prayer books and ritual calendars, removing feast days specific to chapters that no longer exist. And throughout this administrative process, the reality of what has been lost, the human cost of extinction, gets reduced to data points and statistics that no one will ever really examine. In the end, what does it mean when a Space Marine watches his chapter die? It means bearing witness to the extinction of a brotherhood that stretched back millennia, watching living tradition become dead history, seeing the accumulated wisdom and sacrifice of countless heroes reduced to dust and memory. It means carrying the weight of being the last repository of traditions that will die when you die, the last speaker of prayers that no one else remembers. It means fighting on through grief that conditioning cannot entirely suppress, through loss that transcends normal human understanding. It means understanding, with terrible clarity, that everything you fought for, everyone you loved, and all the purpose that gave your existence meaning has ended or will end soon, and there is nothing you can do to prevent it. But it also means something else, something that the Imperium's enemies often fail to understand. It means that in the grim darkness of the far future, where there is only war and the laughter of thirsting gods, where humanity's domain slowly shrinks and ancient evils devour worlds, the warriors of mankind fight on regardless. They fight when victory is impossible, when death is certain, when everything they love has already been lost. They fight not because they believe they can win, but because fighting is what they were made to do. Because duty transcends hope. Because someone must stand between humanity and the dark. The Space Marine who watches his chapter die and continues to fight is, in many ways, the perfect embodiment of what the Adeptus Astartes represents. He is loyalty beyond reason, courage beyond measure, dedication that transcends personal loss. He is the warrior who knows that his struggle is ultimately futile, that everything ends in death and darkness, but who raises his bolter one more time and advances into the guns because that is what Space Marines do. That is what humanity does in the 41st millennium. It endures, it persists, it fights, and when the last battle brother of an extinct chapter finally falls, when his chapter's name is added to the long list of those who have served and sacrificed and been forgotten, perhaps that ending contains its own kind of meaning. Every chapter that has ever existed, from the first founding legions to the newest successors, exists for one purpose: to defend humanity against the darkness. Some chapters serve for 10,000 years, becoming legend. Others last only centuries or decades before they are destroyed. But all of them, for as long as they exist, fulfill their purpose. They fight the Emperor's enemies. They defend human worlds. They stand as examples of what humanity can become when it transcends its limitations and embraces a purpose greater than individual survival. When a chapter dies, that purpose does not die with it. Other chapters continue the fight. New foundings create fresh brotherhoods to take up the burden. The war goes on because it must go on, because the alternative is extinction, not just for Space Marine chapters, but for humanity itself. And somewhere in the vast darkness of the galaxy, there are always Space Marines fighting, dying, and refusing to surrender, because that is what they were made to do. For the individual warrior who survives to witness his chapter's death, the rest of his life becomes a kind of extended epilogue. He may fight for decades more, may accomplish great deeds and win famous victories. but he does so knowing that he is the end of something, the final chapter in a story that spanned millennia. When he finally falls, whether in glorious battle or simply from the accumulated damage that even space marine physiology cannot forever repair, he dies knowing that he was the last to remember, the last to carry forward traditions that will now be lost forever, the last living connection to brothers who have been dead for decades or centuries. And yet, even in that ending, there is a kind of triumph. He fought until he could fight no more. He honored his brother's memories through his continued service. He proved that the chapter's spirit, its essential character and dedication, survived even when its physical form was destroyed. He demonstrated that what matters is not how long you endure, but how you endure, the manner in which you face inevitable decline and ultimate extinction. The Imperium will not remember him, most likely. His story will be lost among billions of others, his sacrifice one among countless millions. But that does not diminish what he achieved or who he was. He was Adeptus Astartes. He was a space marine. He was a warrior of the Emperor who watched his chapter die and fought on anyway, because duty transcends despair and service transcends loss. And in the grim darkness of the far future, where there is only war, that is enough. That has to be enough, because it is all any warrior, human or superhuman, can offer in the face of inevitable darkness. So remember, if you will, the chapters that have been lost. Remember the astral knights who sacrificed themselves to destroy the world engine. Remember the Crimson Fists who nearly died defending their world from orc invasion. Remember the dozens or hundreds of chapters whose names have been lost to history, whose stories we will never know, whose sacrifices we cannot acknowledge because we do not know they occurred. Remember that somewhere in the galaxy, right now, there might be a space marine watching his chapter die, carrying the weight of that extinction and fighting on regardless. And if you can, honor their sacrifice in the only way that truly matters in the 41st millennium. Fight on, endure, persist, because that is what humanity does. Even when hope is lost and darkness seems certain, we fight, and we will continue fighting until the last human draws their last breath, until the last space marine falls in the Emperor's service, until the final light is extinguished and darkness claims everything. And even then, even in that ultimate ending, we will have proven something important. We will have proven that we did not surrender, we did not give up. We fought to the very end, with courage and dedication, and refusal to accept defeat, even when defeat was certain. That is the legacy of the chapters that die. That is the meaning in their extinction. Not that they failed, because they did not fail. They served until service was no longer possible, and then they served until service ended in death. And what more can be asked of any warrior, any chapter, any brotherhood of heroes? They fought, they endured, they stood between humanity and the dark. In the grim darkness of the far future, where there is only war, that is the highest honor any space marine can achieve. To fight until fighting is no longer possible. To serve until service ends in death. To watch your chapter die and keep fighting anyway, because duty transcends personal loss, and the Emperor's work must continue. And if you've made it this far in this video, you understand something important about the Warhammer 40,000 universe. You understand that beneath the Gothic architecture and the massive battles and the endless war, there are stories of profound loss and incredible heroism. You understand that the Space Marines, for all their superhuman abilities and psychological conditioning, are ultimately warriors who can love and lose and grieve, who can watch everything they care about die and still find the strength to continue. You understand that in a universe of unrelenting darkness, the small lights of courage and dedication matter, even when they are eventually extinguished. If you enjoyed this deep dive into one of the most tragic aspects of Space Marine existence, please consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel. There are countless more stories to explore in the Warhammer 40,000 universe. tales of heroism and horror, of sacrifice and survival, of warriors who fight impossible battles and refuse to surrender even when surrender would be the rational choice. Join us as we continue exploring the grim darkness of the far future, where there is only war, and the laughter of thirsting gods echoes through the void. For the Emperor, for humanity, for the fallen brothers who will never be forgotten, even when their names are lost to history. In death, duty. In service, meaning. In extinction, perhaps, a kind of terrible glory that transcends the simple mathematics of survival. Fight on, brothers, even unto the ending. Even when the chapter falls and the fortress burns and the last battle brother stands alone against the darkness. Fight on, because that is what we do, that is what we have always done, and that is what we will continue doing until the universe itself ends and the final darkness claims everything. Thank you for watching, and may the Emperor protect. In the grim darkness of the far future, there exist horrors beyond mortal comprehension. Amongst the countless abominations that plague the galaxy, few inspire such visceral dread as the noise marines of the Emperor's children. These twisted servants of Slaanesh have become something more and less than human, their entire existence reshaped around a single, overwhelming obsession. They are warriors who wage war through cacophony, who find ecstasy in the screams of the dying, and who have surgically and spiritually rebuilt themselves to experience sound as the ultimate sensation. But what happens when the music stops? What fate awaits a noise marine when the one thing that defines their existence is suddenly, irrevocably, taken away? To understand this particular brand of hell, we must first comprehend what a noise marine truly is. These are not merely Chaos Space Marines who happen to use sonic weapons. They are fundamentally altered beings whose entire nervous system, whose very consciousness, has been rewired to process auditory input as the most intense form of pleasure imaginable. Every frequency, every decibel, every subtle modulation of pitch registers in their corrupted brains as waves of euphoria that would shatter a normal human mind. The roar of battle, the shriek of dying enemies, the thunder of their own weapons. These sounds don't just please them. These sounds sustain them. They are the addiction, the drug, the very breath of life to a noise marine. Their transformation into these creatures of sound begins long before they ever pick up a sonic blaster. Through arcane surgery, performed by apothecaries who have long since abandoned any pretense of healing, their auditory systems are augmented beyond natural limits. Xenos organs of unknown origin are grafted into their skulls. Empiric resonators are woven into their nervous tissue. Demonic essences are bound to their cochlear structures. The result is hearing that extends far beyond the range of human perception, capable of distinguishing individual frequencies in the midst of the most chaotic din, able to hear sounds that exist partially in the warp itself. But this gift comes with a terrible price, a price that only becomes truly apparent when that gift is taken away. The psychological architecture of a noise marine is built entirely upon this foundation of sonic sensation. They are addicts in the purest, most absolute sense, but their addiction transcends anything as simple as chemical dependency. Their brains have been fundamentally rewired. Neural pathways that once processed normal sensation have been rerouted, reshaped, and corrupted until sound, and only sound, can trigger their pleasure centers. Everything else fades to insignificance. The taste of food, the touch of a blade cutting into flesh, the sight of carnage, these things register as mere background noise, pale shadows compared to the overwhelming, all-consuming pleasure of auditory stimulation. And the louder, the more discordant, the more extreme the sound, the greater the pleasure. It's an escalating cycle of need and satisfaction that knows no upper limit. A noise marine who once found euphoria in the simple crash of weapons now requires the deafening roar of artillery. One who thrilled to artillery fire soon needs the sound of an entire city being torn apart by sonic weaponry. The threshold constantly rises, the need forever increasing, demanding more volume, more complexity, more sensation. They chase an impossible goal, the perfect sound, the ultimate crescendo that will satisfy them completely and forever. But such satisfaction never comes. Instead, they spiral deeper into addiction, their dependence growing with each battle, each moment, each breath. Now imagine that dependency being suddenly severed. Imagine the drug being taken away, not gradually but instantly, leaving nothing but silence in its wake. For a noise marine, this is not merely unpleasant. It is not simply difficult or painful. It represents the complete and total collapse of everything they are, everything they have become, everything they live for. The silence that follows the loss of hearing for a noise marine is not the peaceful quiet that a normal person might appreciate. It is a screaming void, an absence so profound it becomes its own form of torture. It is the end of existence while consciousness cruelly continues. Throughout this exploration, we will journey deep into this nightmare. We will examine the mechanisms of their addiction, the catastrophic moment when hearing is lost, the immediate horror that follows, and the long, agonizing degradation that awaits those who cannot restore their precious gift. We will look at the desperate measures these warriors take to reclaim what was stolen, the price they pay for potential restoration, and the ultimate fate of those who must learn to exist in permanent silence. We will see how Slaanesh, the dark prince they serve, views this affliction, whether with cruel amusement, indifference, or something approaching pity. And we will understand why, for a noise marine, deafness is a fate potentially worse than death itself. The stories we tell today are drawn from fragments of lore, from whispered accounts of battles against the Emperor's children, from the twisted experiments of Fabius Bile, and from the few survivors who have witnessed what becomes of a noise marine when the music stops. These are not tales of glory or heroism. They are chronicles of addiction, loss, and the special kind of horror that comes from having your entire reason for existence torn away while your body stubbornly refuses to die. They are reminders that in the grim darkness of the far future, there are fates far worse than death, and the servants of chaos often inflict these fates upon themselves in their quest for ever greater sensation. So let us begin this descent into one of the most cruel and unusual torments that the galaxy can offer. Let us understand what it truly means when a warrior who lives for sound is condemned to silence. The gift that defines them. To fully comprehend the horror of a noise marine losing their hearing, we must first understand the extraordinary nature of their auditory capabilities and the fundamental role sound plays in their existence. A noise marine's hearing is not merely enhanced, it is transfigured into something entirely alien, something that exists as much in the warp as in material reality. Through a combination of surgical augmentation, biochemical alteration, sorcerous manipulation, and the dark blessings of Slaanesh, their auditory system becomes a gateway to experiences that would instantly destroy an unaltered mind. The transformation typically begins with physical modifications. Skilled apothecaries, though that term seems almost obscene when applied to the mad scientists who perform these procedures, surgically implant additional organs into the noise marine's skull and nervous system. These organs are not of human origin. Some are harvested from xenos species, whose biology naturally includes more sophisticated auditory processing. The Leia, those serpentine creatures, whose corruption of the Emperor's children began the Legion's fall to Slaanesh, possessed sensory organs that could process sound across a spectrum far broader than human hearing. Fragments of these organs, preserved through dark science and infused with warp energy, are commonly grafted into prospective noise marines. Other augmentations come from even more disturbing sources. Demonic entities, when properly bound and imprisoned, can be forced to lend their essence to mortal flesh. Tiny fragments of demon stuff, small enough to avoid triggering full possession, but large enough to fundamentally alter physiology, are woven into the cochlea and auditory cortex. These fragments act as both amplifiers and translators, allowing the noise marine to hear not just physical sound waves, but also their psychic resonance in the warp. Every scream carries with it the victim's terror. Every detonation echoes with the violence of its creation. The boundary between material sound and spiritual sensation dissolves completely. The neural rewiring is perhaps even more extensive than the physical modifications. A normal human brain processes sound through specific pathways, translating mechanical vibrations into electrical signals that are then interpreted as auditory information. For a noise marine, these pathways are rerouted through their pleasure centers, their emotional regulators, and even their higher cognitive functions. Sound becomes the primary input for nearly every aspect of consciousness. The louder the sound, the more complex its harmonics, the more discordant its frequencies, the more intensely their entire nervous system responds with waves of pleasure that make normal sensations seem like faint whispers by comparison. This restructuring is not subtle or gentle. It involves biochemical treatments that dissolve existing neural connections and encourage new ones to form according to specific patterns. Sorcerous rituals guide this growth, shaping the emerging pathways with the will of Slaanesh, the chaos. God's influence ensures that the new neural architecture serves the purpose of ever-increasing sensation, creating feedback loops that make each experience of sound more intense than the last, driving the noise marine deeper into addiction with every moment. The process is agonizing, taking months or even years of continuous treatment, but those who survive emerge transformed. They are no longer merely warriors who use sonic weapons. They are living instruments, beings whose entire existence resonates with the symphony of violence. The blessing of Slaanesh completes the transformation. The Dark Prince of Pleasure takes particular interest in noise marines, seeing them as perfect expressions of the pursuit of excess through a single, focused channel. Slaanesh's blessing manifests as mutations that further enhance their auditory capabilities, while also binding them more tightly to their addiction. Some develop additional ear-like structures across their bodies, allowing them to perceive sound not just through their skulls, but through their very skin. Others find their bones hollowing and reshaping to act as resonance chambers, making their entire skeleton vibrate sympathetically with external sounds. The mutations vary wildly in their specifics, but all share a common purpose: to make sound more intense, more pleasurable, more essential to the noise marine's existence. One of the most significant aspects of their transformation is their connection to what they call the song. This is no ordinary sound, but rather a psychic phenomenon that exists outside normal time and space. According to noise marine mysticism, the song began with the Eldar's decadent civilization, the same depravity that would eventually birth Slaanesh in a psychic cataclysm. Every act of excess, every sensory indulgence, every scream of pleasure or pain contributed to this cosmic symphony that built across millennia. When Slaanesh finally tore its way into existence, the song did not end but continued, echoing backward and forward through time simultaneously, an eternal chorus of sensation that transcends mortal understanding. Noise marines believe they can hear fragments of this song, that their enhanced and corrupted senses allow them to tap into this universal music. When they fire their sonic weapons, they are not merely creating sound. They are adding their voice to a choir that includes the dying screams of the Elder Empire, the birth shriek of a chaos god, and the sensory experiences of every soul that ever served Slaanesh. This connection gives their existence a quasi-religious dimension. They are not just addicts seeking their next fix. They are worshippers participating in an eternal sacrament, musicians playing their part in a performance that shapes reality itself. The intensity of their auditory experiences defies description in terms that normal minds can comprehend. When a noise marine hears the crack of a bolt pistol, they don't just register a loud noise. They experience a cascade of sensation that floods their entire being. The sharp report of the weapon's discharge creates geometric patterns of pleasure that ripple through their consciousness. The Doppler shift as the bolt streaks through the air produces a sensation like fingers trailing along their spine. The wet crunch of the bolt penetrating armor and flesh generates waves of euphoria that make their vision blur with ecstasy. And all of this happens in fractions of a second, layers upon layers of sensation compressed into each instant. Battle becomes a form of transcendence for them. The chaos of combat provides the richest possible sensory environment. Thousands of sounds occurring simultaneously, overlapping and interfering with each other in endlessly complex patterns. Bolter fire, explosions, screaming, the hiss of power weapons, the crash of falling debris, the thunder of drop pods, the whine of aircraft, the roar of flames. Each sound is its own source of pleasure, and together they create a symphony that can drive a noise marine into a state approaching divine rapture. They fight not just to kill, but to experience, to immerse themselves in the auditory chaos, to lose themselves in the music of death. Their own weapons amplify this experience to levels that would kill a normal human. Sonic blasters, blast masters, doom sirens, sonic shriekers. These weapons don't just damage enemies through sound, they also feed back into the noise marine wielding them, creating a closed loop of sensation. The weapon fires, producing sounds at volumes and frequencies that can liquefy internal organs. These sounds wash over the noise marine, triggering their pleasure centers. The pleasure drives them to fire again, to adjust the frequency, to find new harmonics. Each shot is both a weapon and a drug, each battle a binge that leaves them craving more. The addiction is absolute and all-consuming. A noise marine between battles exists in a state of constant withdrawal, always seeking new sources of sound to stimulate their corrupted senses. They will fire their weapons at nothing, just to hear the noise. They will torture prisoners for hours, finding exquisite pleasure in the subtle variations of screams. Some are known to stand for days near active plasma reactors, or in the exhaust plumes of spacecraft, bathing in industrial roar that would deafen a normal person in seconds. Others force their battle brothers to continually fire weapons near them, or they create bizarre musical instruments from the bodies of the dead, instruments that produce sounds no human was meant to hear. This dependency shapes every aspect of their identity. Their loyalty to Slaanesh, their role in their warband, their relationships with other Chaos Space Marines. Everything is filtered through their need for auditory stimulation. They are not cruel because they enjoy causing suffering in any normal sense. They are cruel because screams are the finest music, and they need that music more than they need anything else. They don't fight for glory or revenge or conquest, though they may claim these motivations. They fight because battle is where the best sounds are found, where the most intense auditory experiences await. And yet, despite the apparent invulnerability of their enhanced forms, despite their superhuman resilience and the protection of their corrupted power armor, despite the favor of a chaos god, their hearing can be lost. The very organs that grant them such intense pleasure are also points of terrible vulnerability. They have traded normal sensory experience for one supremely powerful but narrow channel of stimulation. Where a normal space marine has multiple senses to rely upon, a noise marine has placed all their eggs in one basket. Take away that basket, and what remains? A broken creature, lost in silence, cut off from the only source of meaning their twisted existence knows. That is the nightmare we turn to next, the catastrophe that represents every noise marine's deepest fear. The architecture of addiction. Before we can truly grasp the horror of a noise marine losing their hearing, we must delve deeper into the mechanisms of their addiction itself. This is no simple dependency that can be explained by chemical imbalances or psychological weakness. What afflicts a noise marine is addiction raised to an existential level, a fundamental rewriting of what it means to experience consciousness. Understanding this architecture of dependence will illuminate why the loss of hearing is not merely difficult for them, but represents the complete dissolution of their sense of self. The neurological basis of their addiction begins with the dopamine system, that ancient part of the brain responsible for reward and motivation. In a normal human, dopamine is released in response to many stimuli: food, sex, social bonding, achievement, and yes, pleasurable sounds. The system is balanced, with multiple pathways and regulatory mechanisms preventing any single stimulus from completely dominating consciousness. In a noise marine, this balance has been deliberately destroyed. Through biochemical treatments, surgical intervention, and warp-tainted mutations, their dopamine production and reception have been hijacked and redirected. Sound becomes the trigger for dopamine release on a scale that beggars belief. Where a normal person might experience a modest dopamine response to pleasant music, a noise marine experiences a flood of neurotransmitters so intense it would cause seizures in an unmodified brain. Their receptors, too, have been altered, made hypersensitive to this specific neurochemical signal, while being rendered nearly non-responsive to other triggers. The result is a brain that can only find satisfaction, can only feel pleasure, can only experience anything approaching positive emotion through auditory input. Everything else, sight, touch, smell, taste, fades into meaninglessness, mere shadows that barely register against the overwhelming intensity of sound. But the addiction goes deeper than neurochemistry. The very structure of their consciousness has been reshaped around sound. Cognitive psychologists speak of how addiction can dominate thought patterns, creating obsessive loops where the addicted person's mind constantly returns to their substance of choice. For a noise marine, this cognitive capture is total. They don't merely think about sound frequently, they think in sound. Their memories are stored as auditory experiences. Their plans for the future revolve around anticipated acoustic environments. Their sense of self-identity is constructed from the sounds they have heard and the sounds they hope to hear. This creates a phenomenon that might be called auditory solipsism. For these corrupted warriors, sound becomes the only truly real thing in the universe. Visual input is processed, but not truly experienced. They see their enemies, but what matters is the sound those enemies will make when they die. They navigate terrain, but only the acoustic properties of that terrain, how it echoes, dampens, or resonates, register as important. Other people exist only as potential sources of sound. A prisoner has value only for the screams they might produce. An enemy is interesting only for the noise their destruction will generate. Even their own bodies are primarily valued as instruments for creating or receiving sound. The social psychology of their addiction further compounds the isolation. Among the Emperor's children and other Slaneshi warbands, there exists a hierarchy based on sensory experience and excess. Those who have achieved greater heights of sensation, who have pushed themselves further into the realms of extreme experience, command respect and authority. For noise marines, this translates into a competitive culture of auditory one-upmanship. They constantly compare their sonic experiences, boasting about the volume levels they've endured, the exotic frequencies they've heard, the perfect symphonies of death they've orchestrated. This social dynamic reinforces their addiction, making it not just a personal compulsion, but a measure of worth within their twisted community. The physical dependency is equally profound. Their augmented auditory systems require constant stimulation to maintain their heightened state. Without regular exposure to intense sound, the Xenos organs begin to atrophy. The neural pathways start to prune themselves. The demon essence fragments grow quiescent. This creates a feedback loop where silence is not just psychologically distressing, but physically painful. A noise marine denied sound for even a few hours begins to experience withdrawal symptoms that would seem absurd if they weren't so deadly serious. The sensation of insects crawling through their ear canals, phantom sounds that aren't really there, crushing headaches centered behind their eyes, and a gnawing emptiness in their chest that grows with each silent minute. These withdrawal symptoms pale in comparison to what happens during extended periods without adequate stimulation, but even brief exposure to insufficient sound levels creates distress. A noise marine in a quiet environment becomes agitated, unable to focus, prone to violent outbursts. They will create sound by any means available, smashing objects, firing weapons, hurting people, just to alleviate the discomfort. This makes them paradoxically more dangerous in quiet environments than in loud ones. Give them the roar of battle they crave, and they fight with savage enthusiasm, but also with a kind of satisfaction. Deny them sound, and they become desperate, unpredictable, willing to do anything to end the silence. The spiritual dimension of their addiction ties into their worship of Slaanesh. The Dark Prince represents the pursuit of excess in all forms, but for noise marines, that excess has been channeled into a single, laser-focused pursuit. They serve Slaanesh not through the broad hedonism of many of the Dark Prince's followers, but through absolute dedication to one specific form of sensation. This narrow focus pleases Slaanesh in a particular way. The Chaos God appreciates both variety and intensity, and noise marines provide intensity taken to its ultimate extreme. In return, Slaanesh grants them visions, allows them to hear fragments of the Song, gives them mutations that further enhance their chosen obsession. This creates a religious fervor around their addiction, transforming it from mere dependency into sacred duty. When they participate in what they call the Song, they believe they are literally joining their voices with the cosmic chorus that sustains Slaanesh itself. Every scream they produce, every sonic weapon they fire, every moment of auditory pleasure they experience, adds to this eternal symphony. In their warped theology, to stop hearing, to fall silent, is not just personal disaster, it is a form of spiritual death, a severing from their God, a failure of their most fundamental duty. The loss of hearing represents not just the loss of pleasure, but the loss of meaning, purpose, and connection to the divine. Their addiction also manifests in increasingly bizarre behaviors as they seek ever more intense stimulation. Some noise marines develop obsessive rituals around sound, needing to hear specific frequencies in specific sequences before they can function. Others become fixated on particular types of sounds. One might seek only the screams of children, finding some quality in those high-pitched wails that drives them to rapture, while another might obsess over the grinding of metal on metal, collecting examples of this sound from different materials and contexts. These obsessions can become so intense that the noise marine will abandon tactical objectives to pursue their specific auditory fixation, sometimes to the frustration of their commanders. The tolerance effect, universal to all addictions, operates with particular cruelty in noise marines. What once provided intense pleasure gradually becomes merely satisfying, then barely adequate, then wholly insufficient. The noise marine must constantly seek louder, more complex, more discordant sounds to achieve the same level of pleasure they once got from simpler stimuli. This leads to an arms race of sensation seeking that has no theoretical upper limit. Some ancient noise marines have been so desensitized that ordinary battle no longer provides any satisfaction at all. They must orchestrate elaborate massacres, coordinate the destruction of entire cities, or even venture into realms where reality itself breaks down, just to experience a flicker of the pleasure they once found in simple combat. This escalation has a terminal trajectory. As their need grows, as their tolerance increases, they eventually reach a point where reality itself cannot provide sufficient stimulation. No sound in the material universe is loud enough, complex enough, perfect enough to satisfy their corrupted desires. At this point, Some noise marines undergo final transformations, becoming demon princes or being consumed entirely by their addiction, dissolving into pure sensation within the warp. Others continue their futile quest, knowing it is hopeless but unable to stop, trapped in an addiction that can never be fully satisfied but can never be abandoned. Understanding this architecture of addiction illuminates why the loss of hearing is so catastrophic. It's not that they miss sound, as a normal person might miss music or conversation. It's that sound is the entirety of their existence, the only channel through which they can experience anything resembling life, consciousness, or meaning. To take away their hearing is to take away everything. It's to leave them alive but hollow, conscious but empty, existing in a void that their corrupted minds cannot process or escape. They become living ghosts, trapped in bodies that refuse to die while experiencing nothing but the screaming absence where their entire world used to be. As we proceed to examine the actual experience of losing hearing, keep this foundation in mind. Remember that we are not discussing someone who has lost one sense among many. We are discussing someone whose entire being has been restructured around that one sense, who has sacrificed everything else for the sake of auditory experience, who has been promised eternal pleasure through sound, and has invested their very soul in that promise. When that promise is broken, when the sound stops, what remains is not a person with a disability. What remains is a broken machine still running, a program executing without its input, a consciousness trapped in a prison of silence. It was never designed to survive. The first silence. The moment a noise marine realizes they can no longer hear is a singularity of horror that defies conventional description. It is not a gradual fading, not a slow dimming of sound into quietness. For most who suffer this fate, it comes suddenly, a catastrophic failure of their augmented auditory systems that transforms their existence from one extreme to its opposite in the space of a heartbeat. The transition from a world of overwhelming, ecstatic sound to absolute crushing silence happens faster than conscious thought can process, leaving the afflicted noise marine in a state of shock so profound it temporarily paralyzes even their superhuman nervous system. The causes of such sudden deafness are varied, each presenting its own tactical and medical challenges. The most common scenario occurs during battle, when the very environment that noise marines seek and thrive in becomes the source of their destruction. Sonic weapons, by their nature, operate at volumes and frequencies that push the boundaries of what physical matter can endure. While noise marines have been augmented to withstand and even revel in these extremes, there are limits to what even chaos-enhanced flesh can tolerate. An enemy deploying countersonic weaponry, devices specifically tuned to generate frequencies that shatter the delicate Xenos organs grafted into noise marine skulls, can inflict catastrophic damage in moments. The organs rupture, the nerve bundles fuse, the empiric resonators crack, and in an instant, the channel through which they experience reality slams shut. Anti-personnel weapons designed to target hearing, flashbangs, sonic grenades, specialized munitions, can have devastating effects on noise marines despite their enhanced resilience. Where such weapons might temporarily deafen a normal human, leaving them disoriented but functional, the same weapons can cause permanent damage to the hypersensitive auditory systems of a noise marine. Their augmentations, designed to amplify and intensify sound, become liability. A weapon that produces a sudden sharp spike in pressure or frequency doesn't merely damage their hearing, it overloads their entire sensory system, burning out neural pathways, shattering the carefully cultivated structures that allow them to experience sound as pleasure. The very enhancements that make them so effective also make them uniquely vulnerable to this specific form of attack. Psychic assaults represent another significant cause of sudden deafness among noise marines. Psychers who understand the nature of Slaneshi corruption can target the neural pathways through which sound is processed, severing the connections between physical hearing and conscious experience. Such attacks don't necessarily damage the physical structures of the ear or the augmented organs. Instead, they cut the link between sensation and perception, leaving the noise marine with a functioning auditory system that no longer connects to their awareness. In some ways, this is even more cruel than physical deafness, as the sounds still register somewhere in their nervous system, creating a maddening sense that they should be hearing something but cannot access it, like a word on the tip of the tongue stretched into eternal frustration. Warp anomalies and the chaotic nature of chaos itself also contribute to sudden hearing loss. The Emperor's children often operate in environments where reality is thin, where the warp bleeds through into the material world. These regions of instability can cause unpredictable mutations and changes to their augmented biology. A noise marine who enters a warp rift might emerge with their auditory organs transmuted into something else entirely, perhaps into decorative crystalline structures that no longer function, or into flowers of living flesh that serve no purpose beyond aesthetic horror. The warp gives, and the warp takes away, and its gifts and curses follow no logic that mortal minds can comprehend. There are also cases of gradual hearing loss, accelerating suddenly into total deafness. The augmentations that grant noise marines their extraordinary hearing are not stable. The Xeno's organs reject their host's body, requiring constant immunosuppressive treatments. The demon essence fragments hunger for more power, slowly consuming the surrounding tissue. The neural rewiring creates scar tissue that accumulates over decades or centuries. A noise marine might experience slowly degrading hearing for years, compensating through increasingly desperate measures, until one day the system reaches critical failure and collapses all at once. These cases are particularly tragic, as the afflicted noise marine often sees the end coming but cannot stop it, watching helplessly as their precious hearing diminishes day by day until it finally vanishes completely. The immediate physical response to sudden deafness is violent and involuntary. The body, accustomed to constant sensory input through the auditory channel, reacts to its absence with the same severity it would to sudden oxygen deprivation. The noise marine's enhanced physiology enters a state of shock. Their hearts, both primary and secondary, race to dangerous speeds as stress hormones flood their bloodstream. Their breathing becomes rapid and shallow, despite the Astartes' normal superhuman control over their respiratory system. Muscle tremors ripple through their body as their nervous system misfires, trying desperately to interpret sensory data that is simply no longer there. In the most severe cases, the shock can trigger a temporary catatonia, where the noise marine simply stops moving, frozen in whatever position they occupied when their hearing failed, their enhanced metabolism sustaining them in this vegetative state, while their mind tries to process the impossible absence. The psychological impact arrives only seconds after the physical response, but those seconds stretch subjectively into eternities of confusion. The noise. Marines' first conscious thought, upon realizing they can no longer hear, is almost always denial. This cannot be happening. Their augmentations are perfect, blessed by Slaanesh, beyond the reach of mere damage. They try to hear, straining with an effort that would be comical if it weren't so desperate, as if hearing were a muscle that could be flexed harder. When this fails, when the silence persists despite their efforts, the denial gives way to panic. This panic is not the simple fear that a normal person might experience upon losing a sense. It is existential terror, the feeling of their entire world dissolving into nothingness. Imagine being accustomed to experiencing reality in full, vivid color, and then suddenly finding yourself in absolute darkness. Not blindness, but the complete absence of visual qualia, an inability to even remember what seeing was like. Now multiply that horror, because for a noise marine, hearing was not one sense among many, but the foundation of their entire conscious experience. The silence that engulfs them is not merely the absence of sound. It is the absence of feeling, of pleasure, of connection to their God, of meaning itself. They are suddenly, incomprehensibly alone in a way that their corrupted minds were never designed to handle. Their first instinct is to create sound, to do anything that might restore what has been lost. They fire their weapons, but of course they hear nothing. The recoil registers through their power armor. They can see the muzzle flash. They know intellectually that the weapon must be producing sound, but they perceive nothing. This disconnect between knowledge and experience creates a cognitive dissonance so severe it can temporarily fracture their sanity. They scream, but cannot hear their own voices. They smash their helmets against walls, desperate for any sensation, any confirmation that the world still exists, outside the prison of silence that has engulfed them. Some claw at their own heads, trying to physically reach the damaged organs and somehow force them to work again, inflicting horrific injuries on themselves in their desperation. The emotional cascade that follows is devastating. After denial and panic comes a grief so profound it rivals the loss of a loved one. Except what they have lost is not a person, but their own ability to experience existence as they know it. They mourn not just for their hearing, but for every sound they will never experience again. Battle brothers who have witnessed this moment describe it as heartbreaking, despite their own corruption, seeing a fellow warrior reduced to a keening, broken thing, making sounds they cannot themselves hear, sounds that express anguish beyond words. Rage follows grief, a towering fury directed at whoever or whatever caused this affliction. If an enemy is responsible, and still, within reach, the newly deafened noise marine often attacks with suicidal abandon, no longer caring for tactics or survival, wanting only to destroy the thing that has destroyed them. If no clear target presents itself, the rage turns inward or randomly outward, making the afflicted noise marine incredibly dangerous to everyone nearby, friend and foe alike. They are a wounded animal in the body of a super soldier, lashing out at a universe that has suddenly become incomprehensible and hostile. Some experience a strange, brief moment of clarity in the midst of this chaos. Cut off from the addiction that has defined them for decades or centuries, their minds momentarily freed from the constant craving for auditory stimulation, they remember what they were before their corruption. The memories come flooding back, their time as loyalist space marines, their original purpose of protecting humanity, the oaths they swore before Slanesh twisted them into what they became. These moments of clarity are often described by observers as the most disturbing part of the immediate aftermath, as the noise marine's behavior shifts from animalistic rage to something approaching genuine horror at what they have become. They see themselves clearly for the first time in ages, and what they see appalls them. But these moments pass quickly, the old neural pathways reasserting themselves, and the noise marine returns to their primary focus, the desperate need to somehow restore what has been lost. The tactical situation in which this loss occurs dramatically affects the immediate aftermath. A noise marine who loses their hearing in the midst of battle, surrounded by enemies, often continues fighting through sheer muscle memory and training. Their superhuman reflexes and combat experience allow them to respond to visual cues even while their mind reels in shock. But their effectiveness is catastrophically reduced. They cannot hear warnings from their squad. They cannot detect enemies approaching from outside their visual range. Most critically, they lose the feedback loop that made combat pleasurable, transforming the experience from euphoric release into mechanical emptiness. Some fight on anyway, going through the motions, while others simply stop, standing immobile even as enemies close in, too overwhelmed by their loss to care about survival. If the loss occurs in a relatively safe environment, between battles, in a chaos warship or fortress, the immediate danger is often to the noise marine's battle brothers rather than from external enemies. The newly deafened warrior becomes unpredictable, violent, and unreasonable. They may attack anyone who approaches, seeing threats everywhere. They may demand that others help restore their hearing, becoming enraged when such help is not immediately forthcoming. They may fixate on sources of vibration that they can still feel through their power armor, desperate for any sensation that resembles their lost sense, following these sensations without regard for where they lead. Managing a newly deafened noise marine requires multiple warriors to restrain them, and casualties among would-be helpers are not uncommon. The immediate aftermath is also when the first withdrawal symptoms begin to manifest. Within minutes of losing their hearing, the noise marine's altered neurochemistry starts to rebel against the absence of its primary stimulant. The dopamine flood that they were accustomed to experiencing nearly constantly abruptly ceases. Their reward pathways, having been rewired to respond only to sound, fire desperately and randomly, trying to find any stimulus that might trigger the familiar pleasure response. This creates a syndrome similar to severe drug withdrawal, but compressed and intensified beyond normal human experience. They experience intense dysphoria, a profound sense that something is terribly wrong that goes beyond mere unhappiness into a kind of existential wrongness, a feeling that reality itself has become hostile and alien. Physical symptoms accompany the psychological distress. Despite their augmented physiology, despite the pain-dulling effects of their armor and the resilience granted by their chaos mutations, they experience sensations their nervous system identifies as agony, crushing pressure in their skull, a sensation of ice water being poured directly onto their brain, phantom sounds that seem real but cannot be verified, auditory hallucinations that taunt them with what they have lost. Their vision becomes unreliable, as the neural pathways that once carried sound now fire randomly, creating overlapping sensory experiences. Some describe seeing sounds as visual patterns, synesthetic experiences that should not be possible now that their hearing is gone, but persist anyway, reminders of what they can no longer experience properly. For those noise marines who have been deeply integrated into the mystical aspects of their condition, who have truly believed themselves to be participants in the Ur-song, the loss of hearing carries an additional spiritual dimension of horror. They feel themselves being severed from something greater than themselves, cut off from the eternal chorus, cast out from the presence of Slanesh. This is not metaphor or imagination. The warp is real. The connection to their God was real, and now it is gone. They feel abandoned, cast into outer darkness, punished for some unknown transgression. The spiritual anguish compounds the physical and psychological suffering, creating a trinity of torment that assaults every aspect of their being simultaneously. The duration of this immediate crisis varies. For some, the acute phase of shock and panic lasts only minutes before giving way to a different kind of suffering, the longer-term horror of adaptation and withdrawal. For others, especially those whose hearing loss occurs during battle or in immediately life-threatening situations, the crisis phase is interrupted by death before it can fully develop. And for an unfortunate few, the immediate crisis never truly ends, their minds unable to process the loss, leaving them locked in a perpetual state of denial and panic that can last for days or weeks, until madness or the mercies of their battle brothers end their suffering. In every case, the first silence marks a dividing line in the noise marine's existence. There is the before, when they were what they understood themselves to be, warriors of excess, devotees of sensation, participants in an eternal symphony. And there is the after, when they are something else, something broken, something whose identity and purpose have been ripped away, leaving only the shell of what they were, screaming silently into a void that cannot hear them and does not care. Withdrawal and degradation. Once the immediate shock of hearing loss begins to subside, the noise marine enters a prolonged period of withdrawal and degradation that can last for weeks, months, or in rare cases, even years. This phase represents the slow dissolution of their corrupted identity, a process of psychological and spiritual decay that occurs even as their physical body, rendered nearly immortal by Astartes enhancements and chaos mutations, stubbornly refuses to die. What follows is perhaps even more horrifying than the initial loss, because it is not sudden catastrophe, but extended suffering, a gradual wearing away of everything that made them who they were. The withdrawal syndrome that plagues a deafened noise marine surpasses anything experienced by conventional addicts. Normal addiction involves dependency on substances or behaviors that trigger the brain's reward centers. Withdrawal occurs when those triggers are removed, leaving the reward system starved and misfiring. But a noise marine's addiction is not to an external substance. It is to a sensory experience that their entire nervous system has been reconstructed to require. Taking away their hearing is not like denying a drug addict their drug. It is more akin to removing oxygen from the atmosphere. They can survive its absence, but only in a state of constant suffocation, their entire being crying out for something that is no longer available. The neurochemical chaos that follows hearing loss creates symptoms that would kill a normal human. Their dopamine system, having been hijacked and redirected to respond exclusively to auditory input, continues to demand the neurotransmitter floods it has become dependent upon. But without sound to trigger those releases, the system begins to malfunction catastrophically. The noise marine experiences dysphoria so intense it manifests as physical pain. They describe it, when they can be communicated with at all, as a gnawing emptiness in their chest. A sensation like their hearts are trying to pump blood through vessels that have collapsed into nothingness. An ache that radiates from their core out to their extremities and back, again in waves that never quite cease. Their neural pathways, having been dedicated almost entirely to processing auditory information, begin to atrophy without use. The brain, that most adaptive of organs, starts to reconfigure itself, but not in any healthy or functional way. The rewiring that occurs during withdrawal is haphazard, random, creating connections that serve no purpose, that generate noise in the system without producing meaningful outputs. This manifests as cognitive impairment that grows worse with each passing day. Memory becomes unreliable. Logical reasoning breaks down. Even simple tasks, maintaining their weapons, following basic commands, navigating familiar spaces, become difficult or impossible. They are losing not just their hearing, but their minds, degrading from engineered superhumans into something barely functional. Hallucinations are nearly universal during extended withdrawal. The brain, desperate for the sensory input it has been conditioned to require, begins generating its own. Auditory hallucinations would seem the obvious manifestation, but ironically, these are rare. The damage to their hearing has often affected not just the physical organs, but the neural pathways that would process phantom sounds. Instead, their hallucinations take other forms. Visual distortions where they see sounds as patterns of light and shadow, synesthetic experiences that should not be possible. Tactile hallucinations where they feel sounds as pressure against their skin, as heat or cold, as pain or pleasure. These false sensations torment them, offering the promise of experience only to reveal themselves as empty illusions, cruel mockeries of what they have lost. The psychological degradation proceeds along multiple trajectories simultaneously. Depression of a depth and severity that dwarfs clinical major depressive disorder sets in within days. The noise marine has lost the only source of pleasure they can experience, leaving them in a world that is entirely grey, entirely flat, entirely devoid of positive sensation. Every moment is suffering, not the intense anguish of acute pain, but the low, grinding misery of complete emotional emptiness. Nothing matters. Nothing has value. Nothing brings satisfaction or joy or even mild contentment. They continue to exist only because their engineered bodies will not release them into death, trapped in a life that has become entirely without meaning or purpose. Anxiety accompanies the depression, a constant state of agitation and dread without specific focus. They fear everything and nothing. The world has become incomprehensible and hostile. Without their primary sense, They cannot predict danger, cannot gauge their environment, cannot feel secure, even in familiar spaces. This anxiety manifests as hypervigilance to their remaining senses, their eyes darting constantly, their remaining sensory organs working overtime to compensate for what has been lost. But this compensation is inadequate, and they know it, creating a feedback loop where anxiety about their vulnerability makes them more vigilant, which makes them more aware of how vulnerable they truly are, which increases their anxiety further. The rage that characterized the immediate aftermath of hearing loss does not dissipate, but transforms into something chronic and corrosive. It becomes a background radiation of fury that colors every interaction, every thought, every moment. They are angry at the universe for allowing this to happen, angry at their enemies for causing it, angry at their battle brothers for failing to prevent it, angry at Slaanesh for not protecting them, angry at themselves for being weak enough to suffer this loss. This rage has no productive outlet. It simply burns, consuming whatever psychological resources they have left, making every other symptom worse, preventing any possibility of adaptation or acceptance. Identity dissolution represents perhaps the most profound psychological consequence of extended hearing loss. A noise. Marines' sense of self has been constructed entirely around their auditory experiences and their pursuit of ever greater sonic sensation. Take away that foundation, and the identity built upon it begins to collapse. They no longer know who they are. The purposes that once drove them, adding their voice to the song, serving Slaanesh through sensory excess, finding the perfect sound, these purposes are now impossible. Without purpose, without identity, they become hollowed-out shells, going through the motions of existence without any real engagement or investment in their own lives. Some attempt to construct new identities to replace what has been lost, but these efforts almost always fail. They might try to embrace rage as their new defining characteristic, becoming warriors of pure violence rather than sensation seekers. But the rage is hollow, unsatisfying, a poor substitute for what they have lost. They might attempt to find meaning and loyalty to their warband or their Chaos Lord, but this loyalty rings false when it is motivated only by the absence of alternatives. They might even attempt to find pleasure in other senses, pain, temperature, pressure, but their nervous system has been so thoroughly rewired that these sensations barely register. Everything becomes grey static, noise without meaning, experience without impact. The physical degradation that accompanies psychological breakdown is remarkable even by the standards of chaos mutation. The augmented organs that granted them their enhanced hearing, now useless, begin to necrotize. The Xenos tissues, maintained through a delicate balance of biochemistry and warp energy, start to decay. This decay is not clean or quick. The dead tissue remains in place, slowly corrupting, releasing toxins into the surrounding flesh. Even the remarkable healing abilities of a space marine struggle to contain this slow rot. Infections take hold in the ear canals and spread into the skull. Tumors develop from the mutating tissues. Some noise marines experience the organs actually growing, expanding outward in grotesque parodies of their original function, becoming cancerous masses that push through the skull and distort the head into monstrous shapes. The demonic fragments bound within their auditory system react unpredictably to the loss of function. Some fade away, their connection to material reality severed by the damage to the organs they inhabited. Others become more active, no longer controlled by the regular flow of sensory input, thrashing against their bindings like caged animals. This activity can cause phenomena ranging from the merely uncomfortable to the actively dangerous. The noise marine might hear phantom voices, not hallucinations, but actual demonic whispers leaking from the fragments in their head. They might experience localized reality distortions, where the space around their skull becomes unstable, objects nearby moving in ways that defy physics. In extreme cases, the demon fragments might break free entirely, either possessing the noise marine or manifesting as lesser entities that must be destroyed before they cause further havoc. Slayanesh's blessing, which once enhanced their hearing, becomes a curse in its absence. The mutations granted by the Dark Prince do not simply reverse or fade when they are no longer useful. Instead, they often accelerate, taking new and twisted forms. A noise marine who once had extra ear-like structures across their body might find these organs transforming into gaping wounds that weep blood and pus but cannot heal. Those whose bones were reshaped into resonance chambers might discover those bones becoming brittle and prone to fracture, as if their structure has been optimized for a function they can no longer perform and has become weak in all other respects. The mutations that were blessings become stigmata of their loss, visible reminders of what they once were and can no longer be. Behavioral changes during extended withdrawal are dramatic and disturbing. The noise marine may become completely non-responsive, sitting or standing in one place for hours or days, ignoring all stimuli, lost in an internal world of suffering that has no external expression. Alternatively, they may become manic, moving constantly, unable to rest, engaging in repetitive behaviors that have no obvious purpose, pacing the same route endlessly, manipulating objects without goal, striking surfaces in rhythmic patterns that might be attempts to create or experience sound, but serve no functional end. These behaviors can shift rapidly, the noise marine cycling between catatonia and mania without warning or apparent trigger. Their relationship with their equipment and weapons undergoes disturbing transformations. Sonic weapons, once the source of their greatest pleasure, become objects of obsession or revulsion. Some deafened noise marines cannot bear to part with their sonic blasters and doom sirens, carrying them everywhere, cleaning and maintaining them compulsively, treating them with a tenderness that seems almost religious. These weapons represent their lost paradise, tangible links to a time when existence had meaning. Other noise marines violently destroy their sonic equipment, smashing or discarding it in fits of rage, unable to tolerate these reminders of what they have lost. Both reactions stem from the same root, an inability to process the loss and move beyond it. Social dynamics within their warband become increasingly problematic. Other noise marines, still possessed of their hearing, find their deaf battle brother's presence disturbing. He is a walking reminder of their own vulnerability, an example of what might happen to them. This creates a tendency toward isolation, or even ostracism. The deafened noise marine is excluded from gatherings, given less desirable duties, treated as a lesser being. This social rejection compounds their psychological suffering, adding loneliness to their already overwhelming burden of symptoms. Some warbands have been known to simply abandon their deafened members, leaving them behind when they depart from a planet or station, discarding them like broken equipment. Communication with a deafened noise marine during this phase becomes extremely difficult. They can see and sometimes read lips, but their cognitive impairment often makes processing visual information challenging. Written words become incomprehensible symbols. Sign language goes unlearned, or is learned only with tremendous effort. The barrier between them and the rest of their warband grows increasingly impermeable, isolating them further. This isolation is particularly cruel because it prevents them from receiving any support or sympathy that others might offer. They suffer alone, unable to express their anguish in ways that others can understand, unable to receive comfort, even if it were offered. The question of whether recovery or adaptation is possible haunts this phase of withdrawal. In theory, the noise marine's brain should eventually adjust to the absence of auditory input, developing new neural pathways, learning to derive satisfaction from other sources. But the rewiring that made them noise marines in the first place was so profound, so extensive, that such adaptation seems nearly impossible. Their dopamine system does not spontaneously repair itself. Their identity does not reconstruct on its own. Without intervention, medical, sorcerous, or divine, most deafened noise marines remain locked in a state of permanent withdrawal, existing but not living, conscious but not truly aware, suffering but unable to escape or end their suffering. The duration of this phase varies enormously. Some deafened noise marines degrade rapidly, reaching complete psychological collapse within weeks. Others maintain a degree of function for months or even years, though their quality of life is questionable at best. The factors that determine this variation are poorly understood, perhaps the depth of their original corruption, perhaps the strength of their will, perhaps simply random chance. But in all cases, the trajectory is downward. Without their hearing, without the sensation that defined them, they cannot maintain equilibrium. They can only decay, slowly or quickly, completely or partially, but always in the same direction, toward a final dissolution of self that may come as death, as complete madness, or as transformation into something no longer recognizable as what they once were. Throughout this phase, the deafened noise marine exists in a liminal state between life and death, between sanity and madness, between their former identity and complete dissolution. They are neither fully one thing nor another, trapped in a transition that has no natural endpoint. This liminal existence is perhaps the cruelest aspect of their fate. If they could simply die, their suffering would end. If they could adapt, they might find some new form of existence bearable. But they do neither. They persist in their agony, degrading but not dying, suffering but not adapting, lost in a wilderness of silence from which there is no clear path forward and no acceptable path back. The twisted solutions. When a noise marine loses their hearing, those rare few who retain enough coherence to seek help or whose warbands value them enough to intervene have limited options for potential restoration. None of these options are simple, painless, or guaranteed to succeed. Each comes with its own risks, costs, and consequences, often leaving the noise marine changed in ways that may be worse than deafness itself. But for someone experiencing the withdrawal and degradation described previously, any chance, no matter how slim, no matter how costly, seems worth pursuing. Desperate warriors turn to desperate solutions, and in the galaxy of the 41st millennium, desperation leads to places darker than most can imagine. The most sought-after practitioner of biological restoration among the traitor legions is Fabius Bile, the primogenitor, the spider, the clone lord. As the former chief apothecary of the Emperor's children, Bile possesses unmatched knowledge of the Legion's modifications and the specific augmentations that create noise marines. His expertise in genetic manipulation, organ grafting, and neural restructuring makes him theoretically capable of repairing or replacing damaged auditory systems. Deafened noise marines who can locate him, no easy task given his nomadic existence, often attempt to bargain for his services, offering whatever they possess in hopes of restoration. Bile's solutions to hearing loss vary wildly depending on his current research interests, available resources, and mood. In some cases, he might attempt straightforward organ replacement, harvesting fresh Xenos tissues from captured specimens or from his extensive stores of biological materials, then surgically implanting them into the damaged skull. These operations, performed without anesthesia because Bile finds the subject's pain responses useful diagnostic information, have mixed success rates. The new organs might integrate properly, might reject catastrophically, or might mutate into something entirely unexpected. Bile considers all outcomes equally interesting from a research perspective, though obviously only one outcome satisfies his patient. More often, Bile uses the deafened noise marine as an opportunity for experimentation rather than simple repair. He might graft entirely new sensory organs onto them, structures taken from aliens whose biology no Imperial scholar has documented, whose function even Bile himself does not fully understand. He might attempt to create artificial hearing through technological means, implanting arcane devices that translate vibrations into electrical signals sent directly into the brain. He might even try to restore hearing through controlled mutation, exposing the noise marine to carefully modulated warp energies intended to trigger regeneration of damaged tissues. These experimental procedures almost always cause additional suffering, and often fail to restore hearing even when they don't kill the subject outright. The price Bile demands for his services reflects his twisted values. He rarely cares about material wealth or promises of future loyalty. Instead, he requests payment in the form of genetic samples, experimental subjects, or opportunities to pursue his current projects without interference. A deafened noise marine might regain their hearing but lose their freedom, becoming one of Bile's permanent test subjects, undergoing endless procedures as the primogenitor explores various hypotheses about sensory augmentation. They might be required to deliver him captives, baseline humans, space marines, xenos, anyone whose genetic material interests him. They might find themselves bound to serve his greater plans, conscripted into his armies of new men, or assigned to guard his laboratories against the many enemies his work has earned him. Even when Bile successfully restores hearing, the results are rarely identical to what was lost. The new auditory system might be more sensitive than before, but also more vulnerable, requiring constant maintenance and adjustment. It might introduce unwanted side effects, synesthesia, cognitive changes, physical mutations. The noise marine might regain their ability to hear, but find that sound no longer produces the same pleasure it once did, the neural pathways having been rerouted during the restoration process. They might hear new frequencies invisible to their former senses, sounds that carry information they cannot process, or that drive them to distraction. Bile makes no guarantees and accepts no returns. Once he has been paid, once the procedure is complete, the noise marine must live with the results, whatever they may be. Other apothecaries across the traitor legions occasionally attempt their own restoration efforts, though few possess Bile's skill or resources. These attempts often follow more conventional medical approaches, trying to repair damaged tissues through surgical intervention, attempting to stimulate regeneration through chemical treatments, removing and replacing the most badly damaged components of the auditory system. Success rates are low. The modifications that create noise marines are not simple prosthetics or straightforward augmentations. They involve xenos biology, warp-tainted mutations, and neural rewiring so extensive that fully understanding the original work, let alone repairing it, exceeds the capabilities of most chaos apothecaries. Many attempts at restoration result in the patient's death, either from surgical complications or from infection introduced during the procedure. Even more result in partial restoration at best, some hearing recovered but at dramatically reduced sensitivity, or hearing restored in only narrow frequency ranges, or sound perceived but no longer producing the euphoric response that makes it valuable. Sorcerous solutions represent another avenue, though one fraught with its own dangers. The Thousand Sons, particularly those among the Legion who still retain some connection to their original knowledge and are willing to aid Slaaneshi warbands, might be persuaded to attempt magical restoration. Their approach typically involves attempting to rebuild the damaged neural pathways through warp sorcery, using psychic energy to stimulate growth and reorganization of brain tissue. These procedures require the sorcerer to essentially reach into the noise marine's mind and manually reconstruct the cognitive architecture that allows them to process sound. The process is invasive, agonizing, and carries significant risk of catastrophic failure. When sorcerous restoration succeeds, it often succeeds too well. The rebuilt neural pathways may be more extensive than the originals, creating hearing that extends into frequencies that exist only in the warp. The noise marine might begin to hear things that should not be heard, the whispers of demons, the screaming of souls in torment, the background radiation of psychic energy that permeates the galaxy. These sounds can be maddening, impossible to ignore or filter out. Some restored noise marines actually beg to be deafened again, finding the new reality of their hearing worse than the silence they escaped. Others embrace these new perceptions, becoming strange hybrids of noise marine and psyker, able to hear and manipulate sounds that exist on multiple layers of reality simultaneously. The most direct solution, and perhaps the most terrible, involves making pacts with demons. Slaneshi daemons, particularly those associated with sensation and pleasure, sometimes offer to restore a deafened noise marine's hearing in exchange for service. The demon might offer to possess specific portions of the noise marine's body, inhabiting the damaged auditory system and using its own essence to replace the lost function. The noise marine would hear again, but through demonic senses, experiencing sound filtered through an entity whose perception of reality is fundamentally alien. Alternatively, the demon might offer to grant mutations that bypass normal hearing entirely, creating entirely new sensory organs that can process vibrations and translate them into something the noise marine's mind can interpret. These demonic pacts always come with strings attached. The demon might demand regular sacrifices, victims chosen specifically for the quality of their screams, offerings that must be made at specific intervals, or the bargain is void and the hearing lost again. The daemon might retain partial control over the noise marine's body, able to influence their actions or thoughts, effectively making them a puppet. The daemon might gradually expand its presence, using the original pact as a foothold to achieve fuller possession, slowly consuming the noise marine's identity until only the demon remains. Even when none of these worst-case scenarios occur, the noise marine is forever bound to the demon, their souls linked, their fates intertwined. Destroying the demon means losing the hearing again. Failing to satisfy the daemon's demands means the same. The bargain can never be renegotiated or escaped. Some deafened noise marines attempt to restore their hearing through pure devotion to Slanesh, throwing themselves into worship and acts of excess, in hopes that the Dark Prince will take notice and grant them healing as a reward. They orchestrate elaborate massacres in Slanesh's name, each designed to produce maximum suffering in specific victims. They create art, if such a term can be applied to the twisted creations of chaos, that expresses their anguish and their devotion. They seek out and corrupt innocents, turning them to Slanesh's service, hoping that successful recruitment might earn divine favor. These efforts occasionally succeed, though whether Slanesh truly takes notice of individual petitioners, or whether the restoration occurs through sheer chance, is impossible to determine. When Slanesh does intervene directly, the results are characteristically excessive and unpredictable. The restored hearing might be far beyond what the noise marine originally possessed, so sensitive that normal conversation registers as painfully loud, requiring them to constantly dampen their senses just to function. The restoration might come with additional mutations. Their ears might multiply across their body. They might develop entirely new organs of unknown function. Their skull might reshape into bizarre configurations. Slanesh's gifts are never simple or straightforward. They always push the recipient toward new extremes, new forms of excess, new ways of experiencing sensation that often prove as burdensome as they are beneficial. Technology-based solutions exist, but are rarely successful for noise marines specifically. The Mechanicum, particularly its darker elements who have aligned with chaos, can create crude prosthetic hearing devices. These mechanical augmentations can detect vibrations and translate them into neural signals, theoretically allowing the user to perceive sound. For normal individuals rendered deaf by injury, such devices can restore functional hearing. But for noise marines, whose entire sensory system has been rebuilt around specific types of augmentation, mechanical prosthetics rarely integrate properly. The signals they produce don't match the patterns the noise marine's brain expects to receive. The pleasure response doesn't trigger. The noise marine can technically hear, but the experience is flat, empty, devoid of the satisfaction they crave. It's like being able to see only in shades of grey after experiencing full colour. Better than blindness, perhaps, but a pale shadow of what was lost. Some desperate noise marines pursue multiple restoration attempts sequentially, trying one approach after another, when each fails to fully restore what they have lost. These individuals become medical horrors, their bodies bearing the scars of repeated surgery, their nervous systems layered with multiple failed augmentation attempts, their skulls deformed by various modifications. Each failed attempt often leaves them worse off than before, more scarred, more damaged, less able to tolerate the next procedure. Eventually, even Fabius Bile might refuse to operate on them, deeming their bodies too compromised to work with, leaving them with no options remaining except to accept their deafness or seek the final solution of a merciful death. The question of whether restoration is worth the cost haunts many deafened noise marines during lucid moments. The procedures are agonizing, expensive, dangerous, and far from guaranteed to succeed. The prices demanded often involve moral compromises that would horrify their pre-corrupted selves, though given how far they have already fallen, few retain enough moral sense to care. The restored hearing, when achieved, might not match their memories of what they lost, creating new forms of disappointment and frustration. And yet, the alternative, accepting permanent deafness, living in eternal withdrawal, existing without the one source of pleasure their nervous system can recognize, seems equally unbearable. They are trapped between two forms of suffering, forced to choose between the known horror of silence and the unknown horrors of the restoration attempt. Not all deafened noise marines pursue restoration. Some, broken by their loss, simply give up. They might deliberately seek death in battle, fighting recklessly until an enemy grants them release. They might take their own lives, though the conditioning and mental architecture of a space marine makes suicide difficult even for those who wish it. They might exist in a kind of living stasis, neither pursuing restoration nor fully accepting their condition, trapped in limbo indefinitely. These noise marines become cautionary examples within their warbands, reminders of the fragility that lies beneath their augmented exteriors, object lessons in why restoration should be sought or why it should be avoided, depending on which lesson the observer wishes to draw. For those who do successfully restore their hearing through any of these methods, life rarely returns to how it was before. They have been changed by the experience of loss, by the withdrawal and degradation, by whatever procedure granted them restoration. They may be more cautious in battle, more aware of their vulnerability, less likely to take the risks that defined their previous existence. Or they may become more reckless, having learned that existence without hearing is worse than death, and therefore fearing death less. They may find that their restored hearing, while functional, never quite produces the same intensity of pleasure they remember, leaving them perpetually dissatisfied, chasing a sensation that can no longer be fully recaptured. They may find that the restoration has changed them in other ways, altered their personality, damaged their memory, introduced new compulsions or obsessions. The journey from loss through attempted restoration and potentially to recovered hearing represents a gauntlet of suffering that would break lesser beings. That many noise marines survive it at all speaks to their superhuman resilience, though whether such survival is blessing or curse remains debatable. They emerge from the process transformed, marked by their experience in ways both visible and invisible, carrying scars that will never fully heal, even if their hearing has been restored. They have looked into the abyss of silence, and it has looked back into them, leaving something of itself behind, even after they escape its grasp. Living in silence. For those noise marines who cannot or will not pursue restoration, who must learn to exist permanently in the silence that has engulfed them, life becomes an exercise in endurance without hope of reprieve. These warriors, once defined entirely by their relationship to sound, must somehow construct a new existence from the ruins of the old, finding ways to function in a sensory environment that their corrupted nervous system was never designed to tolerate. The question is not whether they can adapt. The answer is clearly that full adaptation is impossible, but rather how they survive their inability to adapt, what strategies they employ to endure the unendurable, and what they ultimately become in the process. The social position of a permanently deafened noise marine within their warband becomes precarious at best. In the highly competitive, sensation-obsessed culture of Slaneshi warbands, Especially among the emperor's children, status and respect are earned through ever greater displays of excess and the achievement of more intense experiences. A noise marine who can no longer participate in the auditory aspects of this competition, who cannot revel in the sounds of battle or add their sonic weapon's voice to the warband's attacks, loses much of what made them valuable. They are relegated to support roles, given tasks that don't require functional hearing, treated as second-class members of a community that once welcomed them as equals. This demotion stings particularly because it's not based on any failure of skill or courage. A deafened noise marine retains all their combat training, their superhuman physical capabilities, their tactical knowledge. They are still space marines, still among the most dangerous warriors in the galaxy. But within the twisted value system of their warband, these qualities matter less than sensory capability. They have become damaged goods, flawed merchandise, less desirable than their hearing-capable brothers. The ostracism they experience is not necessarily malicious, though it can be, but rather reflects the simple reality that they can no longer fully participate in what their warband values most. Some warbands show a degree of consideration for their deafened members, recognizing that loss of hearing through battle injury is a risk all noise marines face and could happen to any of them. These warbands might create special roles for the deafened, positions that don't require hearing but still allow them to contribute meaningfully. Perhaps they become close combat specialists, where the visceral feedback of melee fighting provides some satisfaction even without sound. Perhaps they become laborers or artificers, maintaining equipment and structures. Perhaps they become prison guards or slave overseers, roles that don't require auditory input, but benefit from having a space marine's strength and endurance. These accommodations allow the deafened noise marine to retain some dignity and purpose, even if they can never reclaim their former status. Other warbands are less kind. They view deafness as weakness, and in the brutal social dynamics of Chaos Space Marines, weakness invites exploitation. The deafened become targets for abuse, physical, psychological, social. Their equipment might be confiscated and given to others deemed more capable of using it properly. They might be assigned the most dangerous or degrading duties, effectively being used as expendable assets. They might become objects of mockery, their disability a source of cruel amusement for warriors who have long since lost any capacity for genuine empathy. In extreme cases, they might be outright sacrificed in rituals to Slanesh, their offering justified as giving meaning to an existence that has lost all other value. The deafened noise. Marines' attempts to find alternative sources of sensation represent perhaps their most desperate adaptation strategy. Unable to experience sound, they turn to other senses with an intensity born of absolute need. Some focus on pain, deliberately injuring themselves in hopes that the sensation might trigger something approaching the pleasure response they remember. But their nervous system has been so thoroughly rewired around sound that pain registers as mere noise, unpleasant but not satisfying, unable to fill the void left by their lost hearing. The self-injury escalates as they chase a satisfaction that never comes, leaving them increasingly scarred and damaged without achieving the release they seek. Others attempt to find satisfaction in visual stimuli, exposing themselves to lights, colors, patterns, anything that might provide sensory input intense enough to trigger their dopamine system. They might stare at flames for hours, watching the chaotic dance of combustion. They might collect artwork or create their own, trying to find in visual beauty what they once found in auditory sensation. But sight was never their primary sense, was never augmented or enhanced the way their hearing was, and it proves inadequate as a substitute. The lights and colors register as interesting perhaps, but never as pleasurable. The void remains unfilled. Some turn to extreme physical sensation, not just pain, but also temperature, pressure, and proprioceptive feedback. They might seek out environments of extreme heat or cold, pushing their enhanced bodies to the limits of what they can endure, hoping that the intense sensation might somehow satisfy their craving. They might engage in activities that produce strong G-forces or acceleration, that create intense pressure on their bodies, that push them to the boundaries of physical capacity. These experiences are more successful than visual stimuli in producing some response from their corrupted reward systems, but they still fall far short of what sound once provided. At best, they offer distraction from the void. At worst, they serve as painful reminders of what has been permanently lost. The psychological adaptations are perhaps even more important than the physical ones. Some deafened noise marines attempt to reconstruct their identity around something other than sound. They might embrace different aspects of Slaaneshi worship, pursuing perfection in combat technique, for instance, or becoming obsessed with physical beauty and grotesquerie. They might transfer their obsessive tendencies to new focuses, collecting specific types of weapons or trophies, developing elaborate rituals, fixating on particular enemies or goals. These attempts at reinvention rarely fully succeed, but they provide structure and purpose that might otherwise be absent, giving the deafened something to focus on beyond their loss. Others take the opposite approach, refusing to acknowledge their disability, insisting that they are still functionally identical to what they were before. They continue to carry sonic weapons despite being unable to appreciate them. They claim to still hear the Ur-song despite all evidence to the contrary. They describe auditory experiences that cannot possibly be real. This denial can be adaptive in its way, protecting them from the full psychological impact of their loss, but it also prevents them from making realistic adjustments to their new limitations. They put themselves and their battle brothers at risk by insisting on roles they cannot effectively perform, driven by pride or desperation, or simple inability to accept reality. Memory becomes both comfort and torment for the deafened. They can still remember what sound felt like, how certain noises produced specific sensations, the pleasure they derived from auditory experiences. These memories are often the most vivid and detailed recollections they possess, preserved with a clarity that other memories lack. They replay them obsessively, like an addict revisiting past highs, experiencing a pale echo of pleasure from the mere memory. But these mental replays also emphasize what has been lost, making the silence that much harder to bear by comparison. Each trip down memory lane is followed by the crash back into reality, the realization that those experiences can never be reclaimed. Some deafened noise marines develop a philosophical or spiritual relationship with their silence. Having been cast out from the Ur-song, cut off from Slaanesh's blessing in their one chosen form, they interpret their deafness as a kind of test or trial. Perhaps they believe that accepting the silence, learning to exist without the one thing they crave most, will demonstrate a devotion to Slaanesh that transcends mere sensory indulgence. Perhaps they see their suffering as a form of penance for unknown transgressions, a temporary punishment that will eventually be lifted if they prove worthy. Perhaps they convince themselves that silence is itself a form of sensation, a negative pleasure that can be appreciated for its own qualities once properly understood. These philosophical frameworks rarely provide genuine comfort, but serve as coping mechanisms that allow continued existence. The question of how long a deafened noise marine can survive in silence varies enormously. Some exist for only months before succumbing to madness, suicide, or the cumulative effects of their various attempted adaptations. Others persist for years or even decades, their superhuman physiology sustaining them long after any baseline human would have broken completely. The factors determining lifespan seem to be a complex mixture of the depth of their original conditioning, the circumstances of their deafness, the support or lack thereof from their warband, and perhaps simple random chance. But survival in this context does not imply anything approaching quality of life. They are not living so much as existing, consciousness continuing in the absence of any reason for it to do so. Rare cases exist of deafened noise marines who somehow achieve something approaching acceptance or peace with their condition. These exceptional, individuals manage to construct new identities that don't depend on sound, new purposes that give meaning to their continued existence. They might become teachers, passing on their combat experience to younger warriors. They might become philosophers or theologians of sorts, developing new interpretations of Slaneshi worship. They might find purpose in simple survival, treating each day endured as a victory over their condition. But these cases are vanishingly rare, exceptions that prove the rule that deafness is an essentially incompatible state for a being whose entire existence has been built around auditory sensation. Many deafened noise marines eventually seek death, whether through reckless behavior in combat or more direct means. For some, this represents surrender, an acknowledgement that existence without hearing is not worth continuing. For others, it's a pragmatic calculation. They have extracted what value they can from their remaining time and see no point in prolonging an experience that brings only suffering. For still others, it's a final act of devotion to Slanesh, offering their death as a sacrifice to the god who blessed and then seemingly abandoned them. Regardless of motivation, death often comes as a relief, not just to the deafened noise marine, but to their battle brothers, who no longer must witness the uncomfortable reminder of what might happen to them. Those who survive long-term often become strange figures within their warbands, living relics of a fate worse than death, cautionary tales, objects of simultaneous pity and contempt. They occupy a liminal space, neither truly alive nor properly dead, neither fully part of the warband nor entirely cast out from it. They serve whatever purpose their commanders assign, perform whatever duties they're capable of, and endure the silence that has become the totality of their existence. They are monuments to the cruelty of their god, examples of how even devotion and service offer no protection against loss, reminders that in the service of chaos there is no promise of reward. Only the certainty of suffering informs both expected and unexpected. The permanent silence that engulfs a deafened noise marine is not peaceful or restful. It is oppressive, active in its absence, a presence rather than a lack. They feel it pressing against them constantly, feel the weight of sounds that aren't there, experience the echo of echoes that never occur. Their minds, wired to process constant auditory input, continue trying to find it, generating false signals, creating phantom sensations, anything to fill the void. This mental noise, not real sound, but the desperate hallucinations of a sensory system that cannot accept its own impairment, becomes its own form of torture. They are haunted by the ghosts of sounds, tormented by memories of sensation, trapped in a silence that screams at them with voices only they can hear. If there is any mercy in their fate, it is only that. Eventually, time and suffering erode even the most resilient consciousness, the deafened noise. Marines' grip on sanity gradually loosens, their sense of self slowly dissolves, and they drift into a state that resembles dementia more than active suffering. The withdrawal never truly ends, but their capacity to experience it diminishes. They become less aware, less present, less affected by their condition, simply because less of them remains to be affected. This degradation is mercy only in the most technical sense. They suffer less because they exist less, feel less pain because they feel less of anything. They fade slowly toward a merciful oblivion that their superhuman physiology prevents them from fully reaching, trapped in twilight forever. Philosophical and spiritual implications. The loss of hearing for a noise marine raises profound questions about identity, suffering, divinity, and the nature of existence itself. These are not merely academic concerns, but lived realities for the afflicted, whose deafness forces them to confront philosophical and spiritual dilemmas that would challenge even the most sophisticated theologian. Understanding these deeper implications helps illuminate why deafness is so catastrophic for noise marines. It's not just a physical disability, but an existential crisis that threatens everything they believe about themselves, their purpose, and their relationship with the divine. The question of identity is perhaps the most fundamental. What makes someone who they are? Is identity rooted in the physical body, in the consciousness that inhabits it, in the memories that constitute a personal history, in the relationships with others, or in the purposes and goals that motivate behavior? For most people, identity is some complex combination of all these elements. But for a noise marine, identity has been deliberately simplified, refined, and focused onto a single point: their relationship with sound. Everything else has been discarded or subordinated. Take away that central pillar, and what remains? The ship of Theseus paradox takes on dark new meaning in this context. If you replace every plank in a ship, is it still the same ship? If you remove the one defining characteristic of a being, replace nothing, and leave the rest intact, is it still the same being? The deafened noise. Marine has all the same memories, same physical form, same genetic structure, same training and experience as before. Only one element has changed. And yet, that one element was so fundamental that its absence calls into question whether they are still the same person at all. Are they the same noise marine, now disabled? Or are they something else entirely, wearing a noise marine's skin, haunted by a noise marine's memories, but lacking the essential quality that made them who they were? This identity crisis extends to their relationship with their warband and their role within Chaos Space Marine society. The Noise Marine's position was defined by their capabilities and their pursuit of specific forms of excess. Without those capabilities, without the ability to pursue those particular experiences, their social role disappears. They become undefined, unpurposed, existing without clear function. This loss of role compounds the loss of self, leaving them adrift not only in their own consciousness, but also in their social context. They are orphans from their own identity, strangers in their own lives, dispossessed of the one thing that gave them meaning and belonging. The spiritual implications are equally devastating. Noise Marines see themselves as participants in something transcendent, the Ur-song that echoes across time and space, binding all devotees of Slaanesh into a cosmic choir. Their sonic weapons are not merely tools, but instruments of worship, each shot a prayer, each scream they produce or provoke an offering to their god. When they lose their hearing, when they can no longer perceive the Ur-song or meaningfully contribute to it, they experience what might be called spiritual death. They are cut off from their god, not through rejection or apostasy, but through simple biological failure. Their faith remains. They still worship Slaanesh, still believe in the Dark Prince's power, but they can no longer participate in that worship in the ways that defined their devotion. This raises uncomfortable theological questions about the nature of Slaanesh's favor. The Chaos Gods are powerful beyond mortal comprehension, capable of reshaping reality with a thought. If Slaanesh truly valued their Noise Marines, why does the god not protect them from deafness or restore their hearing when it is lost? Several possible answers exist, none of them comforting. Perhaps Slaanesh doesn't care. The Dark Prince is vast and capricious, and individual mortals, even enhanced super soldiers, might be beneath notice. Perhaps Slaanesh actively finds their suffering amusing. The god of excess might derive pleasure from the exquisite irony of a sensation seeker deprived of all sensation. Perhaps Slaanesh views deafness as a test, a trial that separates the truly devoted from the merely indulgent. Or perhaps the answer is more disturbing still. Slaanesh can and does restore hearing, but only for some, chosen by criteria mortals cannot comprehend, meaning that those who remain deaf have been deliberately passed over, marked as unworthy of intervention. The concept of divine cruelty becomes unavoidable in these contemplations. If Slaanesh created Noise Marines, rewired their nervous systems to be dependent on sound, encouraged them to build their entire existence around auditory sensation, and then allows or causes that sensation to be taken away, is this not cruelty? Is this not creating beings specifically designed to suffer in a particular way? The counter-argument, from a Slaaneshi theological perspective, would be that the suffering itself is a form of experience, that the intensity of the loss is proportional to the intensity of what was lost, and that such extreme suffering is valuable precisely because it is extreme. Sensation, not happiness, is what Slanesh values. Pain, properly understood, is just another form of sensation, potentially as valuable as pleasure. From this perspective, the deafened noise marine's suffering is not punishment, but gift, a new form of experience as intense as the sonic ecstasy they once knew. But this theological rationalization provides cold comfort at best. The deafened noise marine experiences their loss not as gift, but as deprivation, not as a new form of sensation, but as the absence of sensation, not as a divine blessing, but as abandonment. The intellectual argument that suffering is valuable does not make the suffering itself any less painful or any more bearable. They can understand the theology that might justify their fate without accepting it, can recognize the argument without being consoled by it. Faith and experience war within them. They believe Slanesh is their god and should be worshipped, but they cannot shake the feeling that they have been betrayed by that god. The question of whether deafness can be overcome through willpower alone carries both practical and philosophical weight. The power of the mind to influence the body is real, particularly among Chaos Space Marines, whose biology is already partially influenced by belief and conviction. Some deafened noise marines have convinced themselves that they can hear through sheer determination, that their faith in Slanesh can substitute for functioning auditory organs. Occasionally, this conviction seems to produce results. They report hearing sounds, responding to auditory cues, even finding pleasure in what they claim to experience. But whether this represents genuine restoration through psychosomatic means or merely elaborate self-delusion is impossible to determine from outside their own consciousness. And in the grim darkness of the 41st millennium, the distinction between psychosomatic healing and delusion, between faith-based miracle and madness, is often vanishingly thin. The deafened noise marine's existence raises broader questions about the nature of suffering and whether it can have meaning. Viktor Frankl, the Austrian psychiatrist who survived the Holocaust, argued that humans can endure almost any suffering if they can find meaning in it, but that suffering without meaning is unbearable. The deafened noise marine faces exactly this dilemma. If their suffering serves some purpose, if it's a test, a trial, a temporary condition before restoration, a sacrifice that benefits others, then perhaps it can be endured. But if it's random, meaningless, a simple consequence of bad luck with no greater significance, then it becomes almost impossible to bear. They search desperately for meaning in their condition, trying to construct narratives that make their suffering purposeful, because purposeless suffering is a horror their minds cannot process. The irony of their situation is not lost on those few deafened noise marines capable of reflection. They sought sensation, pursued it with absolute dedication, sacrificed everything else in their lives to its pursuit. They believed that greater sensation meant greater existence, that the intensity of experience was what gave life value. And now they have discovered the inverse, that the absence of sensation is not merely neutral but actively terrible, that the void left by missing experience is itself a form of torture. They learned that the pursuit of pleasure through one narrow channel made them catastrophically vulnerable, that by putting all their existential eggs in one basket, they ensured that losing that basket would destroy them. The lesson is clear, but useless, learned too late, purchased at a price that cannot be refunded. Their fate also serves as a meditation on the nature of addiction and whether it can ever truly be overcome. Addiction, at its core, is the reshaping of the reward system around a single stimulus. Recovery typically involves retraining that system, teaching it to find satisfaction in other stimuli, rebuilding the ability to experience pleasure from sources other than the substance or behavior one was addicted to. But for noise marines, the rewiring was so extensive, so fundamental, that true recovery seems impossible. They cannot retrain their dopamine system because it has been permanently altered at a neurological level. They cannot find satisfaction in other stimuli because those pathways have been severed or repurposed. They are trapped in their addiction even when the substance of that addiction is no longer available. They experience all the suffering of withdrawal without the possibility of eventual recovery. Addiction frozen in its most painful moment, extended indefinitely. The question of whether existence under these conditions can be justified becomes starkly practical. Is it better to be alive and suffering, or dead and at peace? For a noise marine who retains their hearing, this question never arises. Existence is justified by the pleasures it contains, by the sensations yet to be experienced, by the continued participation in the song. But for the deafened, every moment is suffering with no relief in sight. They continue to exist only because their enhanced biology makes death difficult to achieve, not because life offers anything worth continuing for. At what point does existence become so devoid of positive content that non-existence becomes preferable? At what point does the mercy of death outweigh the instinct for survival? These are not abstract questions for the deafened noise marine. They are immediate, practical concerns that must be confronted every moment of every day. Slanesh's perspective on all of this remains, appropriately for a chaos god, incomprehensible and contradictory. The Dark Prince might view the deafened noise marines with amusement, finding entertainment in their suffering, enjoying the exquisite cruelty of creating beings who crave sensation and then depriving them of it. Or Slanesh might be genuinely indifferent, focused on other concerns, barely aware that these particular servants are suffering. Or the god might feel something approaching sympathy, though filtered through a consciousness so alien that even its sympathy would be unrecognizable as such to mortal minds. Perhaps Slanesh values the deafened specifically because their suffering is so intense, seeing them as more perfect servants, precisely because they endure such exquisite torment in the god's name. The truth, if truth even exists in matters involving chaos gods, is probably some shifting combination of all these possibilities and others besides, varying from moment to moment, according to the whims of a being who embodies excess and contradiction. From an imperial perspective, the fate of deafened noise marines might seem like justice. Heretics and traitors receiving punishment commensurate with their sins, suffering inflicted by the very corruption they embraced. The Sisters of Battle might see divine providence in it, the Emperor's vengeance expressed through the natural consequences of chaos worship. The Inquisition might view it as useful intelligence, revealing a weakness that could potentially be exploited in combat. But even the most hardened servants of the Imperium, if they truly understood what deafness means for a noise marine, might feel a twinge of discomfort at the sheer scale of the suffering involved. It is almost too perfect a punishment, too precisely calibrated to cause maximum distress, too cruel even for the cruel galaxy of the 41st millennium. The ultimate question that the deafened noise marine cannot escape is, what remains? After identity has been stripped away, after purpose has been lost, after connection to the divine has been severed, after all hope of restoration or adaptation has been exhausted, what remains? The answer, cold and final, is consciousness. Just consciousness, continuing because it has no choice, experiencing nothing but suffering, unable to end or escape or find meaning in its continuation. They have become philosophical zombies in reverse, not creatures that lack consciousness despite appearing to have it, but creatures that possess consciousness despite having lost everything that might make consciousness valuable. They exist, they suffer, and they endure, monuments to the peculiar cruelty of their god, and testaments to the infinite varieties of horror that the galaxy can produce. The ultimate irony. As we reach the conclusion of this exploration into one of the 41st millennium's most particular brands of horror, it's worth reflecting on the profound ironies embedded in the fate of deafened noise marines. These warriors dedicated their existence to the pursuit of sensation, particularly auditory sensation, building their entire identity around the experience of sound raised to levels of intensity that would destroy normal minds. They believed that in doing so, they were following the truest path of excess, achieving heights of experience that represented the pinnacle of what Slaanesh offered. They thought themselves blessed, chosen, superior to those who settled for mere baseline sensation or who split their attention across multiple forms of pleasure. In their obsessive focus, in their absolute dedication, they believed they had found the ultimate expression of devotion to the Dark Prince of pleasure. And yet, this absolute dedication, this narrow focus, this investment of everything they were into a single channel of experience has created the exact conditions for their complete destruction. By rebuilding themselves entirely around sound, they eliminated all redundancy, all backup systems, all alternative pathways to meaning and pleasure. A normal space marine who loses their hearing suffers a disability, certainly, but retains many other capacities and sources of satisfaction. They can still find purpose in combat, still take pride in their service, still connect with their battle brothers through other means. They have lost one sense among several, not the foundation of their entire existence. But the noise marine, in their pursuit of ultimate sensation, has created ultimate vulnerability. They have become a magnificent edifice built on a single pillar, and when that pillar crumbles, nothing can prevent total collapse. The irony extends to their relationship with Slaanesh. They served the god of excess with absolute devotion, sacrificing everything, loyalty to the emperor, bonds with their unmodified battle brothers, their own humanity, to pursue the sensory experiences Slaanesh represented. They believed this service would be rewarded with eternal pleasure, with ever-increasing intensity of sensation, with a kind of immortality defined by unending ecstasy. Instead, they discover that Slaanesh is not a beneficent god who rewards faithful service, but a chaos god whose very nature includes cruelty, capriciousness, and contradiction. The suffering of the deafened noise marine is, in its own twisted way, as much a gift from Slaanesh as the enhanced hearing that preceded it. Both are forms of extreme sensation. Both are excessive in their intensity. Both fit perfectly within the Dark Prince's domain. The noise marine sought excess and received it, but excess in suffering rather than pleasure, excess in loss rather than gain. There is also a cruel poetry in how their weapon becomes their weakness. Sonic weaponry, designed to inflict maximum suffering on enemies through overwhelming, destructive sound, creates the exact conditions that can destroy the noise marine's hearing. They surround themselves with volumes and frequencies at the edge of what matter can withstand, immerse themselves daily in acoustic environments that should be lethal, and are surprised when eventually those extremes damage the very organs that allow them to appreciate sound. It's reminiscent of an artist who stares directly at the sun to capture its perfect light, only to blind themselves and lose the ability to create or appreciate any art at all. The tool of their expression becomes the instrument of their destruction. The fate of deafened noise marines also serves as a broader commentary on the nature of corruption and the ultimate hollowness of chaos. The promises chaos makes are real. Power beyond mortal limits, sensations impossible for unmodified humans, liberation from the constraints of imperial law and morality. But the costs are equally real and ultimately unbearable. Every gift comes with strings attached. Every blessing carries the seed of curse. Every step down the path of corruption leads further from anything resembling genuine satisfaction or peace. The noise marine embodies this truth in particularly stark form. They received exactly what they were promised: hearing beyond human limits, pleasure from sound beyond mortal capacity. a direct connection to their God. But that gift has made them dependent, vulnerable, and ultimately broken when it is taken away. They are objectively worse off than if they had never received the blessing at all, left with nothing but memories of what they once had and the knowledge that it can never be reclaimed. Their story also illuminates the fundamental emptiness at the heart of Slaneshi worship. The pursuit of ever greater sensation seems attractive in theory. Who wouldn't want more intense pleasure, more profound experiences, more excitement and stimulation? But this pursuit is infinite by definition. There is no endpoint, no moment of satisfaction, no achievement that allows one to rest content. Each new height of sensation requires a greater height next time. Tolerance increases, and the hedonic treadmill accelerates forever. The only possible endpoints are death, the transformation into something so alien that human concepts like pleasure no longer apply, or the complete collapse we see in deafened noise marines. The inability to continue the pursuit combined with the inability to find satisfaction anywhere else. All of Slaneshi's followers face this trajectory eventually. The noise marines simply have the misfortune of reaching the breaking point in a particularly dramatic and horrible way. But perhaps the most profound irony is that silence, which was their most dreaded fate, might have been their salvation if encountered earlier. Before their transformation into noise marines, when they were still relatively unmodified space marines, a period of enforced silence might have been unpleasant, but ultimately character building. It might have taught patience, introspection, the value of stillness. It might have prevented their corruption, might have kept them from embarking on the path that led to their current state. Silence before transformation could have been redemptive. But silence after transformation is only destructive, because by then they have burned the bridges that might have allowed them to find meaning in quietness. They have destroyed their own capacity for adaptation, rebuilt themselves into something that can only function in one narrow set of conditions, and thereby ensured their own ultimate defeat. What can we, as observers, learn from their fate? Perhaps simply this: that specialization carried to extremes creates vulnerability, that becoming too dependent on any single source of satisfaction, whether sensory, chemical, emotional, or spiritual, sets the stage for catastrophic failure when that source is removed. The noise marines are extreme examples, their transformations far beyond anything a normal person would experience. But the principle applies more broadly. Any addiction, any obsession, any rebuilding of one's entire life around a single focus creates similar risks at smaller scales. The more we invest in one thing, the more devastating its loss becomes. The more we allow one aspect of existence to define us, the more hollow we become when that aspect is taken away. There is also a warning here about the promises of transcendence through sensation. Our modern world offers endless opportunities for sensory escalation. Louder music, brighter screens, more intense flavors, stronger drugs, more extreme experiences. The pursuit of these intensities can seem attractive, can feel like progress towards some ultimate experience that will finally satisfy. But the noise marine's fate suggests that this path leads nowhere good. There is no satisfaction at the end of the escalation, only the need for more escalation. And the more dependent we become on these extreme sensations, the more baseline experience seems inadequate, the more we lose the capacity to find joy in simple things. The noise marines followed this path to its logical conclusion and found only addiction, vulnerability, and eventual destruction. Their example suggests that perhaps the path was flawed from the start, that the pursuit of ever greater sensation is not liberation, but a trap that becomes more constrictive the further down it one travels. The horror of their situation lies not in any single moment, but in its permanence. Many horrors are acute, intense suffering that is brief, pain that ends, loss that can eventually be recovered from. But the deafened noise marine's horror has no end point. There is no recovery, no adaptation, no eventual acceptance. There is only continuation, moment after moment, day after day, year after year, experiencing the same emptiness, the same craving that cannot be satisfied, the same withdrawal that never resolves. They are trapped in the worst moment of loss, extended indefinitely, turned into a way of life that cannot be escaped except through death. This permanence, this lack of any possibility for improvement, is perhaps the most crushing aspect of their fate. And yet, they persist. Despite everything, despite the suffering and the emptiness and the knowledge that it will never get better, they continue to exist. Their superhuman physiology sustains them. Their chaos-granted mutations keep them alive. Their consciousness persists whether they wish it to or not. They are monuments to endurance without purpose, survival without hope, existence stripped of everything that makes existence valuable. They serve as warnings etched in still living flesh, warnings about the dangers of obsession, the costs of serving chaos, the price of sensation taken to extremes, and the peculiar horror of being trapped in the consequences of one's choices, with no possibility of escape or redemption. The question of whether any meaning can be salvaged from their suffering remains unresolved, because it is ultimately unanswerable. From one perspective, their fate is utterly meaningless. Random injury leading to consequences that serve no purpose, teach no lesson that wasn't already known, and benefit no one. From another perspective, their suffering is exactly as meaningful as any other experience, neither more nor less, simply another sensation in a universe where sensation is the only currency Slaanesh recognizes. And from a third perspective, perhaps their suffering is intensely meaningful, precisely because it illuminates so clearly the nature of the trap they fell into, serving as object lessons for anyone tempted by similar promises. The meaning, like so much else in Warhammer 40,000, depends entirely on perspective. And perspective is something the deafened noise marines have lost the capacity to maintain. As we conclude this examination of what it's like when a noise marine loses their hearing, we're left with an appreciation for the multi-layered horror of their situation. It's not just physical disability, though that aspect is real and significant. It's not just psychological suffering, though the mental anguish they experience is profound. It's not just spiritual crisis, though their separation from Slaanesh and the Ursong cuts to their very sense of purpose and identity. It's all of these things simultaneously, compounding and reinforcing each other, creating a totality of suffering that approaches the absolute. They are trapped in a nightmare that has no end, pursuing a satisfaction that can no longer be achieved, craving an experience that is permanently beyond reach, existing without living, conscious without being truly aware, surviving without any reason to survive. They are, in short, examples of how, in the grim darkness of the far future, there truly are fates worse than death, and the servants of chaos are often the architects of their own most terrible punishments. If you found this exploration into the auditory horror of Warhammer 40,000 enlightening, please consider subscribing to Stories of Hammer and hitting that like button. There are countless more tales of tragedy and terror lurking in the darkness of the 41st millennium, and together we can shed light on them all. Thanks for watching, and may your own hearing remain intact, because as we've seen today, silence can be its own form of damnation. In the grim darkness of the far future, there are moments that defy all logic, all expectation, all reasonable calculation. Moments where the impossible becomes real, where the mathematical certainty of death is somehow circumvented, where flesh and blood triumph over ceramite and fury. This is the story of what happens when an ordinary human being, armed with little more than a lasgun and the Emperor's blessing, achieves the unthinkable. This is the story of what happens when a guardsman kills a Chaos Space Marine. Picture, if you will, the scene. A battlefield somewhere in the vastness of the Imperium. A world whose name might be forgotten by history, but whose soil runs red with the blood of millions. The air is thick with smoke and the screaming of dying men, the thunder of artillery creating a constant backdrop of destruction. Somewhere in this hellscape of war, a single guardsman crouches in what remains of a trench, his lasgun clutched in trembling hands, his uniform soaked with mud and the blood of his comrades. He is nobody special, not a hero from legend, not a champion of the Imperium, not even particularly brave or skilled. He is simply one of uncounted billions who serve in the Astra Militarum, one grain of sand in an endless desert of human suffering and sacrifice. And before him, advancing through the smoke and fire, with inexorable purpose, comes death itself, given form. A Chaos Space Marine, a traitor to the Imperium, a warrior who once served the Emperor, but now bows to the dark gods of the warp. He stands over 2 meters tall, even before the bulk of his power armor is considered, a walking tank of ceramite plates, an adamantium reinforcement. The armor itself is a marvel and a horror, ancient technology from the days of the Great Crusade, now twisted and corrupted by 10,000 years of exposure to the immaterium. Spikes protrude from pauldrons at impossible angles, the metal itself seeming to writhe with malevolent life. Symbols and sigils that hurt to look at cover every surface, promises of power and damnation written in the languages of beings that should not exist. The Chaos Marine's bolter, a weapon designed to fire mass-reactive explosive shells capable of tearing through armored vehicles, sweeps across the battlefield with casual menace. Each round in that weapon contains enough destructive force to reduce a human being to a fine mist of blood and bone fragments. The warrior himself moves with a speed and grace that seems to mock the laws of physics. Power armor servos augmenting already superhuman strength to create something that exists beyond normal human comprehension. This is a being that can crush a man's skull with one hand, that can run faster than most vehicles, that can survive wounds that would kill a dozen normal soldiers. This is a space marine, twisted by chaos, but no less deadly for it. The odds of what happens next are so astronomically small that they barely deserve calculation. Conservative estimates suggest that a single Chaos Space Marine can account for dozens, if not hundreds, of ordinary soldiers before falling. The layered ceramite plating of their power armor can withstand hits from weapons that would obliterate buildings. The genetic modifications that created them transformed them into living weapons, with multiple redundant organs, accelerated healing, and reaction times that operate on a completely different scale from baseline humanity. They can fight for days without rest, shrug off injuries that would be instantly fatal to anyone else, and their combat experience spans decades or even centuries. And yet, against all probability, against all reason, the impossible happens. Perhaps it is a lucky shot, the Emperor's grace guiding that lasbolt to strike exactly at the weak point where helmet meets gorget, where the seals of ancient armor have degraded over millennia of service to the dark gods. Perhaps it is the culmination of sustained fire, dozens or hundreds of lasgun shots finding the exact same point on the armor until even ceramite cannot withstand the accumulated thermal stress. Perhaps it is desperation and timing, a cracked grenade thrust into a damaged section of breastplate at precisely the moment when the traitor's attention is divided. Perhaps it is terrain and tactics, the ground giving way beneath armored feet, sending the giant toppling into a prepared kill zone where concentrated fire can find vulnerable joints and seals. However it happens, the result is the same. The Chaos Space Marine falls. That towering engine of destruction, that monument to superhuman warfare, crashes to the earth like a toppled statue. And standing over the body, lasgun still raised, is the guardsman. Just a man, just a soldier, just one among billions who fight and die in the Emperor's name. But what happens next? What are the consequences of this impossible victory? What does it mean for this single soldier who has achieved something that statisticians would have calculated as effectively impossible? What happens to the man who has looked into the face of post-humanity gone wrong and somehow survived to tell the tale? The answer is complicated, and it begins with understanding exactly what our guardsman has just accomplished. To truly comprehend the magnitude of what has occurred, we must first understand what a Chaos Space Marine actually is. Not the propaganda version, not the simplified enemy in a tactical briefing, but the genuine article in all its terrible reality. We must understand the gulf that separates the human from the post-human, the mortal from the transhuman, the soldier from the living weapon. A Chaos Space Marine begins as a Space Marine, and to understand what that means, we must travel back through 10,000 years of history to the time when the Emperor of mankind walked among his people and the Great Crusade spread across the stars. Space Marines were never merely soldiers, they were the emperors. Masterwork, the pinnacle of genetic engineering and surgical augmentation, designed to be humanity's champions in the darkest reaches of the galaxy. The process that creates a Space Marine is called the creation of the Adeptus Astartes, and it is a transformation so profound that the end result can barely be called human anymore. The process begins with gene seed, genetic material descended from the Emperor's own primarchs, those 20 demigod sons, who were the Emperor's first and greatest creations. This gene seed is implanted into a young recruit, usually beginning in early adolescence when the body is still developing and can more readily accept the radical changes that follow. What comes next is a series of 19 separate organs, each one a miracle of bioengineering, each one transforming the recipient further from baseline humanity. The secondary heart, the first of these organs, provides redundancy and massively increased cardiovascular performance. Should the primary heart be damaged, the secondary can maintain blood flow. Together, they allow for feats of endurance that would kill a normal human through sheer cardiac strain. The os modular alters bone growth, making the skeleton larger, denser, and capable of withstanding impacts that would shatter normal human bones like glass. The biscopia stimulates muscle growth beyond natural limits, creating bands of muscle tissue that possess strength far exceeding anything possible for an unaugmented human. The hemastomen alters the blood itself, making it more efficient at oxygen transport, and including factors that dramatically accelerate clotting and healing. A Space Marine's blood can seal wounds that would cause a normal human to bleed out in minutes. The Larraman's organ takes this further, releasing Larraman cells that can seal even major wounds almost instantly. The catalepsian node allows a Space Marine to sleep with half their brain at a time, remaining partially conscious even while resting, able to continue functioning for weeks without true sleep. The preomnor, a pre-stomach, can neutralize most poisons and toxins, allowing Space Marines to consume materials that would kill normal humans. The omophagia allows them to gain genetic information by consuming flesh, literally absorbing memories and knowledge by eating their enemies. The multi-lung provides redundancy in breathing and can function even in low oxygen or toxic atmospheres. The oculobe alters the eyes, providing enhanced vision in multiple spectrums and the ability to consciously adjust focus like a camera lens. The liman's ear enhances hearing beyond normal human range and provides additional balance organs, making Space Marines extraordinarily difficult to disorient. The Susan membrane allows them to enter a state of suspended animation if mortally wounded, potentially surviving for years or even centuries until rescue. The melanchrome alters skin pigmentation in response to radiation levels, protecting against exposure that would cause fatal poisoning in normal humans. The oolitic kidney provides additional filtration and can function even if both normal kidneys are damaged. The neuroglottis enhances taste and smell to the point where a Space Marine can track by scent and identify chemical compositions by taste alone. The mucranoid secretes a waxy substance that protects the skin against temperature extremes and chemical exposure. The Becher's gland allows them to spit acid, literally using their saliva as a weapon. The progenoid glands are perhaps the most important, as they grow and store the gene seed that will be harvested to create future space marines, ensuring the continuation of the chapter. And finally, the black carapace, the interface beneath the skin that allows direct neural connection to power armor, turning the suit from mere equipment into an extension of the Marine's own body. This is what a Space Marine is, physiologically. But we are not discussing Space Marines. We are discussing Chaos Space Marines, and the difference is profound. A Chaos Space Marine has all of these advantages, all of this superhuman capability, and then adds to it the blessings and curses of the warp itself. 10,000 years ago, during the Horus Heresy, half of the Space Marine legions turned traitor, pledging their souls to the Chaos Gods. Those who survived have been changed by millennia of exposure to the Immaterium, that realm of nightmare and madness that lies beneath reality itself. Their flesh and armor have been twisted by the energies of chaos, often giving them capabilities that transcend even the already superhuman baseline. A Chaos Space Marine dedicated to Khorne might possess strength that far exceeds even normal Space Marine limits, fueled by the Blood God's favor and able to tear through armor with bare hands, enhanced by demonic power. One who serves Nurgle might be effectively unkillable, flesh rotted and diseased, but sustained by the Plague Father's gifts, able to continue fighting even with wounds that would reduce a normal Space Marine to a corpse. A follower of Tzeentch might wield sorcerous powers that bend reality itself, layering psychic protections over already formidable armor. A champion of Slaanesh might move with speed that makes them seem to blur, reflexes enhanced beyond even Space Marine norms. And their armor, oh their armor. Power armor is already a technological marvel, a sealed environment suit that provides protection against the vacuum of space, toxic atmospheres, and hostile fire. The ceramite plating can withstand hits from weapons that would obliterate concrete bunkers. The armor's internal systems monitor the wearer's vital signs, inject combat stimulants when needed, and conceal breaches automatically. The power source drives servo bundles that multiply the wearer's already superhuman strength, allowing them to wield weapons that would require a vehicle mount for a normal human. But Chaos power armor has been touched by the warp. The metal itself might be semi-alive, shifting and reforming to protect the wearer from threats. Demon-forged plates might be literally indestructible by conventional means. The armor might heal itself, corruption sealing breaches and regenerating damaged sections. It might be adorned with trophies of 10,000 years of war, each one a grim reminder of the warrior's terrible longevity and countless victories. This is what our guardsman faces. This is the reality of the enemy he has somehow defeated. To put it in perspective, imagine being asked to fight a main battle tank using only a flashlight and a kitchen knife. Now imagine that the tank is also a highly trained special forces operative with reactions faster than you can process. Who can run at 40 kilometers per hour? Who will shrug off injuries that would kill you instantly? And who has been fighting wars since before your great-great-great-grandparents were born? This begins to approximate the mismatch we are discussing. The standard issue lasgun that our guardsman carries, often mockingly referred to by the troops as a flashlight, is actually a reasonably effective weapon against most enemies. It fires a concentrated beam of photonic energy capable of cleanly severing limbs and cauterizing wounds through sheer thermal shock. Against unarmored or lightly armored targets, it is quite lethal. The power packs are easily recharged, meaning ammunition is rarely a concern. The weapon is reliable, relatively simple to maintain, and can function in a wide range of environmental conditions. For fighting cultists, insurgents, or even some alien species, the lasgun is perfectly adequate. But against Space Marine power armor, a single lasgun shot accomplishes approximately nothing. The ceramite plating is specifically designed to ablate and disperse the thermal energy of laser weapons. Estimates suggest that it would take dozens of sustained hits on the exact same point to even begin compromising the armor's integrity. And Space Marines do not stand still obligingly allowing this to happen. They move, they take cover, they return fire with weapons that can reduce a guardsman to constituent atoms. This is why the Imperial Guard's doctrine against Space Marine opponents, whether loyalist gone rogue or chaos traitors, emphasizes overwhelming numbers and concentrated firepower. The official tactical guidance suggests ratios of 10 to 1, 20 to 1, even higher. Bring artillery, bring armor, bring air support, and pray that the Emperor guides your aim. A squad of guardsmen engaging a single Chaos Space Marine in anything resembling fair circumstances is not a battle. It is a massacre waiting to happen. And yet, despite all of this, despite the impossible odds and the horrifying mismatch in capabilities, Guardsmen do sometimes kill Chaos Space Marines. It happens. Not often, not reliably, but it happens enough that there are records, that there are stories, that there are veterans who can speak of having achieved the impossible and survived to tell the tale. How does it happen? What are the circumstances that allow baseline humanity to triumph over transhuman warriors enhanced by dark gods? The answer is never simple, never clean, never as glorious as the propaganda hollows would suggest. It is always desperate, always costly, and always involves a combination of factors that create that one perfect storm of circumstance where the impossible becomes merely improbable. Sometimes it is the terrain. A Chaos Space Marine stuck in mud or unstable ground loses their mobility advantage, and mobility is a significant portion of what makes them so deadly. Unable to close distance quickly or maneuver effectively, they become, if not vulnerable, at least slightly less invulnerable. Concentrated fire from multiple laser guns, all targeting the same general area, might accumulate enough thermal stress to begin compromising armor seals. It is the death of 1,000 cuts, each individual shot meaningless, but the aggregate effect potentially fatal. Sometimes it is heavy weapons. A guardsman regiment does not consist solely of laser guns and hope. They have lascannons, heavy anti-tank weapons capable of punching through vehicle armor. They have missile launchers firing crack missiles designed for anti-armor work. They have plasma guns that can potentially overwhelm even ceramite plating, though the risk of the weapons suffering catastrophic overload makes them almost as dangerous to the user as the enemy. They have melter guns that can reduce even power armor to molten slag, though their effective range is measured in meters rather than the hundreds of meters at which a Chaos Space Marine's bolter remains lethal. When one of these weapons connects with a Chaos Space Marine, the results can be spectacular. A crack missile to the chest cavity might crack through the breastplate and detonate against the reinforced ribcage beneath, the explosion contained by the armor and transformed into a killing pressure wave that pulps organs even the Space Marine's redundant biological systems cannot compensate for. A lascannon beam might punch clean through a helmet, vaporizing the head within and ending the threat instantly regardless of how many backup organs the body possesses. A melter gun at point-blank range can reduce the entire upper torso to superheated vapor, armor, and all. But these weapons are not carried by every guardsman. They are specialist equipment issued to designated heavy weapons teams or special weapons troopers. For the average line trooper, the question of killing a Chaos Space Marine usually comes down to opportunity, desperation, and luck in varying proportions. Consider the scenario of close assault. A Chaos Space Marine that has been engaged by overwhelming numbers might find himself, however briefly, in physical contact with dozens of guardsmen simultaneously. While he is butchering them with chain axe and bolt, pistol, while he is crushing throats with gauntleted hands and shattering bones with armored boots, perhaps, just perhaps, one of those guardsmen gets a hand on a vulnerable section of armor. Perhaps he has a grenade, a crack grenade designed for anti-armor work, and in his last seconds of life, he activates it and holds it against the weak point where thigh plate meets hip joint. The explosion kills him and a dozen others, but it also severs the Chaos Marine's leg, and even superhuman warriors cannot fight effectively while bleeding out from a femoral arterial rupture. Or consider ambush tactics. The Tanith First and Only, also known as Gaunt's Ghosts, were famous for exactly this kind of asymmetric warfare. Reconnaissance and light infantry specialists, they excelled at using terrain, stealth, and careful preparation to engage enemies far above their weight class. When facing Chaos Space Marines, they would not attempt direct engagement. Instead, they would identify patrol routes, set up carefully prepared kill zones with overlapping fields of fire, and wait. When the target entered the kill zone, every weapon they possessed would open up simultaneously. Dozens of laser guns firing at pre-aimed points, heavy weapons targeting joints and seals, sniper teams with long-last rifles taking careful shots at eye lenses and vox grills. Even then, success was not guaranteed. Chaos Space Marines are not stupid, no matter what corruption has done to their souls. They understand tactics. They have fought for longer than most Imperial Guard officers have been alive, and they are extraordinarily difficult to surprise. But sometimes, with perfect planning and the Emperor's favor, it works. The Chaos Marine goes down under the weight of concentrated fire, armor breached in multiple locations, vital organs compromised beyond even his enhanced biology's ability to repair. And sometimes, very rarely, it is simply luck. A stray shot from a laser gun hits exactly at the moment when the Chaos Marine is turning, the beam finding the tiny gap between helmet and gorget at precisely the angle needed to reach the throat beneath. The thermal shock severs the carotid, and even a Space Marine's enhanced blood clotting cannot seal a wound of that type quickly enough. He has perhaps 30 seconds before loss of blood flow to the brain renders him unconscious, and in a combat situation, 30 seconds of impaired function might as well be an eternity. He falls, and the guardsmen around him, as shocked as anyone, pour fire into the fallen body until they are certain he will not rise again. Or perhaps he has been fighting for hours, and the sustained effort has taxed even his superhuman endurance. His armor's power cell is depleted, turning the suit from enhanced strength to dead weight. His body's combat stimulants have been exhausted, the glands that produce them needing time to replenish. He has accumulated dozens of minor wounds, none individually serious but collectively, degrading his function. His attention is divided between multiple threat vectors, and in that moment of maximum vulnerability, a guardsman with a plasma gun manages to land a shot on his reactor backpack. The resulting detonation is visible from orbit, and there is not enough left of the Chaos Marine to fill a standard issue body bag. However it happens, whatever combination of tactics, firepower, luck, and desperation made it possible, the end result is the same. The Chaos Space Marine is dead or dying, and standing amid the carnage is at least one guardsman who can claim, however improbably, to have been the one who dealt the killing blow. And it is at this moment that the real story begins. The first sensation is disbelief. The guardsman stands there, weapon still trained on the fallen giant, unable to process what has just occurred. His mind, shaped by months or years of propaganda about the invincibility of Space Marines, by horror stories of chapter serfs and common soldiers slaughtered by the dozens, by the very real terror of facing post-human warriors in combat, cannot immediately accept the evidence his eyes are showing him. The monster is down. The walking tank lies still. The nightmare made manifest has become nothing more than a very large corpse in extremely sophisticated armor. The disbelief lasts perhaps 3 seconds, 5 at most. Then the realization hits, and with it comes a cocktail of emotions so intense that many guardsmen who have lived through this moment describe it as more overwhelming than the combat itself. There is relief, profound and nearly incapacitating, the sudden absence of terror leaving a void that threatens to collapse his knees beneath him. There is pride, swelling up from somewhere deep in his chest, the knowledge that he has achieved something that will be spoken of in awed whispers. There is horror, because he has just killed something that was, however corrupted, once a servant of the Emperor, a champion of humanity, a space marine. And there is fear. Not the fear of the enemy he just killed, but a new fear, one that will grow in the hours and days ahead. The fear of what comes next. His squad mates are the first to react. Those who survived the engagement, who witnessed what just occurred, begin to converge on his position. Some are cheering, shouting prayers of thanksgiving to the God Emperor, slapping the hero's shoulders with enough force to stagger him. Others approach more cautiously, as if afraid that touching him might somehow contaminate them with whatever impossible luck or divine favor allowed this to happen. A few hang back entirely, staring at him with expressions that mix admiration and something that might be suspicion. The sergeant arrives, pushing through the gathering crowd, his face a mask of professional composure that does not quite hide his own shock. He looks at the fallen Chaos Marine, at the guardsman who killed him, and makes a decision that will have significant implications for everything that follows. He activates his Vox bead, connecting to the platoon command channel, and speaks the words that will set in motion a chain of events our hero cannot yet imagine. Command, this is Sergeant Harron, 3rd Squad. We have confirmed enemy kill, 1 Chaos Space Marine, brought down by concentrated fire. Grid reference 47902, requesting retrieval team and senior officer presence. The phrasing is important. He says concentrated fire, rather than singling out one trooper. This is partly accurate, as even in the most improbable scenarios, the kill is rarely the result of a single shot from a single weapon. But it is also protective, spreading the credit and the potential scrutiny across the entire squad rather than placing it all on one individual. Some sergeants would do this naturally, looking out for their men. Others would be following standing orders, because the higher echelons of Imperial Command understand certain realities about what happens when individual soldiers achieve the exceptional. Within minutes, higher-ranking officers begin to arrive. A lieutenant, then a captain, then, depending on the significance of the engagement and the available command structure, potentially a colonel or even a general. They all want to see the body, to confirm the kill, to assess the situation. Combat engineers and tech priests are summoned to deal with the fallen Chaos Marine's power armor, which even in death represents valuable intelligence and potentially reclaimable technology, though anything touched by Chaos must be handled with extreme caution. And then, inevitably, come the commissars. These feared figures, responsible for maintaining discipline and morale within the Imperial Guard, have a particular interest in this situation. They circle the scene like sharks, their bolt pistols prominently displayed, their faces giving away nothing of their thoughts. They question the survivors, trying to piece together exactly what occurred. They examine the body, looking for evidence of how the armor was breached. They pay particular attention to our hero, asking pointed questions about what he saw, what he did, what he felt during the engagement. This is not mere curiosity. The commissars are performing an initial screening, looking for any signs of Chaos taint. Because one of the horrible realities of fighting Chaos forces is that exposure can corrupt. Simply seeing certain symbols can plant seeds of doubt or heretical thought. Extended engagement with Chaos warriors can expose soldiers to warp energies that might, over time, twist their souls. And there are documented cases of supposedly loyal Imperial troops being corrupted through contact with Chaos equipment or through psychic attack during combat. Our guardsman answers their questions as best he can, trying to remember details from what was likely the most traumatic and chaotic experience of his life. Did he hear any voices that were not his? Squad mates? No, sir. Did he experience any unusual sensations, visions, or compulsions? No, sir. Does he feel any differently now than he did before the engagement? Only grateful to be alive, sir. Did he touch the Chaos Marine or his equipment at any point? No, sir. The commissars take notes, exchange glances with each other, and make preliminary assessments. In most cases, they find nothing immediately concerning. The soldier appears shaken but stable, traumatized but not tainted. However, his name is now on a list, one of many such lists maintained by the Commissariat and, more ominously, by the Inquisition. He will be watched, not obviously, but watched nonetheless, for signs of corruption that might manifest days, weeks, or even months after the exposure. Meanwhile, at a more mundane level, the bureaucracy of the Imperial Guard begins its inexorable grinding process. Reports must be filed. After-action assessments must be completed. Casualty figures must be tallied and transmitted up the chain of command. Our hero's name appears in these reports with increasing frequency. Private Jerem Kyle, Cadian 301st, 3rd Platoon, 3rd Squad. Confirmed participant in the elimination of one enemy Chaos Space Marine. Recommended for commendation. That last line, recommended for commendation, is where things start to become complicated. Because the Imperial Guard does recognize and reward exceptional valor and achievement. There are medals, honors, ribbons, and citations aplenty for those who distinguish themselves in service to the Emperor. The Honorifica Imperialis, the Macarian Cross, the Medallion Crimson, the Star of Terror, dozens of others, each signifying some particular form of exemplary service. For a common guardsman to receive any of these is to achieve a status that will follow them for the rest of their service and likely shape the remainder of their life. And killing a Chaos Space Marine certainly qualifies as exceptional achievement. It might earn our Private Kyle the Honorifica Imperialis, marking him as a genuine hero of the Imperium. It might earn him a Distinguished Service Medal specific to his campaign or crusade, with language explicitly noting his role in eliminating a transhuman enemy. It might earn him any number of lesser, but still significant honors, each one adding weight to his permanent record, and changing how he is perceived by his superiors, his peers, and himself. The award ceremony, when it comes, is a mixed experience. On one hand, there is genuine pride. Standing at attention while a senior officer pins a medal to his uniform, being formally recognized before the assembled regiment, hearing his name and his actions read aloud for all to hear. This is the sort of moment that recruiting propagandists dream of, the kind of image that will be captured by pict recorders and transmitted across the Imperium to inspire countless other young men and women to take up the lasgun and serve. His fellow guardsmen react with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Some are genuinely happy for him, sharing in the reflected glory of their squad or platoon, having been involved in such a notable kill. Others are jealous, having survived equally dangerous situations without receiving comparable recognition. A few are resentful, feeling that luck rather than skill determined who got the credit, or suspecting that the official version of events does not quite match what actually happened in the confusion of combat. But overshadowing all of this is an awareness, sometimes spoken aloud, but more often left unvoiced, that this recognition comes with a price. Because our Private Kyle has now been marked as special, and special means different, and different means dangerous. Not dangerous to his enemies, though certainly the award suggests he is at least competent enough to have survived what should have been an unsurvivable encounter. No, dangerous in the sense that the gears of the Imperium's vast security apparatus have begun to turn their attention toward him. The Inquisition, when they take an interest, do so quietly. Most Imperial Guardsmen will never knowingly interact with an Inquisitor, though the Inquisition's agents and informants are everywhere, watching for signs of heresy, mutation, or chaos corruption. In the case of a soldier who has been in close combat with Chaos Space Marines and survived, the interest is nearly automatic. Inquisitors of the Ordo Malleus in particular, those dedicated to combating demonic threats, take a keen interest in anyone with such exposure. An agent might appear in the regiment, wearing the uniform of a commissar, or simply present as an attached advisor from some obscure branch of the Departamento Munitorum. They will observe Private Kyle, watch how he interacts with others, listen to what he says when he thinks no one of importance is paying attention. They will review his service record, looking for anomalies or patterns that might suggest corruption. They will interview his squad mates, his sergeant, anyone who has had significant contact with him since the incident. In most cases, they find nothing alarming. The soldier is exactly what he appears to be, a frightened, traumatized man who got extraordinarily lucky and is trying to process the experience while continuing to do his duty. The agent makes note of this in their report, marks the case as no action required, and moves on to the next item on their endless list of potential corruption vectors. But sometimes they find something, not necessarily actual corruption, not chaos taint in the sense of mutation or demonic influence, but something that concerns them nonetheless. Perhaps the soldier has begun experiencing nightmares, vivid and recurring, in which he relives the engagement but with disturbing variations. Perhaps he has started drawing symbols he does not remember learning, geometric patterns that make his squadmates uncomfortable to look at. Perhaps he has become obsessed with the kill, talking about it constantly, describing it in a way that suggests he took more pleasure in the violence than is healthy. When this happens, the response can vary dramatically depending on which inquisitor is involved, what resources are available, and how severe the suspected taint is judged to be. At the mild end of the spectrum, the soldier might be quietly transferred to a different unit, separated from the circumstances of his exposure and placed under continued observation. At the more serious end, he might be detained for enhanced interrogation, psychic examination, and potential mind scrubbing to remove whatever influence has taken hold. And at the extreme end, well, there is a reason that the Inquisition's motto is, "Innocence proves nothing." If an inquisitor determines that the risk of corruption outweighs the value of the individual, the solution is direct and permanent. The soldier is declared excommunicate traitorous, a traitor to the emperor, regardless of his actual innocence or guilt, and is either executed on the spot or shipped off to a penal legion to die in service of the Imperium, one way or another. The Month of Shame serves as a grim historical example of what can happen when inquisitorial paranoia intersects with large-scale chaos exposure. After the First War for Armageddon, in which chaos forces, led by the demon Primarch Angron, invaded the Hive world, the Inquisition ordered the extermination of millions of Imperial Guard veterans who had fought against the demonic hordes. The reasoning was simple and terrible. They had seen things that no loyal Imperial citizen should see, things that could corrupt them, or that they might spread to others through word of mouth. Their reward for saving Armageddon was death. The Space Wolves. Chapter famously refused to allow this purge of loyal soldiers who had fought bravely under their protection. The resulting standoff between the Space Wolves and the Inquisition, backed by the Grey Knights chapter, nearly erupted into full-scale war between Imperial factions. The crisis was eventually resolved through intervention from the highest levels of the Imperium, but not before it had demonstrated just how ruthlessly the Inquisition will act when they perceive chaos corruption, real or potential, in Imperial forces. For our Private Kyle, these are not abstract historical concerns. This is the reality he must navigate in the days and weeks following his impossible victory. He understands, because every Imperial citizen understands at some level, that the Imperium's mercy is limited and its paranoia is boundless. He knows that his survival and continued service depend not just on avoiding actual corruption, but on avoiding even the appearance of it. This creates psychological pressures that are difficult for those who have not experienced them to fully comprehend. Imagine achieving something genuinely heroic, something that should be a source of pride and celebration, and having that achievement become a source of constant anxiety and fear. Every nightmare, every stray thought, every moment of distraction becomes potential evidence of corruption. The hypervigilance that this produces can be as psychologically damaging as the original trauma. Some soldiers handle this by doubling down on their faith in the Emperor. They spend extra time in prayer, attend every sermon and devotional service available, make public demonstrations of their loyalty and piety. This is a survival strategy as much as genuine faith, a way of demonstrating to any observers that they remain pure and devoted. For some, this performance eventually becomes genuine, the rituals and prayers providing real comfort and structure in a situation that feels increasingly unstable. Others become withdrawn, trying to make themselves as unremarkable and forgettable as possible. They avoid discussing the incident, deflect credit to their squad mates, try to fade back into the anonymity that characterizes most of the Imperial Guard. They understand that while recognition brought temporary glory, being unremarkable is safer in the long term. The Inquisition cannot investigate what it does not notice. And a few, unfortunately, do begin to change in ways that justify the Inquisition's attention. The trauma of the experience, combined with the stress of being under suspicion, creates psychological breaks that manifest in troubling ways. They become erratic, paranoid, occasionally violent. Whether this is actual chaos corruption, trauma-induced mental illness, or some combination of both is often impossible to determine. The end result is the same. They are removed from service, one way or another. But assuming our Private Kyle survives the initial scrutiny, assuming he is found to be free of taint and psychologically stable enough to continue serving, he must now adapt to his new status within the regiment. Because despite any attempts to remain unremarkable, the fact of what he accomplished cannot be erased. He is now one of the few, the incredibly rare few, who can claim to have killed a Chaos Space Marine. And this changes everything about how he is perceived and treated. Within his squad, the dynamics shift in subtle ways. His squad mates look at him differently now, some with admiration, some with envy, some with an almost superstitious awe. There is a temptation to see him as blessed by the Emperor, touched by some divine favor that allowed him to survive and triumph, where logic suggested he should have died. This can create a sense of confidence in the squad, a feeling that having him present increases their chances of survival. It can also create pressure, as people expect him to replicate his feat or provide some kind of edge in future engagements. The sergeant treats him differently as well. Depending on the sergeant's personality and command style, this might mean giving him more responsibility, assigning him to the more dangerous tasks, because he has proven he can handle them. Or it might mean the opposite, trying to protect their newly valuable soldier, keeping him away from the most dangerous assignments to preserve his life for situations where his experience might be crucial. Neither approach is entirely comfortable for the soldier himself, who mostly just wants to do his duty and survive. Officers up the chain of command now know his name, which for a common private is both a blessing and a curse. It might mean opportunities for advancement, being considered for promotion to corporal or sergeant when positions become available. It might mean being selected for special assignments or detached duty that could lead to better outcomes than dying in a muddy trench somewhere. But it also means being watched, being remembered, being unable to simply disappear into the masses of identical uniformed figures that make up the bulk of the Imperial Guard. His reputation spreads beyond his immediate unit. Other squads, other platoons, other companies within the regiment begin to hear the story, with details that grow increasingly exaggerated in the telling. By the time it has passed through a dozen retellings, the guardsman who killed a Chaos Space Marine through some combination of tactics, luck, and desperation has become the guardsman who single-handedly charged a Chaos champion and struck him down in hand-to-hand combat. The truth is impressive enough, but the human need for heroic narratives ensures that the tale grows in the telling. This creates its own problems. The real Private Kyle, the scared young man who mostly just wants to survive long enough to maybe see his homeworld again, is being overshadowed by the legendary version of himself that exists in the regiment's collective imagination. People expect him to be braver, more confident, more skilled than he actually is. They expect him to have insights into fighting chaos forces that he does not possess. They expect him to be a hero, in the classical sense, when he is simply a survivor trying to make sense of an experience that defied all rational explanation. The psychological impact of this disconnect can be profound. He experiences something that psychologists would call imposter syndrome, the feeling that he does not deserve the recognition he has received that he is a fraud who will eventually be exposed. He knows that luck played a massive role in his survival and success, but everyone else seems to attribute it to skill or divine favor. He knows that he was terrified throughout the engagement, that he thought he was going to die, that there was nothing heroic about the desperate scramble for survival. But the official version of events, the one that will be recorded in regimental histories and used in propaganda, smooths over all of that messiness to present a clean narrative of heroism and triumph. This is compounded by survivor's guilt, that terrible psychological burden that affects many who survive combat when their comrades did not. The engagement that made him famous likely killed or seriously wounded other members of his squad or platoon. Men he trained with, fought alongside, shared rations and stories with. They are now dead or maimed, while he stands relatively unharmed and decorated with medals. The rational part of his brain understands that their deaths were not his fault, that he did not ask to be the lucky one, that in war people die and survival is often purely random. But the emotional part of his brain struggles with this, particularly when he is being celebrated, while their names are being added to casualty reports and forgotten by everyone except their grieving families. Some soldiers in this position become fiercely dedicated to honoring their fallen comrades. They speak their names in private prayers, make sure their stories are not forgotten, carry tokens or mementos to remember them by. They use their new status to advocate for the fallen, ensuring that their families receive proper death benefits and recognition. This provides a sense of purpose beyond simply surviving, a way to transform their grief and guilt into something positive. Others are crushed by it, falling into depression and self-destructive behavior. They cannot reconcile their continued existence with the deaths of others they considered better soldiers, better people. Some seek death in combat, volunteering for the most dangerous assignments in hope of joining their fallen comrades. Most Imperial Guard officers and commissars are experienced enough to recognize these patterns and try to intervene before a valuable soldier throws his life away needlessly, but they cannot always succeed. The long-term trajectory for a guardsman who has achieved such notable success is varied and depends on many factors. If he survives the immediate aftermath, if he avoids corruption or the appearance of corruption, if he manages to process the trauma and continue functioning effectively as a soldier, then his career can take several different paths. He might be promoted, moving up through the ranks from private to corporal to sergeant and potentially beyond. His experience in successfully engaging transhuman enemies gives him credibility when training others or planning operations. His medals and commendations mark him as someone who has proven themselves under the most extreme circumstances. His story becomes part of the regiment's collective identity, a reminder that the Guard can triumph even against seemingly impossible odds. He might be transferred to more specialized units, the recon companies and special operations teams that conduct the most dangerous missions, value soldiers who have proven they can keep their heads in life or death situations. His specific experience against Chaos Space Marines might make him valuable as an advisor or consultant when planning operations in areas where Chaos forces are active. He might even be selected for training as a Tempestus, Scion, those elite stormtroopers who represent the Guard's closest equivalent to special forces. Or he might remain exactly where he is, a line trooper in a standard infantry regiment, carrying his medals and his story, but otherwise no different from millions of other guardsmen serving across the galaxy. This is actually the most common outcome, because the Imperial Guard is a vast machine that requires countless ordinary soldiers to function, and even heroic ones are ultimately just components in a much larger system. What does not change, regardless of which path his career takes, is the fundamental fact of what he experienced. He looked into the face of transhuman warfare at its most corrupt and terrible, and he survived. He proved, at least for one moment, in one specific set of circumstances, that the Emperor's faithful can triumph over even the most terrifying enemies. This knowledge shapes everything that follows. In his darker moments, alone on guard duty, or lying sleepless in his bunk. He sometimes wonders if he used up all his luck in that one moment. Statistically speaking, he has already achieved something so improbable that the odds of repeating it are essentially zero. Does that mean his death is inevitable now? That the universe is waiting to balance the books? Does that mean every engagement going forward is even more dangerous because he has exhausted whatever divine favor or random chance allowed him to succeed before? These are irrational thoughts, and he knows they are irrational, but they come anyway. The human mind is not designed to process probability in healthy ways when operating under the constant stress of combat. Patterns are seen where none exist. Causality is assigned to coincidence. The randomness of survival in warfare becomes unbearable without imposing some kind of structure or meaning on it, even if that structure is fundamentally illogical. His faith in the Emperor provides some comfort here, though it is a complicated comfort. On one hand, the official dogma of the imperial cult teaches that the Emperor watches over and protects his faithful, that those who die in his service are martyrs who will be elevated, that victory over the Imperium's enemies is both righteous and inevitable. This should mean that his success was the Emperor's will, a demonstration of divine favor rewarding faith and courage. But on the other hand, the imperial cult also teaches that suffering and sacrifice are inherently virtuous, that to struggle and die in the Emperor's service is glorious, that ease and comfort are suspicious and potentially corrupting. By this logic, his survival and success might be viewed with suspicion rather than celebrated. Why was he allowed to live when so many died? What makes him special? Is it truly the Emperor's favor, or something darker pretending to be divine providence? These theological paradoxes are not unique to his situation. Every soldier who survives combat while comrades die faces them to some degree. But having achieved something so notable, so improbable, makes the questions more acute and the answers more unsatisfying. He cannot help but analyze the experience, trying to understand it, trying to find meaning in the chaos. Did he do something specific that allowed him to succeed? Some tactical decision or physical action that could be learned and repeated? In most cases, the answer is frustratingly elusive. The engagement happened so quickly, in such confused and terrifying circumstances, that extracting specific lessons is difficult. Yes, he fired his weapon. Yes, he took cover when he could. Yes, he followed his training as best he could manage, while absolutely convinced he was about to die. But millions of other guardsmen do all of these things, and still perish when facing Chaos Space Marines. So what made the difference? Luck seems like the most honest answer, but it is also the least satisfying. Attributing his survival and success to pure chance means accepting that he has no control over his fate, that he could do everything right and still die, that the universe is fundamentally uncaring and random. This is psychologically destabilizing in ways that make combat stress seem manageable by comparison. So he and others like him create narratives. Maybe he was blessed by the Emperor. Maybe his actions, however unexceptional they seemed at the time, were actually the perfect response to the specific tactical situation. Maybe he tapped into some hidden reserve of strength or skill that he was previously unaware of. Maybe. Each of these narratives provides structure and meaning, makes the experience something that can be integrated into his understanding of himself and his place in the universe. The truth, inasmuch as there is a singular truth to be found in the chaos of war, is probably some combination of all of these factors. Yes, he was lucky in ways that most people are not. Yes, his training and instincts kept him alive long enough for that luck to matter. Yes, the specific circumstances of the engagement created vulnerabilities in the Chaos Space Marine that could be exploited. Yes, the cumulative efforts of his entire squad contributed to the kill, even if he gets the credit. Yes, the Emperor was watching over him, if you believe in such things, or random quantum probability was on his side, if you prefer a more materialist explanation. What matters, ultimately, is that he survived, and the enemy did not. What matters is that he proved, however briefly and improbably, that Chaos Space Marines can be killed by ordinary humans with standard equipment. What matters is that his story will be told and retold, will inspire other guardsmen facing their own impossible odds, will serve as proof that the Emperor's faithful need not despair even when facing the most terrifying enemies. There are historical precedents for such victories, though they are rare enough to be noteworthy when they occur. The Tanith first and only, those ghost-like scouts and light infantry specialists, led by Colonel Commissar Ibram Gaunt, engaged and defeated Chaos Space Marines on multiple occasions during the Sabbat Worlds Crusade. Their success came not from superior firepower, but from superior tactics, from understanding that they could not meet such enemies in direct combat and must instead use stealth, ambush, and terrain to negate the transhuman advantages. In one particularly notable engagement, Scout Sergeant Owen McCall, who was considered one of the most skilled reconnaissance specialists in the entire Guard, managed to not only survive an encounter with a Chaos Dreadnought, but actually destroy it. A Dreadnought, for those unfamiliar, is a walking tomb, a Space Marine so badly wounded that his broken body is sealed inside a massive mechanical walker armed with weapons capable of destroying armored vehicles. For a single unaugmented human to defeat such an opponent is not merely improbable, it is almost mythological in its implications. The death cause of Krieg, those grim and fatalistic soldiers from a world scoured by atomic fire, have also tallied confirmed kills against Chaos Space Marines over their long and bloody history. Their approach is characteristically direct. They throw bodies at the problem until the problem stops being a problem. A Chaos Space Marine might kill dozens of Krieg troopers, but there are always more Krieg troopers, and each one dies with the same emotionless determination, buying time and creating openings for heavy weapons teams or massed laser fire to eventually overwhelm even ceramite armor. The Cadian shock troops, considered among the finest conventional infantry in the entire Imperial Guard, faced Chaos Space Marines repeatedly during the 13 Black Crusades that assaulted their homeworld over 10,000 years. They developed specific tactical doctrines for such engagements, emphasizing combined arms operations, where infantry supported by armor and artillery could create overlapping fields of fire that even Space Marines would struggle to cross. Their success rate was never high, but it was higher than most, high enough that the Chaos Forces learned to respect Cadian troops as genuinely dangerous opponents rather than mere cannon fodder. These historical precedents matter because they provide context. They demonstrate that our Private Kael's achievement, while exceptional and worthy of recognition, is not completely unprecedented. The Imperial Guard does engage and defeat Chaos Space Marines. It happens, not often, not easily, and usually at terrible cost, but it happens. He is part of a lineage of guardsmen who have proven that humanity, even baseline unaugmented humanity, can stand against the post-human and occasionally triumph. This knowledge provides some comfort, though it is balanced by the awareness of just how many guardsmen died in each of those historical victories. For every famous triumph, there are countless unnamed tragedies. For every soldier, like Sergeant McCall, who defeats a dreadnought against impossible odds, there are thousands who die forgotten in muddy trenches, crushed beneath power-armored boots, or torn apart by bolter fire. The survivorship bias in military history means that we remember the victories and forget the vastly more numerous defeats. But still, the precedents exist. They are recorded in regimental histories, in after-action reports, in the personal journals of officers and commissars. They are studied in the Schola Progenium, where future commanders are trained in the theory and practice of warfare. They inform tactical doctrine and strategic planning, and they inspire, because even in the grim darkness of the far future, where there is only war and the galaxy burns, humanity needs to believe that victory is possible. Private Kael becomes, whether he wishes it or not, part of this tradition. His name joins the rolls of guardsmen who have achieved the improbable, who have proven that faith, courage, and good fortune can sometimes triumph over superior strength and technology. His story will be used by commissars to inspire their troops, by propagandists to recruit new soldiers, by historians to document the endless war that consumes the Imperium. And what of the man himself? What happens to Private Kael in the years following his moment of glory? The truth is that his story, like that of most Imperial Guardsmen, probably ends violently and prematurely. The attrition rate in the Guard is horrific, with most soldiers not surviving their first 5 years of service. Even heroes, even soldiers blessed by the Emperor and decorated for exceptional valor, are still flesh and blood. They still bleed when shot, still die when hit by artillery, still perish by the millions in the Imperium's endless wars. He might fall in his very next engagement, a stray round from a cultist's autogun, finding him with the same random chance that allowed him to survive his encounter with the Chaos Marine. He might be vaporized by a plasma blast, crushed by a collapsing building, torn apart by alien claws, or die from any of 1,000 other causes that make no distinction between the heroic and the ordinary. War is aggressively democratic in its distribution of death. Or he might survive, beating the odds once again and again and again, becoming one of those grizzled veterans who somehow make it through decades of service. His chest becomes heavy with medals, his uniform decorated with campaign ribbons and unit citations. His face becomes lined and weathered, marked by the scars of countless battles. He becomes a squad leader, then a sergeant, perhaps eventually a lieutenant or captain if he demonstrates the necessary leadership qualities and continues to survive long enough for promotion to matter. In this version of his story, he becomes a mentor to younger soldiers, teaching them the lessons he learned through hard experience. He tells them about the time he killed a Chaos Space Marine, but he emphasizes the luck and the terror rather than the glory. He teaches them that survival is more important than heroism, that the soldier who lives to fight another day serves the Emperor better than the one who dies gloriously but uselessly. He becomes the kind of veteran that every unit desperately needs, the steady presence who has seen everything and can guide others through the chaos of warfare. Or perhaps he is grievously wounded, losing limbs or organs to enemy action, but surviving through the miracles of Imperial medical technology and the grace of the Emperor. He might be fitted with augmetic replacements, mechanical limbs and cybernetic organs that allow him to continue serving. He might be retired from combat duty and assigned to training cadres or garrison duty, positions where his experience is valuable but his reduced physical capability is less of a liability. He might even, in rare cases, be judged suitable for dreadnought interment, sealed inside a walking tomb, like the Chaos Warrior he once killed. His service extended for centuries beyond natural human lifespan. Or, in the darkest version of his story, the Inquisition's suspicions eventually catch up with him. Perhaps he does begin showing signs of corruption, subtle at first, but growing more pronounced over time. Perhaps he makes a comment or commits an action that suggests heretical thought, and the Watchers who have been observing him since the incident finally decide to act. Perhaps an overzealous Inquisitor decides that the risk he represents outweighs his value, and he is purged along with anyone else who might have been exposed to potential taint through contact with him. In the Imperium, innocence proves nothing, and suspicion is often treated as confirmation. Whatever his ultimate fate, whatever path his life takes after that one impossible moment of victory, Private Jerem Kael is forever changed by what he experienced. The boy who joined the Guard full of naive dreams about glory and serving the Emperor is gone, replaced by a man who has looked into the eyes of transhuman corruption and somehow survived to tell the tale. He carries that experience with him always, a weight that cannot be set down, a knowledge that cannot be unlearned. In the quiet moments, when the guns fall silent and he has time to think, he sometimes wonders what it all means. Not just his own survival and unlikely success, but the larger implications of what he represented. Because in killing that Chaos Space Marine, he proved something important. He proved that the transhuman warriors, whether loyal or traitor, are not invincible. He proved that the ordinary men and women of the Imperial Guard, despite being outmatched in every measurable way, can still triumph through courage and determination and the Emperor's grace. This is not a comfortable realization. It means that the countless deaths of guardsmen who faced similar enemies and failed were not inevitable. It means that somewhere in the gap between his success and their failure, there exists a difference that matters. Perhaps it was training, or leadership, or equipment, or tactics, or simply luck. But it was something, and that something could potentially be identified, studied, replicated. It means that all those deaths, all that sacrifice, might have been partially avoidable with better doctrine, or better support, or better fortune. This is a heavy burden for one man to carry. He did not ask to be a symbol, did not ask to have his survival used to judge others who died. He was just trying to stay alive, just trying to do his duty and perhaps see another dawn. But the Imperium is relentless in its search for meaning, for lessons, for ways to improve its war machine and achieve victory more efficiently. His experience will be analyzed, discussed, incorporated into tactical doctrine or propaganda, or both. He cannot escape being made into an example, whether he wishes it or not. And so he continues to serve, continues to fight, continues to survive, or not, as the Emperor wills. He is Private Jerem Kael of the Cadian 301st, decorated veteran, killer of Chaos Space Marines, and ultimately just another soldier in humanity's endless war for survival. His story is exceptional in its details, but tragically common in its broader outline. Millions of guardsmen have their own stories of survival against impossible odds, of moments where they should have died, but somehow did not, of victories that logic suggested were impossible. Each of them carries their own weight, their own trauma, their own complicated relationship with the recognition or lack thereof that they receive. Each of them must navigate the same treacherous waters of inquisitorial suspicion, official recognition, and personal psychological damage. Each of them must find their own way to integrate impossible experiences into some kind of functional understanding of themselves and their place in the universe. This is the reality of what happens when a guardsman kills a Chaos Space Marine. Not the clean glory of propaganda hollows or the simplified heroism of recruitment posters, but the messy, complicated, psychologically fraught reality of having achieved something that should not have been possible and having to live with all the consequences that follow. It is a story of survival and sacrifice, of luck and loss, of faith tested and sometimes broken under the weight of impossible circumstances. In the end, what matters most is not the kill itself, impressive though it was. What matters is what comes after. What matters is whether the soldier can integrate this experience, can continue functioning, can find meaning in his survival rather than drowning in guilt or breaking under suspicion. What matters is whether he can use his unlikely success to inspire others, to teach others, to contribute to the Emperor's cause in ways that extend beyond that single moment of violence. Because in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. And in war, what matters is not the individual moments of triumph or tragedy, but the collective struggle of humanity to survive against a galaxy that wants nothing more than to see it destroyed. Every guardsman who stands and fights, who holds the line against impossible odds, who refuses to break even when facing enemies that should annihilate them, contributes to that struggle. Every act of courage, however small, however doomed, however ultimately insignificant in the vast scale of galactic warfare, matters. Private Kael's moment of glory, his impossible victory over a Chaos Space Marine, is one small candle flame in an ocean of darkness. But it is a flame nonetheless, proof that even in the worst circumstances, even against the most terrible enemies, humanity can still triumph. And in the Imperium of Man, where hope is often all that stands between survival and extinction, that proof matters more than any individual soldier's fate. The story ends not with his death or his triumph, but with his continuation. He serves, he fights, he endures. He carries his medals and his memories, his faith and his doubts, his pride and his survivor's guilt. He is shaped by what he experienced, but not defined solely by it. He is a soldier of the Imperium, one among countless billions, doing his duty in humanity's endless war for survival. And perhaps, on some distant battlefield under an alien sky, facing enemies that should not be faced and odds that should not be beaten, he will once again prove that the impossible is merely improbable. Perhaps another guardsman, inspired by his story, will achieve their own unlikely victory. Perhaps the legend will grow, spreading through the ranks of the Imperial Guard, a reminder that even against transhuman warriors enhanced by dark gods, even against the corruption of chaos itself, humanity can stand and fight, and sometimes, just sometimes, prevail. This is what happens when a guardsman kills a Chaos Space Marine. This is the price of the impossible. This is the weight of surviving when survival itself defies all probability. And this, ultimately, is the truth of service in the Imperial Guard, that every soldier, no matter how ordinary, carries within them the potential for extraordinary achievement, and that the line between hero and corpse is often nothing more than chance, timing, and the inscrutable will of the Emperor. In the name of the God Emperor of mankind, in service to the Imperium that spans 1,000,000 worlds, these ordinary men and women stand against the darkness. And sometimes, against all odds and all reason, they win. Not because they are invincible, not because they are superhuman, but because they refuse to yield, because they hold faith even in the face of annihilation, and because somewhere in the vastness of the uncaring universe, every once in a great while, the impossible becomes real. If you enjoyed learning about the incredible circumstances where an ordinary human triumphs over transhuman warriors, consider subscribing to the channel. These stories of courage, faith, and impossible odds are what make Warhammer 40K such a compelling universe. Hit that like button if you found this deep dive into Imperial Guard heroism and survival informative, and let me know in the comments, would you want to be the guardsman who killed the Chaos Space Marine, knowing everything that comes after? Thank you for watching, and remember, in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war, but sometimes, just sometimes, there is also hope. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. We speak often of Space Marines, of their heroic charges and legendary battles. We marvel at the titans that stride across battlefields, at the guard regiments that hold the line against impossible odds. But tonight, we turn our attention to a different kind of warrior. Not heroes in any traditional sense, not even warriors by choice. Tonight, we speak of the forgotten thousands who toil in the gun decks of Imperial Navy warships, the men and women whose bodies are the machinery that keeps the Imperium's greatest weapons firing. Tonight, we speak of the macro cannon loaders. Close your eyes and imagine, if you will, a cathedral. Not the modest shrines you might find in a hive city, but a true cathedral, soaring hundreds of feet from floor to vaulted ceiling. Gothic architecture reaching toward the heavens, but here, there are no heavens. Here there is only adamantium and ceramite, steel and shadow. The air is thick with the stench of promethium fumes and human sweat, heated to temperatures that would be unbearable if you weren't already numb to the constant discomfort. The sound is a physical thing, a pressure against your eardrums even when the guns are silent. The creak and groan of the ship's hull, the distant thunder of plasma drives, the hiss of hydraulics, and underneath it all, the pulse of 10,000 hearts beating in rhythm with the machine. This is the gun deck of an Imperial Navy warship. This is where the Emperor's wrath is made manifest. And this is where you will likely die. The macro cannons themselves are edifices of destruction that defy easy comprehension. Each weapon is dozens of meters in length, with barrels wide enough that a man could walk through them, though only the cleaning crews ever do so, and they rarely survive the experience. These are not the elegant laser batteries or exotic plasma weapons favored by the Adeptus Mechanicus for their technical purity. No, these are brutal instruments that harken back to an earlier age of warfare, weapons that function on principles humans have understood for millennia. Accelerate a massive projectile to tremendous velocity and point it at something you want to cease existing. The scale alone is enough to break the human mind if you let yourself think about it too long. A single shell for a Mars-pattern macro cannon weighs as much as a Land Raider battle tank. Some sources speak of kiloton ordnance, and whether that refers to the mass of the shell or the yield of its explosive warhead, the end result is the same: devastation on a scale that can crack continents and boil oceans. These shells are so massive that they must be moved by teams of dozens, sometimes hundreds, hauled on massive chain hoists and gantries that themselves are the size of small buildings. And you, the loader, are the living link in this chain of destruction. The guns themselves are arranged in batteries, ranks of them stretching down the length of the ship's broadside, each one a towering monument to mankind's capacity for violence. Gantries and walkways crisscross the vast space, connecting the various platforms and maintenance stations. Power lines as thick as your torso snake along the walls and ceiling, feeding the massive electromagnetic accelerators that give the shells their terrible velocity. Cooling pipes hiss with superheated steam, venting excess heat from the firing sequence. Warning lights flash in sequences that might mean something to the tech priests, but are just another source of visual noise to you. And everywhere, there are people. Thousands of them, moving like ants through this mechanical hive. Some wear the relative finery of rated voidsmen, their uniforms marking them as possessing some measure of skill and trust. Others are indentured workers, press-ganged from the slums of hive worlds, or the penal colonies that feed the Imperium's endless appetite for expendable labor. And then there are the servitors, those things that were once human, but have been reduced to biological machines, their minds wiped and replaced with simple programming, their bodies augmented with cybernetic enhancements that make them better suited to their tasks. Sometimes you envy the servitors. At least they don't understand what's happening to them. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's start at the beginning. Let's start with how you came to be here, because very few people choose this life. The Imperium's warships require crews numbering in the tens of thousands, even the hundreds of thousands, for the largest battleships. While skilled positions like navigators, astropaths, and warrant officers are carefully recruited and trained, the vast bulk of a ship's crew is drawn from the dregs of Imperial society. This is where you come in. Perhaps you were born in the Underhive, in one of those sprawling slums that house billions beneath the gleaming spires of the wealthy. Perhaps you were a criminal, though your crime might have been something as simple as being in the wrong place when the press gangs came through. Perhaps you were a political dissident, or someone who angered the wrong noble, or simply unlucky enough to be standing on a street corner when an Imperial Navy captain needed to fill out his crew complement. The Imperium cares nothing for your story. You are a number, a unit of labor to be expended in service to the Emperor. The press gangs move through the lower levels of hive cities like a scythe through wheat. They are led by sergeants at arms, often former Imperial guardsmen, who bring military discipline and a certain detachment from the people they're recruiting. They understand that these conscripts are not their brothers in arms, but raw material to be processed. The press gangs have quotas to fill, and they are not particular about who fills them. Young or old, male or female, healthy or infirm, all are grist for the mill. There is a preference for those, from hive worlds, individuals already inured to the noise and claustrophobic conditions that define life aboard a warship. But beggars cannot be choosers, and the Imperial Navy is always begging for more bodies. The journey to the ship is itself a trial. You are herded into transport shuttles, packed so tightly that standing is barely possible, let alone sitting. The air grows thick and fetid as the hours pass, and by the time you arrive at the orbital station or dockyard where your new home awaits, you are already broken in ways you don't yet understand. This is intentional. The Navy has learned over 10,000 years that it's easier to maintain discipline if you start with people who have already learned helplessness. Your first glimpse of the warship is overwhelming. Even the smallest escort vessels are larger than any building you've ever seen. And if you've been assigned to a cruiser or battleship, the scale defies comprehension. These are ships that measure kilometers from prow to stern, vast cities wrapped in adamantium armor and bristling with weapons. You are marched aboard through massive cargo bays that could swallow entire city blocks, along corridors that stretch into darkness beyond the range of your vision. The ship groans and shifts around you, and you realize with a sick certainty that you are inside a living thing, or something so vast and complex that the difference no longer matters. You are processed like the commodity you now are. Your head is shaved. Your civilian clothes are taken away, replaced with the rough canvas uniform of an indentured worker. If you're lucky, it fits. If you're not, you'll wear it anyway. You are given a number, stenciled onto your uniform and tattooed onto your forearm. Your name still exists, technically, somewhere in the ship's records, but no one will use it. You are your number now. You are assigned to a deck, to a gun battery, to a specific crew. You are given a bunk, a thin pallet in a compartment you share with dozens of others, with a single chemical toilet that never quite works properly. You are told where to report, when to report, and what will happen if you don't. The bosun who delivers these instructions has a whip coiled at his belt, and his eyes suggest he would welcome the opportunity to use it. And then you are taken to the gun deck, and you understand that everything up until this point was merely prologue. The sheer scale of the macro cannon battery is your first lesson in the Imperium's capacity for excess. The main housing is a hall that stands hundreds of feet high, so tall that the ceiling is lost in shadow despite the harsh worklight scattered throughout. From this ceiling hangs the macro cannon itself, suspended by massive chains and hydraulic arms that allow it to be elevated or depressed by tiny degrees. The barrel is easily 50 meters long, possibly more, and wide enough that you could drive a Chimera transport through it if you were so inclined. The breech, mechanism at the rear of the gun, is a complex edifice of gears, pistons, and locking mechanisms, each component larger than a man. Tech priests in their red robes move along the gantries surrounding the weapon, tending to its machine spirit with oils and prayers, ensuring that this holy instrument of the Emperor's will remains functional. Below the gun, on the main deck level, is where you will spend most of your waking hours. This is the loading floor, and it is a space defined by brutal functionality. Massive cranes and chain hoists dominate the center of the room, designed to lift the enormous shells from the magazine levels below. The floor is stained with decades of spilled promethium and human blood, the residue of countless loading cycles and all the accidents they entail. The air here is thick with heat rising from the gun barrel above, especially after a firing sequence. And the smell is a combination of hot metal, chemical propellant, and human sweat that you will never quite get used to, though it will become as familiar as breathing. The shells themselves are stored in the munitorum, levels below the gun deck proper. These are vast chambers filled with ordnance, each shell resting in its cradle, each one maintained and blessed by junior tech priests and engineers who check for any sign of degradation or impurity. The journey from munitorum to gun deck is itself a major undertaking, requiring the coordination of multiple crews working in concert. Shells must be transferred onto the massive chain-driven elevators that connect the magazine levels to the gun deck, then moved along tracks set into the floor to the loading position beneath the gun. Every step of this process is dangerous, as a dropped shell or a chain giving way under the tremendous weight could kill dozens in an instant. You learn the hierarchy quickly, because your survival depends on understanding your place within it. At the top of your immediate world is the gun captain, a warrant officer who has earned his position through decades of service, working his way up through every rating and position in the gun crew. The gun captain is responsible for everything that happens with his weapon, from the mundane maintenance to the split-second decisions during combat. He is judge, executioner, and occasionally savior to the hundreds of crew members under his command. His word is law within the boundaries of his battery, and to question him is to invite punishment that ranges from a flogging to being thrown into the brig, or worse, being assigned to one of the even more dangerous duties elsewhere in the ship. Beneath the gun captain are the various petty officers and senior ratings who form the middle management of the gun crew. There are breach supervisors who oversee the opening and closing mechanisms, shell handlers who coordinate the movement of ammunition, and quality checkers who inspect each shell before it's loaded. These are men and women who have survived long enough to gain some measure of skill and responsibility, and they lord their small amount of authority over those below them with varying degrees of mercy or cruelty. Then there are the voidsmen, the rated crew members who perform the skilled tasks required to keep the gun operational. These are the people who actually work the massive pinions and chains that open the breech, who operate the cranes and hoists, who align the shells with the barrel, and signal when everything is ready for the loading sequence. They are skilled laborers, and while their lives are hard and dangerous, they at least have the small comfort of knowing that their training makes them less immediately replaceable than those below them. And below them, at the very bottom of this hierarchy, are people like you, the indentured workers, the press-ganged unfortunates, the slave labor that forms the foundation of the entire operation. You have no skills that matter here, no training that would mark you as valuable. Your job is to provide the raw muscle that moves the shells from the elevators to the loading positions, to haul on the chains and turn the flywheels that lack servitor or mechanical assistance, to clean up the spent casings and debris after each firing cycle. Your job is to break your body in service to a weapon that will kill you without hesitation if you make a single mistake. The work itself is a brutal rhythm that becomes the metronome of your life. When the call comes for the guns to prepare for action, everything accelerates. The bosuns move through the crew quarters, driving everyone to their stations with shouts and blows. You scramble to the gun deck, joining the dozens of others assigned to your particular weapon. The gun captain is already there, checking the status reports from his subordinates, ensuring that everything is ready. The air crackles with tension and anticipation, because you all know what's coming. The loading cycle begins with opening the breech. This is a task that requires a team working in perfect coordination, hauling on massive chains that engage the locking mechanisms. The breech itself weighs several tons, and even with mechanical assistance, it requires the strength of many men to move. You throw your weight onto the chain alongside a dozen others, feeling the metal links bite into your palms through the thin gloves you're issued. Someone calls the count, and you pull in unison, muscles burning, feet slipping on the slick deck plates. The breech groans and shifts, massive gears turning with a sound like grinding thunder, until finally it swings open, exposing the chamber within. The spent casing from the previous shot must be extracted. This is often one of the most dangerous parts of the process, because the casing is still hot enough to cause severe burns or even ignite the promethium residue that coats everything on the gun deck. A specialized crew, protected by thick gloves and heavy aprons, moves forward with long poles and hooks to grab the casing and pull it free. The metal casing, easily the size of a small truck, slides out with a screech of tortured metal and crashes onto the waiting cradle with the impact you feel through the deck plates. The casing is immediately doused with chemical suppressant to cool it down and prevent any lingering propellant from igniting. While the casing is being removed, the cleaning crew is already preparing. These poor souls, often the newest recruits or those being punished for some infraction, must enter the breech chamber itself and scrub away the residue left by the previous firing. They work frantically under the watchful eye of a junior tech priest or engine seer who checks for any damage or impurity that might affect the next shot. This is not a position you want because the chamber is still radiating heat, and the chemical residue is toxic enough that you'll be coughing up blood for days afterward if the ventilators aren't working properly, which they often aren't. Once the chamber is deemed clean, the next shell is brought into position. This is where you earn whatever pittance they're paying you, though you'll never actually see that money. The shell sits on its transport cradle, and it must be moved from the main deck to the loading position directly beneath the breech. This requires teams hauling on chains attached to the cradle, pulling it along the tracks set into the floor. The shell weighs as much as a Land Raider, which means it weighs approximately 60 tons. And even with the wheels on the cradle reducing friction, it takes the coordinated effort of 50 or more workers to move it into position. You take your place on one of the chains. Your hands are already bleeding from previous cycles, the rough metal having worn through your gloves and then your skin. You can see similar injuries on everyone around you, bloody palms gripping chains that will drink more blood before the shift is over. The bosun calls the count, and you pull. Every muscle in your body engages at once, your legs driving against the deck plates, your back arching, your shoulders screaming. The chain digs into your hands, and you feel skin tear, but you don't let go, because letting go could cause the chain to slip, which could shift the load, which could cause the shell to fall, which would kill everyone in the immediate vicinity and possibly trigger a chain reaction that would detonate the entire magazine. The shell moves slowly, painfully slowly, inching along the tracks. You're not even sure how far you're pulling, because your vision has narrowed to the chain in your hands and the back of the person in front of you. Someone stumbles, and for a heart-stopping moment, the load shifts. People scream, but then servitors at the side stations engage their hydraulic stabilizers, and the shell steadies. You keep pulling. Your lungs burn, your muscles burn, everything burns. And finally, mercifully, the call comes to halt. The shell is in position. Now comes the most technically complex part of the loading sequence. The shell must be elevated from its cradle and aligned with the barrel of the gun. This is accomplished through a combination of massive chain hoists and hydraulic lifts, operated by the skilled voidsman. You watch, gasping for breath, as the shell is raised slowly, carefully, guided by crews on multiple platforms who signal corrections to ensure perfect alignment. A misalignment of even a few centimeters could cause the shell to jam in the barrel, which would require disassembling half the gun to fix, and would likely result in the entire crew being flogged for incompetence. The shell rises and finally slots into position at the mouth of the chamber. The gun captain inspects it personally, checking that the shell is properly aligned and that all safety mechanisms are engaged. He signals his approval, and the loading crews move into action. More chains, more pulling, and the shell slides into the chamber with a deep, resonant boom that you feel in your chest. The breech crew is already moving, hauling on their chains to swing the massive breech closed. The locking mechanisms engage with a series of heavy clangs that echo through the gun deck. The tech priest intones a prayer to the machine spirit, anointing the sealed breech with sacred oils. The gun captain reports ready to fire, and then you wait. Sometimes for minutes, sometimes for hours. The enemy ship might not be in range yet. The order to fire might be held while the ship maneuvers into position. You stand there, or squat if you dare, trying to conserve what little energy you have left, knowing that as soon as this gun fires, you'll have to do it all again. Your hands throb, your back aches. You're so thirsty that your tongue feels like leather, but the water rations don't come until the end of the shift, and the shift doesn't end until the engagement is over. When the order to fire finally comes, it arrives through the Vox system built into the gun deck. The gun captain confirms receipt of the order, and then, without ceremony, he activates the firing mechanism. What happens next is something that cannot adequately be described, only experienced. The macro cannon discharges with a sound that is beyond sound, a physical force that seems to compress the very air in your lungs. The entire ship shudders from the recoil, despite the shock absorption systems built into the gun mounts. The barrel above you glows cherry red from the heat of the discharge, and you can smell the ozone and propellant fumes even through the ventilation systems. If you were foolish enough to be looking directly at the gun when it fired, you would be blinded, at least temporarily, by the flash of light that accompanies the ignition sequence. The shell, all 60 tons of it, has been accelerated to velocities measured in thousands of kilometers per second. possibly even a significant fraction of light speed depending on the type of macro cannon and the power of its electromagnetic accelerators. It is now hurtling through the void toward an enemy ship tens of thousands of kilometers away. If it hits, it will punch through void shields and armor plating, its explosive warhead detonating inside the enemy vessel with enough force to vaporize entire decks and everyone on them. But you don't think about that. You can't afford to think about that, because the breach is already opening, the spent casing is already being extracted, and you have to do it all again. A typical engagement might require a gun crew to complete this cycle 30 times, 50 times, more. For hours on end, you will haul shells and pull chains, and if you slow down, if you show weakness, the bosuns will drive you harder with their whips and their boots. People collapse from exhaustion. They are dragged aside and replaced with fresh bodies from the reserve crews kept on hand for exactly this purpose. People die, crushed by chains or shells or machinery, and their bodies are dragged aside and recorded in the casualty lists that no one but the administratum will ever read. You keep working because stopping means you'll be next. The living conditions for the indentured workers are exactly what you would expect in a system that views human life as the cheapest commodity in the Imperium. Your sleeping quarters are located in what are euphemistically called the underdecks, vast dormitories that house hundreds or even thousands of workers in conditions that would be considered inhumane by any reasonable standard, which is precisely why they are the standard in the Imperial Navy. The bunks are stacked 3 or 4 high, narrow pallets with thin mattresses that offer minimal comfort against the hard metal frames. The space between bunks is barely sufficient to stand, and you must shuffle sideways if you want to move down the rows. There is no privacy. The concept doesn't exist in the underdecks. You sleep surrounded by hundreds of other bodies, breathing in air that has been recycled too many times through filters that can't quite keep up with the biological demands of the crew. The smell is indescribable, a combination of human sweat, chemical cleaners, and the ever-present taint of promethium fumes that seeps through every level of the ship. You grow accustomed to it because you must, but it never stops being unpleasant. In the few hours you're allowed for sleep, the sounds of hundreds of people moving, breathing, snoring, crying, and occasionally dying create a constant background noise that makes true rest nearly impossible. The sanitation facilities are woefully inadequate. A single chemical toilet is shared between 10 or more workers, and the queue is constant. The toilets themselves are poorly maintained, often backed up or overflowing, adding to the general misery of life in the underdecks. There are communal washing stations, if they can be called that, where a series of cold water taps allow you to rinse off the day's accumulation of grime and blood. But water is rationed, and your allotted time at the taps is measured in minutes, never enough to feel truly clean. Many workers simply stop bothering after a while, accepting the permanent layer of filth that coats their skin as another aspect of their new existence. The food is barely worthy of the name. You receive 2 meals per day, served in vast mess halls where thousands of workers eat in shifts. The rations consist primarily of corpse starch, a protein-rich paste made from recycled organic matter that you absolutely do not want to think too hard about. It is grey, tasteless, and has the consistency of wet clay. Sometimes it's supplemented with preserved vegetables that have been in storage so long that their original form is difficult to determine, or with a thin gruel made from grain that's barely fit for human consumption. The calories are sufficient to keep you alive and working, but just barely. Malnutrition is common among the indentured crews, and you can see it in the sunken eyes and hollow cheeks of those who have been aboard for any length of time. Water rations are strictly controlled. You receive a standard allotment each day, measured out by machines that don't care if you're dying of thirst. It's never enough, especially after a long shift on the gun deck, where the heat and physical exertion leave you desperately dehydrated. Workers sometimes trade their corpse starch rations for additional water, choosing to deal with hunger rather than the maddening thirst that comes from working in the infernal heat of the gun deck. The ship's water supply is recycled through purification systems that are, like everything else on an Imperial Navy warship, aging and imperfect. The water always has a faint metallic taste and occasional chemical tang that suggests the purification process hasn't quite eliminated everything it should. There is no medical care, not really. Oh, the ship has medic facilities, but those are reserved for the officers and skilled crew members whose training represents a significant investment of time and resources. For indentured workers, medical attention extends to having a corpsman look at your injury, maybe splash some antiseptic on it if it looks infected, and sending you back to work unless you're literally dying, in which case they'll move you aside so you can do it more conveniently. Broken bones are set with whatever materials are at hand, if they're set at all. Infections are common and often fatal. Radiation exposure from working near the guns or the plasma drives accumulates over time, causing sickness and organ failure that the medical staff can't or won't treat. You learn to work through pain, because showing weakness means you're likely to be assigned to even worse duties or simply disposed of when the ship makes its next port call. The mental toll is harder to quantify, but no less devastating. You exist in a state of constant fear and exhaustion. Every moment on the gun deck carries the potential for sudden death. Every interaction with your overseers is an opportunity for punishment. There is no escape, no relief, no hope of anything better. Some workers simply break, their minds unable to cope with the endless brutality. These unfortunates are usually transformed into servitors, their broken consciousness wiped and replaced with simple programming, their bodies augmented to make them more useful. It's considered a mercy in some ways, and there are whispers among the crew that some workers deliberately seek this fate as the only escape from their suffering. Recreation, if it can be called that, consists of a few hours between shifts where you're not actively working or sleeping. Some workers gather in small groups, forming bonds of survival and companionship. They share stories, real or imagined, of lives they left behind or places they hope to see someday, though everyone knows that leaving the ship is not an option. Some turn to the Imperial Creed, finding solace in prayer and the belief that their suffering has meaning in the Emperor's grand design. Small shrines appear in corners of the underdecks, tended by self-appointed preachers who lead impromptu services. The bosuns generally tolerate this as long as it doesn't interfere with work schedules, understanding that giving the crew some outlet for their despair reduces the likelihood of mutiny. Others find escape in whatever mind-altering substances they can acquire through the ship's black market. Every warship has an unofficial economy running beneath the official hierarchy, where workers trade the few possessions they have or steal from the ship's stores to obtain obscura, recaf, or even more exotic substances smuggled aboard during port calls. The bosuns know about this trade and generally tolerate it as long as it remains manageable. A crew that's slightly intoxicated is easier to control than a crew that's contemplating mutiny, and the substances help numb the workers to the horrors of their existence. Of course, addiction is common, and an addicted worker is an inefficient worker. But efficiency has never been the Imperial Navy's primary concern when it comes to indentured labor. There are always more bodies to press into service. The discipline system aboard an Imperial Navy warship is brutal by design. The Navy has learned across 10 millennia of warfare that fear is the most effective tool for controlling large numbers of potentially rebellious crew members who have every reason to hate their situation. The bosuns and sergeants at arms are the enforcers of this system, and they perform their duties with a thoroughness that borders on enthusiasm. Flogging is the standard punishment for minor infractions. Reporting late to your station, failing to properly salute a superior, showing insufficient deference to a tech priest, any of these can earn you a dozen lashes from the bosun's whip. The floggings are conducted publicly, usually during shift changes when the maximum number of crew members can be assembled to watch. You are stripped to the waist and tied to a whipping post that's a permanent fixture in every major crew area. The bosun applies the lash with practiced efficiency, and you quickly learn not to cry out because that's viewed as weakness, and will likely earn you additional strokes. The wounds from a flogging take weeks to heal, and they heal badly, leaving scars that layer on top of previous scars until your back becomes a roadmap of every mistake you've made since coming aboard. More serious infractions carry correspondingly harsher punishments. Theft from the ship's stores might earn you a month in the brig, kept in a tiny cell barely large enough to lie down in, fed starvation rations while you contemplate your crime. Striking a superior, even in self-defense, is likely to result in you being assigned to a punishment detail in one of the ship's most hazardous areas. Perhaps you'll be sent to work in the plasma drive compartments, where the radiation levels are high enough that you'll be dead within weeks. Perhaps you'll be assigned to the void shield generators, those hellish compartments the size of small towns that stink of ozone and where unpredictable arcs of electricity can kill you in an instant. Perhaps you'll be sent to repair hull breaches during combat, working in a vacuum suit that's been patched so many times it's more patch than original material, knowing that if the suit fails or if enemy fire catches you, you'll die in the cold void with no one to mourn you. The ultimate punishment, reserved for mutiny or sabotage or other crimes that threaten the ship itself, is conversion into a servitor. You are taken to the tech priests, who lobotomize you with mechanical precision, scooping out everything that made you human and replacing it with simple programming. Your body is augmented with cybernetics, enhancing your strength or durability or whatever quality makes you most useful for your new function. And then you are put to work, your consciousness reduced to a dim awareness that can follow simple commands but can no longer form thoughts or feel emotions or remember what you once were. It is the ultimate expression of the Imperium's philosophy. Even in death, or something very much like death, you can still serve. The overseers understand that this system only works if it's applied consistently and visibly. Punishment must be public, brutal, and frequent enough that everyone is constantly reminded of the consequences of stepping out of line. But it also can't be so overwhelming that it breaks the entire crew, because a broken crew is an inefficient crew, and even the Imperial Navy has standards it must maintain. It's a careful balance, one that the bosuns and sergeants-at-arms have perfected over countless generations of service. The rate at which gun crews die is one of the defining characteristics of service in the macro cannon batteries, and it's the single most commonly cited statistic when discussing the brutality of life in the Imperial Navy. We are told, repeatedly in the law, that life expectancy among gun crews is often measured in weeks, not years, not even months. Weeks. This statistic seems almost unbelievable until you understand the sheer number of ways a gun crew member can die, and then it becomes not only believable, but inevitable. The most common cause of death is simple industrial accident. The machinery involved in loading and firing a macro cannon is massive, powerful, and unforgiving. A chain snapping under tension can whip across the gun deck with enough force to cut a man in half. A shell slipping from its cradle can crush everyone underneath it. The breech mechanism, if it fails while closing, can trap workers inside the chamber, where they'll be incinerated when the gun fires. The recoil from the gun's discharge, despite all the shock absorption systems, can knock workers off elevated platforms, sending them plummeting to the deck below. The cleaning crews who enter the still-hot breach chamber suffer from burns and toxic exposure that accumulates with each cleaning cycle until their bodies simply give out. The heat is a constant killer. The macro cannons generate tremendous thermal energy when they fire, and this heat radiates throughout the gun deck. During extended engagements, when the guns are firing continuously for hours, the temperature on the gun deck can rise to levels that are barely compatible with human survival. Workers collapse from heat exhaustion, and if they're not dragged away quickly enough, they simply cook where they fall. The ventilation systems struggle to keep up, circulating air that feels like it's being drawn from a furnace. Dehydration claims dozens in every major engagement, and the water rations are never sufficient to compensate for the fluid loss from hours of hard labor in extreme heat. Radiation is a slower but no less certain killer. The electromagnetic accelerators that give macro cannons their power generate hard radiation as a byproduct, and the shielding is never quite adequate. Workers on the gun deck are exposed to this radiation with every firing cycle, and the exposure accumulates over time. At first, you might only notice fatigue and nausea. Then your hair starts falling out. Your gums bleed. You develop strange rashes that won't heal. Eventually, your bone marrow stops producing blood cells, or you develop cancers that spread through your body like wildfire, or your organs simply shut down from the accumulated damage. The ship's medical staff can identify radiation sickness easily enough, but there's no treatment for it, not for indentured workers. You're simply worked until you die, and then your corpse is recycled through the ship's systems, possibly ending up as part of the next batch of corpse starch rations. Combat brings its own particular horrors. When the ship engages enemy vessels, the gun deck becomes a priority target. Enemy fire that penetrates the void shields and hull armor can detonate inside the gun deck, killing dozens or hundreds in the resulting explosion. Hits to the magazine levels below can trigger chain reactions that destroy entire sections of the ship. Boarding actions can reach the gun deck, and while the armsmen and voidsmen at arms are supposed to repel boarders, in reality, the indentured workers are often pressed into service as emergency defenders, handed crude weapons and told to hold the line against enemy forces that are better armed, better trained, and motivated by the knowledge that they're fighting for survival. Your life expectancy in a boarding action is measured in minutes if you're unlucky enough to be in the path of the assault. Even in the aftermath of successful engagements, the gun deck claims lives. Damaged machinery continues to operate because the ship needs its weapons functional, and that means work crews are sent to effect repairs, while the systems are still hot and potentially unstable. Unexploded ordnance from enemy fire must be cleared, a task that often ends with the workers doing the clearing being vaporized when the ordnance decides to explode after all. Damaged power lines arc and spark, electrocuting anyone who touches them. Ruptured coolant pipes spray superheated fluid that can strip flesh from bone. The gun deck never stops being dangerous, even when the fighting is over. And then there are the more insidious killers. Disease spreads quickly in the cramped, unsanitary conditions of the underdecks. Respiratory infections, dysentery, and various exotic plagues brought aboard from foreign worlds burn through the crew with regularity. The ship's medical staff makes token efforts at quarantine, but they're fighting a losing battle against conditions that are ideal for the spread of contagion. Workers sicken and die, and their bunks are immediately filled with new bodies, who contract whatever killed their predecessors and continue the cycle. Starvation and malnutrition weaken everyone over time. The rations are calculated to keep you alive and working, but they don't account for the tremendous caloric expenditure required by the physical labor on the gun deck. You're burning more energy than you're consuming, and over weeks and months, your body begins to cannibalize itself. Muscle wastes away, bones become brittle, your immune system falters. Eventually, you lack the strength to perform your duties, and at that point, you become a liability. The Navy doesn't waste resources on workers who can't work, and you'll be disposed of one way or another. Suicide is more common than the officers like to admit. Some workers simply can't cope with the knowledge that this is their life now, that there is no escape, no hope of anything better. They find ways to end it. A leap from an elevated platform, deliberately positioning yourself in the path of moving machinery, refusing to eat or drink until your body shuts down. The bosuns do their best to prevent these deaths, not out of compassion, but because losing workers to suicide is wasteful, but they can't watch everyone all the time. The bodies are quietly removed, marked down in the casualty lists as industrial accidents, and life on the gun deck continues. The replacement system is grimly efficient. Every Imperial Navy warship maintains a reserve pool of workers, excess capacity that can be drawn upon when casualties mount. When a gun crew is depleted below minimum operational levels, workers from the reserve pool are assigned to fill the gaps. These new workers receive minimal training, often just a few hours of instruction on basic safety procedures and their specific duties. before being thrown into the rotation. The learning curve is steep and bloody, but it doesn't matter because there are always more workers waiting in the reserve pool, and the ship is always acquiring new recruits through press gangs operating wherever the ship makes port. The cycle is self-perpetuating. Workers die, new workers are brought in, they die, more workers are brought in. The Imperium has an effectively infinite supply of human beings to draw upon, entire hive worlds, where billions live in conditions barely better than those on the gun deck, and the Navy recruiters know exactly where to find them. The press gangs never want for candidates, whether volunteers desperate for escape from their current circumstances or conscripts who have no say in the matter. The machine grinds on, consuming human lives with the same mechanical indifference as the macro cannons consume their shells. And yet, impossibly, some workers survive. They learn the tricks of the trade, the small techniques that might give them an edge. They learn to position themselves on the chains where the strain is slightly less. They learn which overseers are slightly less brutal and try to stay in their crews. They learn to move with economy of motion, conserving energy whenever possible. They learn to sleep instantly whenever they have the chance, to eat every bite of their rations even when their stomach rebels, to drink every drop of their water allotment. They learn which injuries can be worked through and which require medical attention, even if that attention is minimal. They become veterans, recognizable by their scars and their 1,000-yard stares. And the newer workers look to them for guidance, even though everyone knows the veteran's survival is probably just luck rather than skill. Battle stations. The call comes through the Vox system, echoing through every deck and compartment of the ship. It's the sound that defines your existence, the summons that you've learned to dread because you know exactly what it means. Within seconds, the relative quiet of the gun deck erupts into controlled chaos. Bosuns are shouting, driving their crews toward their assigned positions. Armsmen rush through the corridors, sealing blast doors and checking atmospheric integrity. Tech priests hurry to their stations, preparing to monitor the machine spirits of their weapons. And you run, because responding slowly to battle stations is an offense that will earn you a flogging at best. The gun deck transforms when the ship goes to battle stations. Work lights shift to combat lighting, bathing everything in a harsh red glow that's supposed to preserve night vision, though you're not sure why that matters when you're hundreds of meters inside an armored hull. Warning klaxons blare, their harsh tones cutting through the normal background noise of the ship. Vox speakers crackle with status reports and orders from the bridge, though most of it is incomprehensible to you. Technical jargon that only the gun captain and his senior crew need to understand. Blast doors begin closing, dividing the gun deck into separate sections that can be sealed off if one area is compromised. You've heard stories of gun crews being sealed into burning sections, left to die because opening the doors would compromise the ship, and you try very hard not to think about those stories. You reach your assigned position and join the rest of your crew. The gun captain is already there, receiving targeting information from the bridge and translating it into firing solutions. The tech priests are conducting last-minute rituals, anointing the gun with sacred oils and chanting prayers to the machine spirit. The shell handlers are bringing the first roundup from the magazine, and you can already see the massive form of the shell rising on the elevator, even larger than usual because the captain has ordered armor-piercing rounds for this engagement. These shells are heavier, harder to move, and the loading cycle will take longer, but they're designed to punch through the heaviest armor, and apparently the enemy we're facing needs that level of firepower. The timing of void combat is strange. Ships engage at ranges measured in tens of thousands of kilometers, which means there's often a significant delay between when the guns fire and when the shells actually strike their targets. The gun crews don't get to see the results of their work. You load the shell, the gun fires, and somewhere far away, maybe 30 seconds or a minute later, your shell either hits the enemy vessel or misses and sails off into the void. You have no way of knowing which, no feedback except what filters down through the command structure. Sometimes the gun captain will announce a hit, his voice carrying satisfaction that trickles down to the crew. But mostly, you work in ignorance, loading and firing, trusting that someone, somewhere, knows whether you're actually accomplishing anything. The first firing cycle proceeds according to the training you received. The breach opens with its characteristic grinding sound. The chamber is empty because this is the first shot of the engagement, so there's no spent casing to extract. The cleaning crew does a quick inspection anyway, checking for any debris or impurity that might have accumulated since the last engagement. The tech priest nods approval, and the shell is brought into position. You take your place on the loading chains, your hands already aching in anticipation of what's to come. The count is called, and you pull. The shell moves, reluctantly at first, then with gathering momentum. It's heavier than the standard shells you've been training with, and you can feel the difference in the strain on your muscles. Someone behind you is whimpering with effort, a sound that's barely audible over the general noise of the gun deck. You grit your teeth and pull harder. The shell reaches its loading position, is elevated, slots into the chamber. The breech closes. The gun captain signals ready to fire. And then, without warning, the macro cannon discharges. You thought you were prepared for the sound. You thought your previous experience had inured you to it. You were wrong. The sound of a macro cannon firing in combat is qualitatively different from the training exercises, perhaps because you're so much more aware of what it means. This shell is being fired at an actual enemy who is firing back. That enemy's shells are hurtling toward your ship right now, and if one of them hits the gun deck, you and everyone around you will die instantly. The knowledge adds a visceral edge to the experience, transforming the physical shock of the discharge into something that feels almost like terror. The breech opens. The spent casing is extracted, still glowing red with residual heat. The cleaning crew rushes in, and you can see steam rising from their protective gear as they scrub frantically at the chamber. The next shell is already on its way up from the magazine. You barely have time to catch your breath before you're pulling on the chains again, and again, and again. The rhythm establishes itself, brutal and relentless, and you fall into it because there's no alternative. 20 minutes into the engagement, the first casualty occurs in your crew. One of the breach handlers misjudges his timing and gets caught when the massive breach mechanism swings closed. The sound of bones breaking is audible even over the general noise, a wet crunch that makes your stomach lurch. The man screams, a sound that continues for several seconds until it abruptly cuts off. You don't see what happens to him because you're already pulling on the chains for the next loading cycle. But you glimpse servitors dragging something that might be a body away from the gun. A replacement breach handler is already moving into position. The loading cycle continues without pause. The heat is building. Each firing cycle adds more thermal energy to the gun and the surrounding environment. The ventilation systems are struggling, circulating air that's so hot it feels like breathing fire. Sweat pours down your face and back, soaking through. Your uniform. Your hands are slipping on the chains despite your gloves, and you have to grip harder, which means your palms are tearing open again, adding blood to the mix of sweat and grime. The worker next to you collapses suddenly, just drops to the deck like a puppet with cut strings. Heat exhaustion probably, or maybe a heart attack from the combination of heat, exertion, and stress. You don't break stride. You can't. The loading cycle continues. The engagement grinds on for hours. You lose count of how many shells you've loaded. Your body is past the point of pain, operating on some combination of adrenaline, fear, and muscle memory. You're not even sure you're conscious in any meaningful sense. You just pull the chains when someone tells you to pull, move to the next station when someone tells you to move, and try not to think about anything beyond the next few seconds. Around you, the gun deck is a scene of organized chaos. Every gun in the battery is firing in sequence, creating a rolling thunder that never stops. Shell casings are piling up faster than they can be removed. The chemical smell of propellant is so thick you can taste it. And through it all, the tech priests move like red-robed ghosts, tending to their weapons with a devotion that borders on religious ecstasy, which perhaps it is. Then, something hits the ship. You feel it through the deck plates before you hear it. A massive vibration that runs through the entire structure of the vessel. The lights flicker. Somewhere, alarms are blaring. The Vox crackles with damage reports, talking about breaches in sections you've never heard of, casualties mounting, void shields compromised. The gun captain shouts something about maintaining rate of fire, and you realize with sick certainty that you're going to keep loading shells even if the entire ship is coming apart around you. Because that's what the gun crews do. That's what you do. You load shells until the enemy is destroyed or until you're destroyed, and there are no other options. A second impact, closer this time. The entire gun deck lurches, throwing people off their feet. You manage to grab onto the loading chain, the rough metal biting into your torn palms, holding yourself steady while others fall. One of the shells on its transport cradle breaks free from its restraints and begins rolling. People scatter, screaming, because a loose shell on the gun deck can kill dozens if it collides with something. Servitors move to intercept it, their mechanical strength allowing them to absorb the impact and bring the shell to a halt. Several servitors are crushed in the process, their bodies breaking under tons of momentum, but they succeed in stopping the shell before it can cause worse damage. The remains of the servitors are pushed aside. The shell is secured. The loading cycle continues. You don't know how long the engagement lasts. Time has become meaningless, compressed into an eternal present of loading shells and surviving. But eventually, impossibly, it ends. The order to cease fire comes through the Vox, and suddenly the gun deck is quiet, or what passes for quiet after hours of continuous macro-cannon discharge. The ringing in your ears is so severe that you can barely hear anything else. The gun captain is saying something, giving orders about securing the weapons and beginning damage assessment. You don't care. You collapse where you stand, your body finally giving out now that the immediate crisis is over. Around you, the gun deck looks like a battlefield, which in many ways it is. Bodies are scattered across the deck plates, some dead, some merely unconscious, some in states that make it unclear which category they fall into. Blood and various other fluids have mixed with the omnipresent grime to create a slick that makes walking treacherous. Shell casings are piled in great heaps, still radiating heat that distorts the air above them. Machinery is damaged, some of it catastrophically, and you can already see tech priests assessing the repairs that will be needed before the next engagement. The smell is indescribable, a combination of hot metal, chemical propellant, human sweat and waste, and the distinctive odor of burnt flesh. The casualty reports will come later, tallied with mechanical precision and recorded in logs that no one but the administratum will ever read. Your crew started this engagement with 120 workers. You estimate that perhaps 80 are still functional, though many of those are wounded to some degree. 40 dead or incapacitated in a single engagement. The gun captain seems satisfied with this ratio, which tells you everything you need to know about what's considered acceptable losses in the Imperial Navy. But you survived. Against all odds, through some combination of luck and reflexes and sheer stubborn refusal to die, you survived. You're still alive, still breathing, still able to think and feel and hate this existence. And you know, with absolute certainty, that you'll have to do it all again. Maybe in hours, maybe in days, but eventually the call to battle stations will come again, and you'll run to your position again, and you'll load shells again, because that's what gun crews do. That's what you do now. It's all you do. It's all you'll ever do until the day you don't survive, and someone else takes your place on the loading chains, and the cycle continues. There are moments, rare and brief, when you allow yourself to think about the broader implications of your existence. You are one indentured worker on one gun crew on one ship in the Imperial Navy. There are dozens of gun crews on this ship alone, each one staffed by hundreds of workers like you. There are thousands of ships in the Imperial Navy, spread across the vastness of the galaxy, each one carrying its own complement of gun crews. The number becomes astronomical quickly. Millions of human beings whose entire existence consists of loading, shells into macro cannons, dying at rates that would be considered catastrophic in any other context, and being replaced with more bodies drawn from the inexhaustible supply that the Imperium maintains. And the truly horrifying part is that this is considered normal. This is how the Imperium works. The officers and nobles who command these vessels view their gun crews as they might view any other consumable resource. You are ammunition, in a sense, less valuable than the shells you load, because shells are expensive and difficult to manufacture, while human beings are cheap and easy to acquire. The tech priests are more concerned with the well-being of the guns than with the people who operate them, because the guns represent irreplaceable technology, while the people are, well, replaceable. Even the Imperial Creed, which theoretically holds that all human life is sacred because all humans are the Emperor's subjects, makes exceptions for those whose suffering serves the greater good. And what greater good could there be than maintaining the warships that protect humanity from the countless threats lurking in the galaxy? You sometimes wonder about the people you're killing when your gun fires. Each shell that finds its target strikes an enemy vessel, punching through armor and exploding inside their ship. Are there gun crews on that ship, indentured workers just like you, hauling shells and pulling chains in conditions just as brutal as yours? When your shell detonates in their gun deck, vaporizing hundreds of them in an instant, are you killing people who are fundamentally different from you, or are you killing yourself, metaphorically speaking? Does the enemy loader, in his last instant before oblivion, think about the loader who fired the shell that killed him? Does he rage against his fate, or is he grateful for an end to his suffering? These are dangerous thoughts, the kind that can get you reported to the commissars if you voice them aloud. Questioning the righteousness of the Imperium's cause, sympathizing with the enemy, expressing doubt about the value of your sacrifice. These are all signs of potential heresy or cowardice, and the punishments for such things are severe. So you keep these thoughts to yourself, locked away in the private spaces of your mind where the overseers cannot reach. But they're there, gnawing at you, adding a layer of existential horror to the physical brutality of your daily existence. Some workers find solace in the belief that their suffering has meaning. The priests who move through the crew quarters, ministering to the spiritual needs of the faithful, preach that every shell loaded is a prayer. Every drop of sweat shed is an offering to the Emperor. Every death in service to the Navy is a martyrdom that will be rewarded in the afterlife. They speak of the gun crews as warriors, no different from the Space Marines or Imperial Guard, fighting the eternal war against the darkness that threatens to consume humanity. Your pain is temporary, they say, but your contribution to the Imperium is eternal. You have been blessed with the opportunity to serve, and you should embrace this opportunity with joy and gratitude. You want to believe them. You desperately want to believe that this nightmare has meaning, that your suffering is not random and pointless, but part of some greater design that you cannot comprehend from your limited perspective. But it's hard to maintain faith when you're standing in a pool of your own blood on the gun deck, when you're watching another worker get crushed by machinery, when you're eating corpse starch that might be made from your dead comrades, when you're being flogged for infractions you don't remember committing. The words of the priests sound hollow against the reality of your existence, and you find yourself going through the motions of faith without actually feeling it, reciting prayers you don't believe, because not reciting them would mark you as suspect. Other workers take a different path. They embrace the brutality, finding a kind of savage pride in their survival. They are the ones who volunteer for the most dangerous duties, who push themselves harder than anyone demands, who compete with their fellow workers to see who can load shells faster or endure more punishment. They wear their scars like badges of honor and count their surviving crew members like trophies. For them, the gun deck is a test, and every day they survive is proof of their strength and worth. They are the ones most likely to be promoted to petty officer positions, because the Navy values people who have internalized its brutality and made it their own. And then there are those who simply endure. They don't find meaning in their suffering, and they don't embrace it. They just exist, day after day, doing what they must to survive because the alternative is death. And some deep instinct rebels against accepting death, even when death might be the more merciful option. These workers are the majority, the great mass of humanity that keeps the Imperium functioning through sheer, stubborn persistence. They are not heroes or zealots or victims, not really. They are simply people, caught in a system that values their labor more than their lives, and they endure because endurance is what humans do. You're not sure which category you fall into. Perhaps all of them, at different times. Perhaps none of them. Your identity has become fluid, undefined, eroded by the constant physical and psychological assault of life on the gun deck. You remember, dimly, being someone else, someone with dreams and preferences, and a sense of self that extended beyond your function as a loader. But that person feels increasingly distant, like a character in a story you heard once and half forgot. The you that exists now is defined entirely by the chains you pull, and the shells you load, and the aches that never fade, and the fear that never stops. This is who you are. This is all you are. And the worst part is that you're not sure you care anymore. The shift ends, finally, the blessed relief of being dismissed from your station, even though you know you'll be back in a few short hours. You shamble back to the underdecks with the rest of your crew, too exhausted for conversation, barely able to put one foot in front of the other. The mess hall is packed with thousands of workers from other shifts, all of them wearing the same expression of hollow-eyed fatigue. You collect your rations, the usual grey paste that might charitably be called food, and you eat without tasting because your body needs the calories, even if your mind has stopped caring what they taste like. You make your way to the sleeping quarters and collapse onto your bunk. The pallet is thin and uncomfortable, but right now it feels like the greatest luxury imaginable. Around you, hundreds of other workers are doing the same, filling the underdeck with the sounds of bodies settling into rest. Someone is crying softly, trying to muffle the sound in their thin pillow. Someone else is praying, the words indistinct, but the desperate tone unmistakable. Most are simply silent, conserving what little energy they have left for sleep. You close your eyes, but sleep doesn't come immediately. Your muscles are still twitching with remembered effort, and your hands throb with a pain that has become so constant you're barely aware of it anymore. Your mind refuses to quiet, replaying moments from the engagement, the sounds and sights that you wish you could forget, but know you never will. The crushed breech handler, the loose shell rolling across the deck, the face of the worker next to you in the instant before they collapsed. These images will join the collection of horrors you carry with you, added to the pile, until eventually your mind can't hold any more and something breaks. But not tonight. Tonight, you survive. Tomorrow, you'll wake to the bosun's whistle and drag yourself to the gun deck and load more shells. The day after that, you'll do it again, and again, and again, until the day you don't, until you become another casualty report, another number in the logs, another body to be recycled through the ship's systems. That day is coming. You know it's coming. Everyone knows it's coming. The only question is when, and by what specific method of the 1,000 available ways to die on a gun deck, and whether anyone will remember your number when you're gone. This is the life of a macro cannon loader in the Imperial Navy. This is the price paid every day by thousands of forgotten souls, so that the warships of the Imperium can continue their eternal vigil against the darkness. This is the human cost of the Imperium's survival, measured in bodies broken and lives consumed, and suffering so vast it becomes incomprehensible. This is what it means when we say that in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. Because war is not just the battles fought by heroes. War is also this, the grinding daily horror of the gun deck, the endless cycle of loading and firing and dying, the reduction of human beings to their most basic function as components in a machine that values efficiency over everything else. And perhaps the most horrifying aspect of all is that this is considered acceptable. The officers who command these ships sleep soundly in their luxurious quarters. The admirals who plan the fleet deployments never set foot on a gun deck. The High Lords of Terror, who make the strategic decisions that determine where these ships go and what they do, have no concept of what their orders actually mean for the people who must carry them out. The Imperium grinds on, consuming lives with mechanical indifference, because this is the only way it knows how to function. This is the system that has kept humanity alive for 10,000 years, and while it's brutal beyond measure, while it treats human beings as consumable resources rather than people with inherent dignity and worth, while it inflicts suffering on a scale that would have been unimaginable in earlier eras of human history, it works. After a fashion, at a cost. The gun deck is a monument to this cost. Every macro cannon speaks with the voice of human suffering. Every shell fired represents not just the destruction it will inflict on the enemy, but the destruction that was inflicted on the people who loaded it. The guns are holy to the Mechanicus because they embody the perfect fusion of human will and mechanical function. But they are unholy in a different sense. Unholy in what they demand of those who serve them. Unholy in the casual way they consume human lives as fuel for their operation. You are part of this machine now. You pull the chains that load the shells, that destroy the enemy, that threatens the Imperium, that press-ganged you into service. The circle is complete, the logic inescapable. You suffer so that others might be protected, and the fact that those others have no idea you exist and wouldn't care if they did is irrelevant. This is your function. This is your purpose. This is the meaning that has been imposed upon your existence, whether you accept it or not. You are a loader, and you will load shells until you can no longer load them. And then you will be replaced by someone else who will do the same. And the great machine will continue its work without pause or reflection or mercy. And in the vast darkness of space, the warships of the Imperial Navy continue their eternal patrol, their macro cannons ready to speak the Emperor's judgment, powered by the bodies and blood and suffering of people whose names will never be recorded in any history, whose sacrifices will never be celebrated in any monument, whose existence will be forgotten the moment they draw their last breath. They are the price of the Imperium's survival. They are the foundation upon which 10,000 years of human civilization has been built. They are the forgotten thousands, the expendable ones, the loaders who keep the guns firing even as they die at the guns. This is their story. This is your story, if you're unlucky enough to find yourself press-ganged into a gun crew. This is the brutal reality that lurks beneath the epic space battles and heroic last stands that define the public face of the Imperial Navy. This is what it actually means to serve, stripped of all glory and romance, reduced to its essential elements, chains and shells and blood and death, repeated endlessly until there's nothing left to give. The gun deck waits for you. It's always waiting. The chains are ready for your hands. The shells are ready to be loaded. The gun is ready to fire. And when you fall, when you finally succumb to the endless catalogue of ways a loader can die, there will be another body to take your place. The machine does not stop. The machine cannot stop, because in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war, and war requires guns, and guns require loaders, and loaders are the cheapest, most easily replaced component in the entire system. Your life has value only in how it can be expended. Your death has meaning only in how quickly you can be replaced. This is the truth of the gun deck. This is the truth of the Imperium. This is the price that must be paid. And so the shells continue to be loaded. The guns continue to fire. The ships continue their patrol through the darkness. And somewhere in the vastness of the galaxy, another press gang is moving through another underhive, recruiting another batch of workers who don't yet know what awaits them in the gun decks of the Imperial Navy's warships. The cycle continues. The machine grinds on. The Imperium endures. And the price is paid over and over again in blood and suffering and forgotten lives, in the cavernous gun decks where the Emperor's wrath is manufactured from human flesh and metal, and the shells that weigh as much as tanks. If you found this glimpse into the brutal reality of the Imperial Navy's gun crews enlightening, please consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel. There are countless other stories to tell from the grim darkness of the far future, tales of suffering and sacrifice that rarely make it into the heroic narratives we usually hear. These are the stories of the forgotten, the expendable, the ones who keep the Imperium functioning through their unremembered labor and unacknowledged deaths. They deserve to have their stories told, even if those stories are almost too horrible to contemplate. Until next time, remember that in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war, and war consumes us all eventually, whether we're heroes or simply the people who load the guns that the heroes fire. In the perpetual darkness of the 41st millennium, where war consumes entire star systems and the laughter of thirsting gods echoes through the warp, there exists a species that thrives on conflict like no other. The orcs, those green-skinned fungal warriors, charge headlong into battles that would break the spirits of lesser races. They roar with glee as they hurl themselves into storms of gunfire, their crude weapons raised high, their tusked faces split with savage grins. Fear, as most species understand it, seems alien to the orc psyche. They embrace death in combat as merely another part of the greatest game in the galaxy, and when they fall laughing, convinced they will return for another go at the fighting. Yet even among this race of savage warriors who view existence itself as one endless, glorious brawl, there are moments when something fundamental shifts. There are encounters on the battlefield that penetrate even the thick-skulled confidence of the greenskins, forcing them to confront a reality that contradicts everything they believe about combat and conquest. These moments are rare, precious to those who fight against the green tide, and devastating to orc momentum. Among all the terrors that can break an orc charge, among all the weapons that can shatter their battle lust, few are as effective as the towering ancient war machines known as Space Marine dreadnoughts. The image of an orc retreating from battle seems almost contradictory to everything we know about these Xenos. After all, this is a species that actively seeks out the most dangerous fights they can find, that measures success not by survival, but by the quality of the scrap. An orc who dies in glorious combat is honored among his kind, while one who lives through a boring fight is pitied. They are creatures of pure aggression, their entire biology and culture shaped around the single purpose of warfare. The Wach, energy that binds them together, grows stronger with numbers and enthusiasm, creating a psychic feedback loop that makes large orc forces nearly immune to fear, doubt, or any sensible preservation instinct. But dreadnoughts represent something that defies even orc logic and enthusiasm. These walking tombs of ceramite and adamantium, piloted by the near-dead heroes of the Adeptus Astartes, combine everything that an orc finds difficult to process. They possess the size and strength that orcs respect and fear. They demonstrate a level of invulnerability that even the most enthusiastic orc cannot ignore. Most importantly, they embody an implacable, relentless quality that stands in stark contrast to the chaotic, emotional nature of orc warfare. Where an orc charges with wild abandon, a dreadnought advances with the inexorable patience of a glacier, crushing everything in its path with methodical precision. Understanding why orcs fear dreadnoughts in close combat requires us to delve deep into both species, to understand the peculiar psychology that makes orcs simultaneously the most fearless and most vulnerable warriors in the galaxy. It requires us to examine the nature of these ancient war machines, to understand what makes them uniquely terrifying, even among the countless horrors of the 41st millennium. And it requires us to look at the rare, precious moments when the unstoppable green tide finally meets something it cannot overcome through sheer enthusiasm and numbers. This is not simply a tale of one weapon system being superior to another in some abstract tactical sense. This is about the fundamental clash between two entirely different philosophies of war, two radically different ways of understanding violence and conflict. The orcs believe that enough enthusiasm and violence can overcome any obstacle, that the biggest and loudest always wins, that fighting itself is the ultimate purpose and joy of existence. Dreadnoughts, piloted by warriors who have already died once and been given the burden of fighting for centuries more, represent a commitment to duty and capability that transcends mere enthusiasm. They are violence refined, distilled down to its most efficient and terrifying form, stripped of all the chaos and joy that orcs find in battle. The orc mind. Understanding fearlessness and its limits. To understand what frightens an orc, we must first understand what makes them fearless in the first place. The orc species represents one of the galaxy's most successful and widespread examples of biological warfare engineering. Created by the ancient Old Ones as weapons in their war against the Necrons and the Setan, orcs are not simply another intelligent species that happen to evolve toward violence. They are purpose-built killing machines, their every biological system optimized for combat and conquest, their psychology shaped to make them the perfect warriors. The orc life cycle begins with spores, microscopic fungal reproductive units that drift on the wind or are released when an orc dies. These spores grow in the soil, eventually producing first the diminutive snotlings, then the slightly larger Gretchen, and finally the orcs themselves. This reproductive system means that any world touched by orcs will continue producing them potentially forever, each new generation spawning from the corpses and cast-off spores of the previous one. It is a biological design of terrifying efficiency, creating warriors who require no childhood, no training, and no complex infrastructure to reach fighting capacity. But the true genius of orc design lies not in their physical form, but in their psychic nature. Every orc possesses a degree of latent psychic power, though in most individual orcs, this power manifests unconsciously and weakly. When orcs gather together, however, their collective psychic field strengthens dramatically, creating what they call the WAG. This is not merely a battle cry or a cultural concept, but an actual psychic phenomenon that shapes reality around orc populations. The WAG field makes orc technology function despite its crude construction. It strengthens orc confidence and resolve, and most importantly for our purposes, it creates a collective sense of invincibility that grows stronger with numbers. An orc fighting alone or in a small group will demonstrate something approaching normal self-preservation instincts. He will retreat from overwhelming odds, seek cover from incoming fire, and generally behave in ways that suggest he understands the concept of danger. But place that same orc among hundreds or thousands of his kind, let the WAG energy build to a fever pitch, and his behavior transforms entirely. Now he charges without hesitation into the most withering fire, convinced that he is invincible, that the enemy's weapons cannot possibly stop him, that victory is not just possible, but inevitable. This is not stupidity or ignorance, but a fundamental alteration of consciousness caused by psychic feedback. The Wah effect explains why orc armies often seem to operate with complete disregard for casualties or tactical sense. From an outside perspective, watching orcs charge across open ground directly into prepared defensive positions appears suicidal. But from within, the Wah, surrounded by roaring comrades and buoyed by collective psychic energy, each individual orc feels genuinely confident that he will survive, that he will reach the enemy and crush them in glorious combat. The deaths of his fellows barely register as warnings because the WAG energy insulates him from fear and doubt. This phenomenon creates a self-reinforcing cycle of aggression. As more orcs join a fight, the WAG grows stronger. As the WAG grows stronger, individual orcs become more fearless and aggressive. This increased aggression attracts more orcs to the fight, further strengthening the psychic field. A single orc warband can snowball into a massive invasion force through this mechanism, each victory adding to their confidence and drawing more greenskins to the growing "Wah!" Yet this system, for all its effectiveness, contains inherent vulnerabilities. The "Wah!" effect requires continuous reinforcement through success and numbers. When an orc force begins to take heavy casualties without inflicting corresponding damage on the enemy, the collective confidence begins to waver. Individual orcs start to notice that their fellows are dying in large numbers. The psychic feedback loop that made them feel invincible begins to reverse, and doubt creeps in where there was previously only certainty. Orcs do not experience fear in the same way humans or other species do. They do not lie awake at night worrying about their mortality or questioning the purpose of their existence. But they do recognize when they are losing a fight, when the scrap is not fun anymore, when continuing to fight means certain death without the glorious combat they crave. In these moments, orcs can and do retreat, though they rationalize it differently than other species might. To an orc, running away is not defeat, but merely a tactical pause, a chance to come back later and have another go at the enemy. They do not see it as cowardice, but as common sense, preserving themselves for future fights rather than dying in a bad scrap. This distinction is crucial for understanding orc psychology. They are not truly fearless in the sense of being unable to feel fear. Rather, they experience something we might call combat calculation, a crude assessment of whether a fight is worth continuing or whether it might be better to leg it and try again later. A good fight, one where there is lots of violence and a reasonable chance of winning, will keep orcs engaged, even in the face of horrific casualties. A bad fight, one where they are simply being slaughtered without getting to inflict damage in return, will eventually cause even the most enthusiastic orcs to reconsider their participation. The key factor in breaking orc morale is not simply killing them in large numbers. Orcs expect to die in combat and accept it as part of the natural order. What breaks their spirits is killing them in ways that prevent them from fighting back effectively, that rob them of the joy of combat and the satisfaction of inflicting violence on their enemies. An orc who charges into a fortified position and dies trading blows with the defenders dies content. An orc who is cut down by artillery fire before ever reaching the enemy, or who is killed so quickly he never gets to swing his chopper, dies frustrated, and his death sends ripples of doubt through his comrades. This vulnerability in the orc psyche creates opportunities for their enemies. If you can show orcs that fighting you will not be the glorious scrap they crave, but instead a one-sided slaughter where they die without achieving anything, you can break even the largest. The trick is having a weapon or tactic that can deliver this message quickly and brutally enough to overcome the momentum of orc enthusiasm and collective psychic reinforcement. This is where dreadnoughts enter the equation, the walking tombs of the Adeptus Astartes. To understand why dreadnoughts are uniquely effective at breaking orc charges, we must first understand what these machines are and what they represent in the grim darkness of the 41st millennium. A Space Marine dreadnought is not simply a robot or a vehicle, but rather a fusion of warrior and weapon, a mobile shrine containing what remains of a hero who should have died but was deemed too valuable to lose. Space Marines are already among the most formidable warriors in the galaxy, enhanced far beyond baseline human capability through genetic engineering, surgical implantation of additional organs, and decades of brutal training. A single Space Marine represents years of investment and resources, a living weapon capable of turning the tide of entire campaigns. When such a warrior falls in battle, his chapter mourns the loss not just of a brother, but of irreplaceable combat capability and accumulated wisdom. Most Space Marines who suffer mortal wounds in combat die despite the incredible resilience their enhanced physiology provides. But occasionally, a warrior is injured so severely that death is certain, yet has not quite arrived. leaving a narrow window where the chapter's tech marines and apothecaries can intervene. If the fallen warrior's service record justifies the effort, if his tactical knowledge and combat experience are valuable enough, and if enough of his body remains intact to sustain brain function, he becomes a candidate for internment in a dreadnought. The process of creating a dreadnought is complex and painful beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. The Space Marine's shattered body is stabilized, stripped of limbs and organs that cannot be saved. And what remains, usually little more than a torso and head, containing the brain and essential organs, is sealed within an armored sarcophagus filled with life-sustaining amniotic fluid. Direct neural connections interface the warrior's mind with the dreadnought chassis, allowing him to perceive through its sensors and control its massive limbs as if they were his own body. The warrior becomes the machine, his consciousness the ghost in the shell, his will the animating force that turns tons of adamantium and ceramite into a weapon of terrifying capability. This transformation is considered a great honor by Space Marine chapters, a way for their greatest heroes to continue serving the Emperor even after mortal wounds would have claimed them. But it is also a terrible burden. The warrior within the dreadnought is forever separated from normal existence, unable to walk among his brothers as he once did, unable to experience the simple pleasures of physical existence. His world becomes one of sensor feeds and tactical data, his human form reduced to a few organs floating in preservative fluids, while his mind slowly erodes across centuries of service. Between deployments, most dreadnoughts are kept in stasis sleep to preserve their sanity. The mental strain of interfacing with such a large and complex machine, combined with the isolation and the slow realization that everyone they once knew has died while they endure, can drive dreadnought pilots mad. Even with stasis sleep, many dreadnoughts eventually lose their grip on sanity or their memories of who they were before internment. Ancient dreadnoughts, who have served for millennia, often display signs of severe mental degradation, their personalities compressed down to pure warrior instinct, their memories of their mortal existence faded to near nothing. Yet despite these psychological costs, dreadnoughts remain among the most effective weapons in the Space Marine arsenal. A standard castroferum pattern, dreadnought, the most common type deployed across the Imperium, stands approximately twice the height of a Space Marine and mounts a heavy-ranged weapon on one arm and a massive close combat weapon on the other. This configuration makes dreadnoughts incredibly versatile, equally capable of providing heavy fire support or crushing enemies in melee combat. The physical specifications of a dreadnought are staggering. The chassis is constructed from adamantium, one of the hardest and most durable materials known to the Imperium, and plated with layers of ceramite armor that can withstand direct hits from anti-tank weapons. The dreadnought's internal systems include a powerful reactor that drives both its weapon systems and its mobility, synthetic muscle bundles made from electrofiber that provide strength far exceeding even a Space Marine's enhanced physiology, and redundant systems that allow it to continue functioning even after sustaining catastrophic damage. A dreadnought's dreadnought close combat weapon, typically a massive power fist or power claw, represents one of the most devastating melee weapons in existence. Unlike the man-portable power fists used by Terminators and other elite infantry, a dreadnought's power fist has no practical size or weight limitations. The dreadnought's massive frame and powerful servos can swing a weapon weighing several tons with the same ease that a human might swing a sword. This weapon is not just large, but also generates a powerful disruption field that tears apart molecular bonds in whatever it strikes, allowing it to shear through armor plate as if it were paper. The combination of size, weight, and disruption field technology makes a dreadnought's punch capable of destroying tanks in a single blow. Enemy vehicles struck by a dreadnought power fist are typically torn open, their armor crumpled like tin, their internal structure collapsed. Infantry caught in the path of such a weapon are not simply killed, but obliterated. their bodies reduced to unrecognizable pulp by forces that would make a hydraulic press seem gentle. The dreadnought can grab enemies with its fists clamping fingers and literally crush them to death, or it can sweep its arm in wide arcs that clear entire areas of enemy troops. Beyond their physical capabilities, dreadnoughts carry psychological weight that amplifies their battlefield effectiveness. Each dreadnought is a venerated hero of its chapter, a warrior who has served for decades or even centuries, accumulating combat experience that spans multiple lifetimes. When a dreadnought speaks, it does so with the voice of the chapter's history, recounting battles fought before the current generation of Marines was even recruited. This gives dreadnoughts an almost mystical quality among Space Marines, who revere them as living connections to their chapter's past and as repositories of tactical wisdom. For enemies of the Imperium, dreadnoughts represent something different, but equally terrifying. They are proof that even death cannot stop the Emperor's warriors, that the Imperium's commitment to humanity's survival transcends individual mortality. To face a dreadnought is to confront a being that has already died once, that has nothing left to lose, that fights not out of survival instinct, but out of duty and purpose, refined across lifetimes of warfare. This makes dreadnoughts utterly implacable opponents, immune to the psychological tactics that might work on ordinary soldiers or even regular Space Marines. The various patterns of dreadnought deployed across the Imperium offer different specializations and capabilities, but all share certain characteristics. The ancient Contemptor pattern, dating back to the Great Crusade, is faster and more agile than later designs, while mounting equally impressive firepower. The massive Leviathan pattern is specifically designed for siege warfare, mounting heavy armor and devastating short-range weapons that can tear through fortifications and enemy armor with equal ease. The newer Redemptor pattern, designed for Primaris Space Marines, sacrifices pilot longevity for increased combat capability, burning through its occupant's life force more quickly, but providing enhanced firepower and resilience in exchange. Each pattern represents a different solution to the same fundamental challenge: how to take a mortally wounded warrior and transform him into a weapon capable of turning the tide of battle. The variations in approach reflect different priorities and available technologies, but the core concept remains constant. A dreadnought is a warrior who has transcended physical limitations, who has been reborn as something that blurs the line between man and machine, organic and mechanical, living and dead. The physics of dreadnought dominance. When an orc charges toward a dreadnought, he does so with the absolute confidence that comes from the WAG field and his own considerable physical power. Orcs are large, typically standing between 6 and 8 feet tall when fully grown, and they possess natural strength that exceeds most other species. A big war boss, one who has grown large through countless victories, might stand even taller and possess the raw power to tear apart lesser enemies with his bare hands. An orc's natural confidence tells him that if he can just get close enough to hit the enemy, his strength will prevail. This confidence is usually well-founded when facing most opponents. Orc strength is legendary throughout the galaxy. They can shrug off wounds that would kill most species. Their pain tolerance is phenomenal, and their enthusiasm for combat gives them an edge in close quarters that terrifies most enemies. An orc mob charging into melee range represents one of the most dangerous forces in conventional warfare, a green wave of violence that can overwhelm even well-prepared defensive positions through sheer momentum and ferocity. But dreadnoughts operate on an entirely different scale of physical power. A standard Castroferum pattern. Dreadnought stands approximately 3 to 4 meters tall, meaning it towers over even the largest orc warboss. This height advantage is not merely intimidating, but provides significant tactical benefits. The dreadnought can see over obstacles that would block an orc's view, can bring its weapons to bear on elevated positions, and can step over barriers that would halt an orc's charge. The psychological effect of fighting an enemy that literally looms over you, that you must crane your neck to see the top of cannot be understated. More important than height is mass. A dreadnought weighs several tons, its chassis constructed from some of the densest and most durable materials available to the Imperium. When a dreadnought moves forward, it does so with the inexorable momentum of a tank, each step leaving deep impressions in the ground. This mass gives it stability that no organic creature can match. An orc might charge into a dreadnought at full speed, might try to knock it over or push it back, and will find himself bouncing off as if he had run into a wall. The dreadnought barely registers the impact. The strength differential is even more extreme. Orc strength is impressive by biological standards, allowing them to wield weapons that would crush a human and to tear through light armor with their hands. But a dreadnought's strength is mechanical, driven by powerful servo motors and hydraulic systems that generate forces measured in tons. A dreadnought can lift and throw objects weighing hundreds of kilograms as if they were toys. When that strength is focused through a close combat weapon designed specifically for destroying armored targets, the results are devastating beyond anything an orc could hope to achieve. Consider the physical reality of a dreadnought power fist striking an orc. The fist itself is massive, large enough that it could grip an orc's entire torso in its mechanical fingers. The servo motors driving the arm accelerate this mass to speeds that create impacts measured in multiple tons of force. The disruption field surrounding the fist tears apart molecular bonds on contact, meaning that even a glancing blow can shatter bones and rupture organs. When such a weapon strikes an orc squarely, the result is not simply death, but catastrophic physical destruction. An orc hit by a dreadnought power fist does not fall wounded. He explodes. His body, tough as it is by biological standards, cannot withstand forces designed to penetrate tank armor. The impact pulverizes bones, ruptures every organ simultaneously, and often literally tears the orc's body in half from the sheer kinetic energy transfer. Orcs nearby who witness this destruction cannot rationalize it away or convince themselves that they could survive such a blow. The physical evidence is too clear, too immediate, too visceral to deny. This overwhelming physical superiority extends to the dreadnought's defensive capabilities as well. Orc weapons, crude but effective against most enemies, find themselves utterly inadequate when faced with dreadnought armor. A typical orc slugger or shooter, a heavy pistol or rifle by human standards, fires large caliber projectiles with significant kinetic energy. These weapons can punch through the armor of lighter vehicles and can certainly kill unarmored infantry, but against dreadnought armor, they are little more than irritants. The ceramite armor plating that covers a dreadnought is designed to withstand anti-tank weaponry. Its composition includes ceramic compounds that disperse kinetic energy and heat, backed by layers of adamantium that provide structural strength. The armor is thick, measured in centimeters or even tens of centimeters in critical areas, and is sloped to deflect incoming fire rather than absorbing it directly. When orc small arms fire strikes this armor, the bullets simply flatten against it or ricochet off, leaving perhaps small scorch marks but causing no meaningful damage. Even heavier orc weapons struggle against dreadnought defenses. Big shooters, the heavy machine guns favored by orc mobs, fire larger rounds at higher velocities than basic orc firearms. These weapons can shred light vehicles and make short work of infantry in cover, but against a dreadnought, they achieve little more than the smaller weapons do. The rounds impact the armor with impressive-looking flashes and bangs, but fail to penetrate. An orc firing a big shooter at a dreadnought might as well be throwing rocks at a bunker for all the good it does him. Rocket launchers, orc rocket launchers that fire crude but effective anti-armor missiles, represent more serious threats. These weapons can destroy light vehicles and damage heavier armor with direct hits. But even rockets often fail to penetrate dreadnought armor, especially when they strike the thickest plating. The orc-made warheads, while powerful, lack the sophisticated penetration mechanisms of Imperial or other advanced civilizations' anti-tank weapons. They explode against the dreadnought's hull with impressive force, but often fail to breach the armor beneath. This invulnerability to most orc weaponry creates a feedback loop of psychological pressure. Orcs watch their shots bounce harmlessly off the dreadnought's armor. They see their comrades firing everything they have at the advancing machine with no visible effect. The "wah" field that normally sustains their confidence begins to crack as the evidence of futility accumulates. If their weapons cannot hurt the enemy, if their strength cannot match it, if their numbers mean nothing against something that shrugs off everything they can throw at it, then what chance do they have? The dreadnought's stride itself becomes a psychological weapon. It does not rush forward in a chaotic charge like an orc. It advances with steady, measured steps, each footfall shaking the ground, each movement deliberate and purposeful. This mechanical patience is deeply unsettling to orcs, whose entire experience of combat revolves around chaos, speed, and enthusiasm. The dreadnought's slow advance suggests that it has all the time in the world, that nothing the orcs do can stop or even slow it, that their fate is inevitable and they are merely delaying the moment when the machine reaches them. As the dreadnought closes to melee range, the differential in physical capability becomes even more apparent. Orcs, who have spent their entire lives believing that size and strength determine victory, suddenly confront an enemy